Welcome to the 2025 National Pro-Life Summit. Who's excited? Amazing, so am I. Well, my name is Lydia Taylor Davis. I am the spokesperson for Students for Life of America, and I have been fighting for life with the pro-life generation since high school, and I am so excited to end abortion with all of you in 2025. Who's excited? Well, we have a very big day ahead of us, so who's ready for our first speaker? I am so excited to introduce our first speaker, Mia Armstrong, who is a SAG-AFTRA actress and powerful voice for the pro-life movement. Give it up for Mia Armstrong.
Hello, pro-life generation. I know what you're thinking. Wow, they let the coolest speaker go first. You got that right. I'm Mia Armstrong. I'm 13 years old, and I have Down syndrome. When I heard I was opening for Dr. Ben Carson, Charlie Kirk, and Bethany Hamilton, I was like, good luck following this act. People ask me, why are you so passionate about ending abortion? I say, because I am living proof that every life has purpose. People with disabilities need to be celebrated, not eliminated. Down syndrome does not define me. It is one small part of who I am. Doctors tried telling my mom and dad not to give me life. They told them I would suffer. Do I look like I'm suffering to you? Newsflash, I'm not. When the doctor told my mom that I might have Down syndrome, she said these 3 words: I'm so sorry. Well, she should be sorry. Sorry for not believing in me. Sorry for pretending that she knew how my life would turn out. She did not know what my future would hold. She discriminated against me before I was even born. That's wrong. Well, doctor, it turns out I'm an actress, I'm a model, I'm the first child with Down syndrome to voice over a cartoon. It's on Netflix. My character, Eon, with Down syndrome, my character is a superhero with Down syndrome, and that's pretty perfect, because I say Down syndrome is my superpower. This past Christmas, I made history as the first child with Down syndrome to have a lead role in a movie. It is called A Christmas in New Hope. I played Charlie, a young girl living with a single mom. Charlie has a very special Christmas wish. In this scene, I am telling Katrina Bowden, my movie mom, about my Christmas wish. Take a look.
So, do you know what you want for Christmas yet?
I can't do my Christmas wish. It won't come true, you know?
Okay, well, maybe you can tell Santa.
I'm telling Jesus every Sunday. I'm giving him a try first.
Okay, well, Jesus better hurry up then, because Christmas is only a few weeks away.
That's not, Mom. My Christmas wish is cereal.
I think you mean serious.
That's what I said. I had so much fun making the movie. I got to live in Texas for a month. I learned a lot during that month. One thing I learned, that making a movie is a lot of work, but many things are hard work. Like changing culture, for example. It isn't easy, but it's worth it. My mom always tells me that I can do hard things. I believe that I can do anything I set my mind to. And so can you. One of the hard things I did last year was become a published author. I wrote a book for children called I Am a Masterpiece. It's about inclusivity and living a life with Down syndrome. Good Housekeeping magazine called it a must-read and named it Top 20 Book Written by an Author with a Disability. I Am a Masterpiece helps parents teach their kids about Down syndrome and disability. In the book, I say, don't stare, don't look away, do say hello. We may be different, but we're also a lot alike. Listen up. Here's what I want you to remember. I've accomplished a lot in my life, but it's not what I've done that makes me worthy. It's that I'm a human. Let's be real. My biggest accomplishment was just being born. Most people with Down syndrome don't even get a chance to be born. The abortion industry is working hard to make people like me disappear. Here's an idea. Why don't we make them disappear instead? That's where you come in. Do you realize that you're here to start a revolution? I'm a daredevil, so I think that sounds pretty sick to me. I'm also an activist. I fight for people with Down syndrome. You can use your story to fight for life too. Each of you has a special gift to share. You don't need to be famous to make a difference. Find your own way to stand up for what's right. Use your talents, your skills, and your passions. When necessary, use your sass. Trust me, it works. Today is a chance to learn and grow. Listen, take notes, ask questions, get inspired, make some new friends. This fight isn't easy. You're gonna need these friends. Today, think about how you can make a difference in your corner of the world. You are powerful, you are worthy, your voice matters. Let's be clear, this 13-year-old just set the bar pretty high. Now it's your turn to rise up and fight for everything you've got. I want to leave you with this message. Dr. Ben Carson is a genius. Charlie Kirk brings the fire. Bethany Hamilton is strong, but I can remind you that we win this fight with our hearts. I was born for such a time as this. So are you. You've got what it takes to make it happen. Peace.
Give it up for Mia. That was incredible. Well, I am so excited to introduce our next speaker. You've seen her viral videos all over TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. She's dedicated her entire life since high school to ending abortion. She's the president of Students for Life and Students for Life Action. Please give it up for the one and only Kristan Hawkins.
Good morning, pro-life generation! I'm so excited to see all of you here today, and I'm pretending to see everyone in all the overflow rooms. I see you. How excited were you to see our brand new Vice President, J.D. Vance, speak at the March for Life yesterday? And how excited were you that President Trump fulfilled his campaign promise, released 23 pro-life prayer warriors, including a Students for Life alum from federal prison yesterday? How excited were you to finally hear that the Department of Justice said it's time to end the prosecution of pro-lifers with the FACE Act? And last night, you may not have seen it because you guys were partying in the lobby. Did you see that President Trump issued a new executive order banning taxpayer dollars from funding and promoting abortions overseas? I mean, are you tired of winning yet? Thank you, President Trump. In fact, I know the president doesn't get a lot of praise from the pro-life movement sometimes. Apparently, I'm kind of a hard ass. So, I thought we'd do something new. Today, I want to film a short video thanking President Trump, and we'll put it up on social media. So when I go like this, all I need you to do is stand up and shout as loud as you can, "Thank you, Mr. President." Will you do that? Okay, all right. Kristan, don't mess this up. All right, ready? Ready? President Trump, you freed the peaceful pro-life protesters. You issued an executive order banning taxpayer dollars overseas of abortion. You even pulled us out of the pro-abortion WHO. We, the pro-life generation, gathered at the National Pro-Life Summit, have one thing to say to you. Thank you, All right, settle down. We got work to do. Now, I hope you came here today ready to learn how you can lead the pro-life revolution and abolish abortion on campuses, in your communities, at your churches, at your state houses. But you all know that I don't hold a lot of things back. Apparently, you can see what I'm thinking a lot of times on my face in those videos. So first, I want to start out today with a little bit of real talk. Being at the Supreme Court on June 24th, 2022, and having that privilege to be the first person in the world to read aloud, "The Constitution does not confer a right to abortion. Roe and Casey are overruled." It was a humbling honor, an unforgettable moment in time. Yet, it was a relatively easy thing to do. I just had to show up and shout. It was pretty easy compared to what must come next. There's been a lot said about the pro-life movement in the last 2.5 years since that Dobbs decision. Some say our mission was achieved with Roe's reversal. Those people are about as clueless as the ones I debate on your campuses. Others look at the maddening stats and see that we have relatively the same amount of abortions in America as we did before Roe was reversed. Or they see these feckless politicians on Capitol Hill who used to always say that they were pro-life, saying they're not going to lift a finger now to save babies. And they use that as proof to say, well, the pro-life movement is dying. Do we still face immense challenges? Absolutely we do. But guess what? Those people are clueless too. Some will erroneously say abortion is merely a state's issue. They obviously haven't read the Dobbs decision because it says abortions return to the people and its representatives, and there's about 535 of them right up on Capitol Hill. They were working late last night. That means we got a lot of work to do. And by the way, abortion is federal if you're paying for it, Elon. We give Planned Parenthood $700 million every year of our taxpayer funds. That should be project number 1 for Doge. I never did buy that Bitcoin, and I'm regretting that now. One of you needs to pull me aside today and figure this Bitcoin thing out. I don't understand it. But we are facing some real challenges, not just verbal challenges, right? Thanks to a reckless Biden-Harris FDA, we face the proliferation of chemical abortion pills, which are the leading cause of infant death in our country, empower rapists and sex abusers to cover up their crimes, lead to injury, infertility, and death of women, and, as Students for Life has proven, lead to the pollution of our tap water with anti-progesterone metabolites in your drinking water because we are flushing down the toilet 600 to 800,000 deceased children every year who've been killed from these deadly pills. You never thought about that, did you? We have spineless political leaders who believe that now standing with the pro-life movement is going to spell electoral defeat for them, which we've proven over and over again is wrong. This week in Kentucky, we had 3 Republicans introduce a bill to amend their Abortion Prevention Act that doesn't allow any abortions to add abortion back into their state law. Yeah, Students for Life is going to have something to say about that. Speaking of misinformation, we're flooded with it. You all are flooded with it every single moment of the day on your phone and on campuses, telling us women will die in the parking lots of hospitals. AOC, I want to debate her so bad. We hear things like that the pro-life movement is unwilling or unable to serve those women facing unplanned pregnancies. And all these lies come from those who are selling abortion. They sell her the lies. They sell her the lie that she needs abortion to succeed in order to profit from her despair. But the biggest challenge we face, which, by the way, all these other challenges, we have breakouts here today at the National Pro-Life Summit, which will teach you how to fight and win, so go to all the breakouts. If you're in a big group, split up because there's too much information. You're not going to get it all. The biggest challenge you and I face is that we proclaim to serve a God who spoke the universe into existence, but then when someone says, we're going to abolish abortion, we go, I don't really think that's possible. It can't be done. Men and women, you must reject the lies that Satan whispers to us, the lies that spark fear of anything besides the one who created us, and the sin of disbelief. You know, our Jericho, the Roe v. Wade decision, it's fallen. But that was just the first of many conquests we have to make in order to reach the promised land, a land where abortion is unthinkable and unavailable. And there's a lot of cities we got to conquer on the way. But we can do this. I believe with all my heart it's going to be up to us, those of us here gathered today, who are constantly targeted by the predatory abortion industry, to lead this pro-life revolution, to achieve the goals of our grandmothers and our foremothers in the pro-life movement, to reach that day when abortion is illegal and completely unthinkable throughout our land. What we're part of, by the way, the pro-life generation, I love that picture of J.D. Vance yesterday. It was great. This pro-life generation, it's much more bigger than a social movement. For defending the sanctity and the intrinsic value of every human life from the moment of conception is a spiritual mandate. How do I know this? It's because it's written right there in the Lord's Prayer. We pray that God's will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Men and women, we are his army, citizens of heaven, whose mandate it is to bring heaven's values here to earth. That first one, that most important value is that every human being is made in his image, created with intrinsic value and purpose at conception. And by the way, this includes you. You were created with intrinsic value and purpose. And today, my prayer for you is that you each find that purpose. No human rights movement wins without an army of fighters. It's literally the key ingredient of all the social movement victories in our American history. You must have the largest, the most well-trained, the most activated army to win. And guess what, guys? That's the pro-life generation. You've been called here by name to join us in the fight. And we've got a lot of battles and a lot of cities to conquer. We must take and hold ground at every university and high school campus. We must position the pro-life generation and pro-life champions in state houses and on Capitol Hill who will serve him first and then our pro-life movement and party down here all the way at the bottom. We must kick Planned Parenthood to the curb everywhere in our society, including our schools. We must ensure President Trump's new administration finishes the job to finally debar Planned Parenthood for their crimes and defund them with from our taxpayer dollars. This would cripple the abortion Goliath. President Trump must be convinced that he needs to stop funding his political enemies and tell Planned Parenthood to do what? Good job, Mom. Go fund themselves. Even my mom got it. We must ensure every college and every high school has a public, promoted pathway of success for pregnant and parenting young people, so no woman ever again feels like she has to choose between her life or her education. We must revive community pro-life activism in our churches, in front of the abortion facilities. Join Students for Life's campaign for abortion-free cities, which is door-knocking, promoting local, nonviolent pregnancy resource centers, which, by the way, 75% of our neighbors don't even know we exist. We must stop the proliferation of chemical abortion pills using innovative tactics like the Clean Water Act. We must advance laws that support moms and families to choose life. Expanded child tax care credit, anyone? Paid family leave. I'm not just saying this because I have 4 kids. We know when we poll this generation, if young people, Gen Z and Gen Y, say, if they knew every mother had the resources and had the support to choose life, ending abortion becomes a 70% issue. That's way over what we need. So, we got to get started. Men and women, you are the modern Davids in this fight, working tirelessly, being outspent, outgunned, fighting constantly back against the lies on social media, against the lies that we hear from the mainstream media, against Hollywood elites, fighting back against First Amendment violations on your campuses, pressuring and holding political leaders who started serving in office before you were born to do their dang job. To get started, I have 6 kind of things I think you can do and keep in mind as a David in this fight. 1, believe in an almighty God who spoke the universe into existence, and through him will bring us victory. That seems like the easiest, but it is the hardest. And the older you get, the harder it becomes. 2, use the spiritual gifts you were given. Not everyone has a gift of getting excited by people yelling at them. That's okay. Find the spiritual gift you were given and use it to find your niche, your calling in the pro-life movement. And by the way, the entire pro-life movement is here today. If you go out to the exhibit hall, the entire pro-life movement is there for your choosing. Conquer your fear of failure. You're going to fail. You're going to stumble. Some do it more publicly than others. Mine's always recorded, and then you guys get to comment on it on TikTok and Instagram. It's lovely. You won't probably fail in public like that, so what do you have to fear? By the way, if he's with us, like, what really do you have to fear? Except that you will be facing a well-funded, a more experienced, bigger opponent, and embrace the challenge. Just get over it. Quit complaining. Go on the offensive. Don't wait for them to attack. You go on the offense on your campus. We'll go on the offense at the state capitals. And by the way, have fun and innovate while doing it, because they won't know what hit them. Just like the David we all grew up hearing about at Sunday school, the nobody, not yet the King David, the young man who lacked the battle experience, he lacked the confidence from his peers to even be successful. Think about him. He put down the sword and innovated to attack the Goliath in a new way. He never wavered in the belief that the great I Am would deliver him. Men and women, proudly be the Davids he has made you to be. And when you commit to going all in to lead this pro-life revolution, don't worry. Your story of activism, your weapon of choice, as I said, it probably won't look like mine. But your slingshot, your stones, well, they don't have to be a bullhorn and TikTok dances, Lydia. They don't have to be that. But I have no doubt that your stones will be even more deadly to the abortion Goliath. More deadly. And now, I have the honor of introducing one of the Davids in this fight who is fighting right alongside of us. Someone who I've known for many years, and I've been thrilled to watch him build an amazing army of Davids. I know he has certainly applied, he knows his Old Testament, because he has applied the fighting skills of David to his life and his life mission. And more than you know, and more than I am legally allowed to tell you, he is a big, big reason that I say I have real hope in what will happen in Washington, D.C. in the next 4 years to save lives. So at this time, I would like you to rise and welcome a husband, a father, the host of the Charlie Kirk Show, founder of Turning Point USA, a fellow David helping us to lead this pro-life revolution, Mr. Charlie Kirk. Way more than this. Yes, let's do a picture. You want to do a picture? Okay. Now, Charlie has to go to the White House for something. Yes. So I thought, so everyone wants a picture with him. We're going to turn around, and then you all can be in a picture of Charlie Kirk. How about that? Okay. Yes. Okay. And Kevin will get the... Smile, put your hands up. I mean, you're in a picture of Charlie Kirk.
Here, we're going to do one more.
All right, we got to get this side. They didn't get their picture of Charlie. Yeah. I'm going to add that. I'll get out of the way. I can take that.
Hey, everybody. Good morning. How we doing? Thank you for that wonderful award. Isn't Kristan great? I mean, she does a wonderful job. I'll tell you what, I've been working with her for years, and she is a warrior for life in so many different ways. What a week. What a week. I'll tell you, America is back in more ways than one. And for those of you that were on your campuses fighting for President Trump, this is your victory. For those of you that were advocating for a return of America that isn't weak and pathetic, but instead one that has borders, one that defends the unborn, one that believes in liberty and freedom. It is amazing to see how quick America can get back on pace and back on track. I have a couple messages for you guys in the couple minutes here. Number one, it's very important to know that you guys have an amazing ally in the White House in the fight for life. Both President Trump and J.D. Vance fighting for life every single day. President Donald Trump signed the pardons or the FACE Act of those political prisoners of the Biden-Harris regime, reinstated the Mexico City policy. Department of Justice is going to be a friend of all of you on campuses. And by the way, Kristan, if any of you guys run into problems at your local campus, well, there's now a new sheriff in town at the Department of Education and the Department of Justice. And if your civil rights are interfered with on campus when you're advocating for life, then there's going to be hotlines established with the federal government to fight for your free speech rights on college campuses so you can advocate for life. If you have a table and all of a sudden the administration is not doing their job to protect you or defend your First Amendment rights, well, maybe we should cut their federal funding because you have a right to be able to speak freely on your college campus. You have an ally in this administration. And the second thing, which I think is very, very important, if I had one piece of feedback to the pro-life movement, it's you need to stay involved in politics. I know that it is tempting at times to say, well, politics is dirty and politics makes me not as pure. Look, I'm not asking you to ever compromise your values. But imagine if we don't control the White House, what today would look like. These people would still be in the gulags right now, facing multiple years in prison for praying outside of abortion clinics. The Mexico City policy would still be up and running. By the way, you know President Trump took down the abortion on demand website on Health and Human Services on the first day. Website is down. Not to mention, when you now go to visit the White House, it's just male and female. Those are the only two sexes that you have to. By the way, where is the great Matt Walsh? He's around here somewhere. I'll tell you, Matt, I have a lot of admiration for. I think Matt Walsh is one of the reasons we won this election. I have a whole case on that because the trans insanity is one of the reasons why so many people open their eyes. You have to stay involved in politics. I know that it is, for some of you, not your primary concern. It should not be your primary concern, but politics is the highest form of community because it is the combination of morality and sociability. And if you don't get involved in politics at the pro-life level, politics will get involved with you. The Democrat Party wants to eliminate and criminalize pro-life activism. Now you might say, oh, we'll be stronger because of it. Careful with that kind of an argument. Where's the pro-life movement in the United Kingdom? Where's the pro-life movement in France? It's non-existent. It's gone. They basically and effectively outlawed pro-life activism, and it has just retreated. In America, you are the center of the planet for pro-life activism around the world. Right here. This is the center of the entire planet. And involved in that is staying involved and staying engaged and holding your elected leaders accountable. Running for office yourself. Now, it should not be your primary concern, but still, when you have state rep races, governor's races, presidential races, congressional races, the untapped political potential of the pro-life movement is unbelievable. I have to try to convince pro-life leaders at times to stay involved in politics. And I can understand why you don't. I totally get it. Because you think it's demoralizing. Because they are not as pro-life as we are. But let me tell you, we have to be incrementalists when it comes to politics sometimes. This is a fight that's going to take 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. And that's this social movement that is built here in this room. You're up for that fight. That's why you are the pro-life generation. And you're not going to win every referendum. You're not going to win every single ballot measure. You're not going to win every single contest when it comes to local politicians. But if you stay involved and you take over your state parties, if you stay involved and hold your leaders accountable, you can then all of a sudden see so much of this legislative progress come to fruition. And that is the final and third point I want to make here. I understand that some people in the Republican Party want to say that abortion should no longer be mentioned anymore in the party platform, and it should no longer be mentioned. This is why you have to stay involved in politics. I'm here to tell you right now that not only do we want it to be mentioned, but if we don't fight for life, then what good is politics? If we're not going to fight for the unborn, then what good is corporate tax cuts? However, I need you guys in the room to back me up when I say that. Because some of these leaders say, where are the pro-life warriors? We need more of you as the infantry in the political fight. And I know that you might be jaded. And I know that you might say, well, I'm pure than that. Look, first of all, we're all sinners that fall short of the glory of God. You're not purer than that, okay? But the activism that you think for those of you that do sidewalk ministries, God bless you. Those of you that do pregnancy resource centers, God bless you. You're the backbone of the pro-life movement. I'm asking you just to dedicate a little bit, not a majority, a little bit of energy more than you have before in the political arena. I'm a political animal, right? That's what I do. I focus on it, I emphasize it. But I can tell you right now, if you guys show up and you reinforce the arguments we're making, you hold these elected leaders accountable. If we combine our forces to say, no, we're not going to fund Planned Parenthood anymore. We're going to encourage President Trump for being the most pro-life president in American history, then we could start to see that multi-generational progress. And that's what excites me the most about what I see in this room what I see in the pro-life movement is that we are starting to see these gains and these wins and these victories. Some would say, well, Roe versus Wade is repealed, the fight is over. Wrong. That is the beginning of the fight, everybody. Now we have to go and we have to win referendums in states. We have to win hearts and minds. And the final point for those of you that are on campuses, this is where it all is going to hit, the rubber hits the road. I might be visiting a campus near you, debating kids on the abortion issue. My life would be a lot easier, by the way, if I was indifferent on the abortion topic on campuses. But again, why are we involved in this? Because we serve a God and we are not him, and we are all made in the image of that creator. And so fight with joy, with whimsy, encourage your fellow warriors that might be silent on campuses. You have an administration that has your back. You have a growing majority of the country that has your back. And I believe truly when people are presented with the facts, with the moral clarity on the topic of abortion, when they think deeply about it, we can win converts by the thousands, the tens of thousands, the hundreds of thousands, and the millions. But guess what? You might have to say something that people might not have heard before. You might have to be willing to go through the apologetics of this sort of movement of what exactly is it that what happens when an abortion occurs? Why is it that we should say that someone is just smaller or a lesser degree of development or in a different environment or a degree of dependency? Why is it that they don't get human rights? Human rights do not stop just because of the location of an individual or the size of an individual or how developed an individual is. And only this movement and you in this room are going to be able to bring that to ultimate completion. So you guys have an ally with us at Turning Point USA. I'm excited to see where this fight leads us. And I believe you guys are the backbone of what is going to be the most exciting change for years to come. But let us all just say thank you, God, for giving us a reprieve from the Biden-Harris regime. Our best days are ahead. God bless you guys. Thank you so much.
Give it up for Charlie. Amazing. Well, our next speaker I'm very excited about. He has so much experience standing courageously for his faith and for life in the United Kingdom, and he has brought his amazing experience to the United States with his ministry. Please welcome Father Calvin Robinson.
Good morning, DC. It is an absolute privilege to be here with you. I feel absolutely blessed after seeing yesterday the amount of people out supporting the sanctity of life. It's a good reminder that we've come so far in this battle. And I mean that. You know, I was at the rally and I heard a few murmurings of people that are taking it for granted. A few people saying things like, you know, Trump isn't quite as pro-life as he should be, and a few seeds of negativity. So I want to come and give you some encouragement because I come from the old world, if you couldn't tell by my accent. I've just moved here, and I'm not on an H-1B visa, by the way, just to let you know. But yesterday, I saw your president give a speech at a pro-life rally. I saw your vice president there in person giving his first public address since the inauguration. And I saw over 500,000 people marching for life. Now in the UK, yes, indeed. In the UK this year, we had our biggest March for Life ever. We had 10,000 people. So we're nowhere near as progressive in the real sense of the word as you guys are yet. We have to beg our parliamentarians, our politicians to turn up. I saw yesterday a stage full of elected officials. Again, you've got the support of the House. You've got the support of your government. This is a fantastic time to be in America for someone who believes in life. And I want to give you some encouragement based on what's happening in my neck of the woods. I want to give you a couple of stories of things that are happening back home. There's a lady called Isabel Vaughan Spruce, who is a good soldier for Christ, good warrior on the pro-life cause. And now this is a lady who has been praying outside of these demonic abortion centers for years and years. But we have a new law in the UK, similar to the law that you've had here, where you can get arrested for being outside abortion centres. But the law in the UK is not down to if you're obstructing the centres or if you're causing any kind of nuisance or even if you're speaking to people. The law in the UK says if you are praying silently in your own head, you can be arrested. So we've had instances of Isabel Vaughan Spruce was the first one. She was stood there like this, not holding any banners or placards, not handing out literature, not speaking to these vulnerable women, not helping them, counseling them, just standing there praying for them. And the police came up to her and said, "Are you praying for the lives of unborn children?" And as a good Christian, she said, "Yes, I am." She could have said no. Many people said she should have just stayed silent, but I think she's right to speak the truth. She said, "Yes, I am praying for the lives of unborn children." So they arrested her, took her to the local jail. They didn't charge her. They left her waiting in limbo for months and months and months, and then at the last minute, they dropped the case because they like to use time as a weapon. So the anxiety of waiting around to see if you're going to be sent to prison for praying. But anyway, she got back up on her horse. She went back to pray outside the abortion centers. The police came up to her again. "Are you praying for the lives of unborn children?" And she said, "Yes, I am." They arrest her again. And again, 6 months later, they drop the case right before it goes to court. Now, at this point, we're hoping that she actually goes to court. We're hoping that the law of the land tries to clamp down on silent prayer so that we can say, in a Christian country with an explicitly Christian established state church, someone could be arrested for praying. We want to fight it properly, but they wouldn't let us. And so a Roman Catholic priest, Father Sean, went down. He was also standing there praying, not doing anything, just praying to his God, got arrested. And again, they left it to the last minute and dropped it. Now comes along a father, Adam Smith Connor. He does the same thing, but he's been doing this for 22 years because Adam, good man as he is, he's repenting of the fact that 22 years ago he was involved in the decision to abort his child. And so he's praying for the lives of unborn children, including his son. And again, he's standing not even directly outside an abortion center, not in the line of sight of an abortion center, across the road, across the street, behind a tree. He's praying silently, and the police come up to him and say, "Are you praying for the lives of unborn children?" This is the script that they read. You know it's demonic. And he says, "Yes, I am." They arrest him. This time they charge him, and this time they take him to court. And so the pro-life activists over there, we're like, yes, this is great, because we can use this. We can fight this. There's no way on earth an explicitly Christian country can say it's illegal to pray silently in your own head. But we underestimated the power of the Dark One. And he lost his case. He was found guilty of praying silently in his own head. So as it stands right now, the law in the land in the UK is that if you are in 150 yards of an abortion center, whether you can be seen or not, whether you're speaking or not, whether you're protesting or not, you can be arrested for what's going on in your own head. So forget free speech. We don't have free speech in the UK. We have thought crime. We've gone past that. And it's because they understand the power of prayer. They don't want us praying for the lives of unborn children. They want their sacrament of Satan to go ahead. And that's what abortion is, of course. It's an inversion of the Eucharist. You know, this is my body, as they say. Now, that's just one of, well, 3 of the stories of people that have been arrested in my country. But one of them I want to talk about with you real quickly while we've got the time, because it's the most important story I've ever observed, and I'll speak about this story till the day that I die. There was a young woman called Patient ST, and I had a TV show in the United Kingdom until I got fired for being too Christian and too conservative. And on my TV show, we got this press release saying there's a young woman called Patient ST who, she got COVID, and she had comorbidities, and she wasn't doing too good. But the national healthcare system in the United Kingdom said that she's actively dying. And these words I found very strange, because if there's one thing we all have in common, it's from the moment we're born, we're actively dying, right? But the socialist healthcare system said there's nothing we can do, prepare to die. And she found, or her family found, an experimental treatment abroad in Canada. And so they wanted to take her over there. And the state said, no, you can't. There's nothing we can do, and there's nothing you can do. And they took their passports away. And so the reason I'm talking about this is because the pro-life movement, of course, isn't just about babies. It's about life the whole way through. And this young woman, she was 19 years old, and she said, I quote, "I want to die fighting to live." I think that's the most courageous thing I've ever heard. And so when it came to us in the media, I wanted to report on it, and we got a gagging order from the courts that said, actually, you're not allowed to mention her by name. So I was not able to say to people, let's pray for Suriksha Thoramalesh, which was her name. I wasn't able to crowdfund to help raise money to send her to Canada for the treatment. And so this went to the courts as well. And I thought, okay, there's no way, again, the law of the land, it's supposed to be a Christian country. There's no way they're going to say, you have to stay here and die because we can't help you when there's help abroad. And so they had 2 psychiatrists examine her. They said, you are compos mentis. You're 19, so in the UK, if you're over 18, you are an adult. She's old enough to make her own mind up. But the medical surgeons said, no, she's clearly delusional because she's not following our advice. Unfortunately, the judge agreed with the medical surgeons instead of the psychiatrists, instead of the people who look after her brain. They agreed with people who would look after her medically. And they said, we're going to extend this gagging order. No one's allowed to speak about your case. You're not allowed to tell people about your case. You're not allowed to give people your name. Again, it's demonic, it's wicked. They don't want people praying because they understand the power of prayer. But worse than that, they do not understand the sanctity of life. They do not understand that we're made in the image of God. They don't understand the importance and that they do not have the power to say when we live and when we die. Only God does. But they're trying to take that away. And so this is where we are in the UK right now, in that you're not allowed to pray for babies. You're not allowed to pray for people who are ill and dying. You're not allowed to help unless the state says so. And so I'm so pleased and encouraged when I come out here and I see that you have elected officials on the stage. You have your president and your vice president making speeches at a rally for life. And I see so many young people here fighting that good fight. This I see as the last stand for the West. This is the last stand for Christendom. It's make or break time. The whole of the old world is crumbling. Every country in Europe is embracing death. America, as far as I could see, is the only country fighting for life. And that's down to you guys. So God bless all of you for what you're doing. Please keep doing it. I hope that I can encourage you. And my heart goes out to you. God bless.
Amazing, amazing. I have a question. Who here has seen the movie or read the book Soul Surfer? Oh yeah. I have to admit, I am absolutely fangirling over this next speaker because she is who that movie is about. Our next speaker is an incredible woman. She knows a thing or two about wading into dangerous waters and coming out on top. She was an amazing surfer, survived a shark attack, and is now a powerful voice for life and for mothers. Please give it up for Bethany Hamilton.
Aloha, good morning. Wow, it's such an honor to be here. I had so much fun yesterday. The energy for life and such a beautiful cause was just absolutely incredible. You know, I can't help but always want to bring things back to the ocean and surfing because that is just running in my veins. I'm a bit of a fish out of water over here in the cold East Coast and freezing weather. But I always loved big waves, and I wanted to surf this wave called Jaws. It's one of the most world-renowned, incredible wave known for its size. Like, you're surfing waves higher than this ceiling, and it's just absolutely intimidating, and when things go wrong out there, it's not pretty. So I decided I wanted to surf it. It was after I had my first son, Tobias. He was about 6 months old, so I worked my butt off to get fit for surfing Jaws, and I get out there. I brought a coach along with me, a local guy, because I was off island from where I live, and we're paddling out there just kind of getting a lay. We're in the deep blue. Like, there's sharks everywhere. It's deep. Not really, there's not really sharks everywhere, but it's that sort of water where it feels like there's sharks everywhere. Though in this moment, I am not scared of sharks because the waves are so intimidating. And I look out the back and I see a big set coming. I'm like, my coach is like, paddle hard, get out the back. We're paddling as hard as we can, and I look at this huge wave coming at me. I want you guys to just close your eyes, hold your breath for a sec. I get up there, the wave sucks me over the falls. What happens when you get sucked over the falls? You're shoved in a sleeping bag, zipped up, shaken all about. You can't breathe, can't breathe, can't breathe, until finally the ocean lets you up. You can breathe. And I feel like life is often like, so I come up from this wave though, I got super pounded. I pulled my life-saving vest that explodes and brings me to the surface. And I look out the back and there's 5 more set waves coming. And it's the sort of situation where I have jet skis in the channel who can come rescue me, but this situation, I ended up getting really pounded for a while. But then I get out of the chaos, and I end up going and getting a few really great waves. But I feel like life is often like that 5-wave set. And women who, find out they're pregnant and they don't feel ready for that probably feel like this 5-wave set of chaos. Like the world is lying to them that they can't do it. They are full of fear, maybe disappointment. They're like, this is not what I wanted. Everything feels upside down. They feel like they can't breathe. And life is just off. And so I just wanted to come today and just encourage you to try to empathize with that woman in whatever work you end up doing, because the need is great to be salt and light in the world that we're living in. It's so clear how dark it is with the numbers of babies having their lives taken. I just can't even imagine. Now, as a mother of 4, I just cannot imagine taking my own child's life. It's just the most devastating thought possible. I recently lost a nephew. It was the worst thing I've ever experienced. And so I can really empathize with these women, though. After they take their baby's life, they're going to live with that for the rest of their life. I have a sibling up in heaven. I can't wait to meet them at some point. But that was God's plan for my mom's life. She has to live with that for the rest of her life. And, she's getting to the end of time, but she's the most incredible mother. She's the most incredible grandma. And it's just so beautiful to see how God has changed her life. When my mom took her baby's life, she didn't know God. And so when I think of this movement to save babies, I think of how can we change their hearts and minds? And it's through God's grace and love and mercy, not through anger, not through pointing the finger, but through love and grace and mercy. And so I'm cheering you all on to think creatively how you can get out in the world and be the salt and light, to take on that 5-wave set that these women are feeling, that you're going to feel in your own life through the different challenges that you may face, that you can adapt and look to God to be your strength and your mercy and your grace. And my time's up, but I love seeing men in here. And I think this is one of the biggest challenges we're facing, is we need strong men to lead our society. As a mother of 3 boys, every single day I'm thinking, I have to raise these boys to be good leaders. It doesn't matter to me if they go out and be public, but more so in their own homes, to be strong, faithful, leading young men, to say no to pornography, to respect the woman before marriage, to to just take the reins of society, to take the reins of this pro-life movement. I don't think that women should be leading this, but the young men should. with the women helping them. And I think that's how God designed it. And so it's a beautiful blessing when things are done in God's design. And so men, I'm calling you, like, if you're struggling in one way or another, it's okay. God's grace is sufficient for you. But to not passively sit back and let that struggle lead your life, but to be intentional and to look for ways on how you can lead. Take a leadership course and just know that God has given you a role that is beautiful and is a blessing. And so, I'm just so excited to raise my 3 boys, and I'm cheering all you guys and girls on today as you go out into the world to be the salt and light of the earth that our society needs. You're going to be such an amazing blessing. So thank you.
Isn't she amazing? How are we feeling, guys? How are we feeling? Awesome. Who's ready for our next speaker? All right, our next speaker is so experienced in the pro-life movement because oftentimes we are accused of only caring about babies before they're born, which isn't true. So our next speaker has done so much to help families before and after birth. He's the president of the Heritage Foundation. Please welcome Dr. Kevin Roberts.
Y'all are awesome. Who's tired of winning? Look, this is a gathering I look forward to coming to every year. It's a real pleasure to walk into this room and see you and with what you're doing, what you've done, not just this week, but also what you're going to do the rest of your lives. And I thought that's what I would really focus on because, as a few of you in this audience know, before I was president of the Heritage Foundation, I led Wyoming Catholic College, and one of the things that we did is go to the West Coast Walk for Life in San Francisco, and I've never seen protesters on behalf of a really ridiculous, evil practice like I've seen there. But now you, who are high school and college students, of course, have to deal with that every day in your own classrooms. It's one of the things that Heritage is trying to change. But then, before that, started a school in Lafayette, Louisiana, which isn't supposed to have snow, but has 10 inches of snow on the ground. And it prevented, that winter weather prevented a lot of those students from John Paul the Great Academy from being up here. But I saw a huge contingent of Louisianans in the march yesterday. I've been to about 15 marches. I just want all of you, for yourselves, for your family members, for people who wanted to be here but couldn't, to give yourselves a round of applause. You're great. From Seth Gruber, Isabel Brown, the incredible Kayleigh McEnany, who are fighting for life online and on air, the pro-life movement is alive and well. To the great folks at Students for Life of America, the American Principles Project, Catholic Vote, who helped craft important pro-life and pro-family policies. And of course, none of this would be possible without you, without teachers and principals of schools who bring hundreds of thousands of young people here. It wouldn't be possible without churches coming here from nearby and from afar. And of course, I want to single out one person in particular whose arrival in the pro-life movement has been important as a personal witness, but also in getting millions of pro-life voters to the ballot box. Someone who just received an award, my friend Charlie Kirk, deserves another round of applause. Look, I'm proud to be among you. My wife and 4 kids and I did the march again yesterday. My expectations for the march are always very high because it is, as you know, just dominated by people your age. It's something that the lamestream media doesn't want you to know. But of course, it's true. Yeah, you like that, huh? I don't think I'm, as president of the Heritage Foundation, supposed to say that, but I do say it a lot. And when they tried to take us out last year, because we had this notion that any president of the United States should be well prepared to take office with pro-life policies, and we withstood that, you might think that God is on a particular side of this issue. And so to the radical left, your efforts didn't work, and they're not going to work. This is our country, and we're taking it back. Let's just recount what has happened over the last 5 or 6 days. On Monday, President Trump was inaugurated and immediately signed an executive order recognizing that biological sex and therefore life begins at conception. On Tuesday, we woke up to the news that the administration had taken down reproductiverights.gov, a ridiculous website launched by the Biden regime. Then Wednesday, we celebrated National Sanctity of Human Life Day and recognized the tragic 52nd anniversary of the Supreme Court's evil decision in Roe v. Wade, which, thank God, is no longer law of the land. And on Thursday, as Kristan mentioned, President Trump issued pardons for 23 of our brothers and sisters that the Biden regime had prosecuted for nothing more than praying. And on Friday, all of you, plus, 600,000 other friends, showed up to March for Life. And then as I was going to bed last night, you were probably still awake and having a great time, we get news that President Trump, of course, once again made it illegal for American taxpayers' hard-earned dollars to fund international abortions. Look, what we do at Heritage is focusing on these public policies and supporting our elected officials who are pro-life leaders to continue to have courage. Of course, we also want to persuade and inspire those who need inspiration to vote right on the issue. And I could spend some time leading the largest conservative public policy organization in the world, which is unabashedly pro-life in everything that it does, talking about all of those things. But instead, I thought I would talk to you as a friend. Some of you look at me and say, well, here's the bald, middle-aged dad talking to me. My kids are probably thinking that right now. But I'm not wagging my finger. These ideas think of as exhortations for all of us. I've seen a lot of speeches at the March for Life over the years. And yesterday had a tremendous number of great speakers. I thought the video message of President Trump summed it up well. But I have never in my life seen a more important message, not just for the March for Life, but for the future of our movement than the one that Vice President J.D. Vance gave. And in particular, the Vice President put his finger on something that is necessary, just definitionally, for the survival of the American Republic. We need more babies. At Heritage, we've dramatically overhauled our HR personnel policies so that men and women don't have to worry about missing work when they are bringing new life into the world. It's called the Heritage Baby Boom. It's pretty awesome, too. And of course, many of you know that one of the things we're trying to do is insert ourselves into this conversation about family policy, about how, as the Vice President touched on yesterday, there can be a proper role for the federal government, state government, local government to make sure that not only do we see our birth rate go up, but that we also see our marriage rate go up. You see, we're always going to fight for the unborn, but the opportunity we have here, and I can't help but think that it's providence, is that God wants us to have this total vision in public policy about how we rebuild this culture of life. I actually think that in your lifetimes, we're going to be able to do that. But what I leave you with, going back to the comment earlier about the advice and the exhortations, is that the only way for us to do that, the only way for us to have success in Washington, D.C. and in your state capitals is for each of us, as Bethany Hamilton just said so well, to live lives of virtue, to be a strong young man who always stands up for the weak and vulnerable, to be a strong young woman. Hey, give the young guys a round of applause. To be the strong young woman who in her school classroom or university lecture hall stands up with clarity, with courage, with eloquence against nonsense. For young couples, not to date for 8 or 9 or 10 years, but to get married. And it's America. Get married and have a bunch of kids. But if that isn't what you're called to do, that's okay, because God has a plan for your life. And so maybe some of you in this room are called to be pastors or priests, or you have vocations to the religious life. We need you focused on those things as well. So when you go back home and you're back in class and you're thinking about what God is calling you to do, know that your fight for the unborn ought to provide the additional grace to fulfill God's vocation for you. And that those of us who have been called to an avocation, which is, as we say at Heritage, to be behind enemy lines in the imperial city of Washington, D.C., we need you in your local communities to do your part. That allows us to do our part. But most of all, the most important thing we can do is remember every day to spend some time in quiet prayer, listening to God about what He's called us to do as individuals, in community, and with the greatest privilege anyone in the history of the world has ever had, which is to wake up and call themselves an American. God bless you.
Give it up. All right. If you guys have been in the pro-life movement for more than 5 seconds, you've probably gotten in a debate with a pro-choicer before. Anyone? Anyone debated a pro-choicer? So pro-life apologetics is a very important tool. And I'm so sad that you only get to have this next speaker for a little bit, but you can join his breakout session later because he is an absolute expert in defending the pro-life position. Please give it up for Trent Horn with Catholic Answers.
Thank you so much for being here. It's a real treat to be able to see you all here in this good fight, fighting for life, fighting for our own health. My family was supposed to join me here, but they all came down with the flu, so please pray for them. I managed to survive the tail end of it. I think the devil tries a lot of different ways to attack us, and so we have to be resilient to stand up for life, to stand up for family. And it's really heartening to see everyone here, especially people who are in college, because I remember fighting for life in college and how different it was 20 years ago, where things were more difficult and things were less difficult when it came to fighting for life. How when I would go out and we would set up graphic images of the unborn, we could get people's attention because their faces weren't buried in cell phones, for example. But now, through internet, through social media, you have so many more ways to be able to reach people. And this fight really does depend on all of you. I mean, it can be a lot to come up here and it's important to cheer when we hear about the victories on Capitol Hill or in the White House. And those are great things to be happy about. And that is where some of the battles in this fight will be won. But that is not where the fight itself will be won. The fight will be won in our classrooms, at home, with our friends, through each of those individual conversations that we have when we change people's hearts and minds on this issue. And I remember, that's what I'm talking about. It takes one person to make a big difference, see? You have to have those individual conversations. And I remember the courage that it takes. And it's different now because when I was, this makes me sound old, when I was your age, we didn't have computers in our pockets. We had a TV Guide channel to find out what was on the TV. But no, when I was your age, when I would debate people on abortion, those who defended legal abortion, this was their strategy. Don't talk about it. Don't talk about it, don't talk about it, don't mention it. We won. We've won, we got everything. We risk everything if we talk about it. We have nothing to gain by debating or discussing this issue. And I was begging pro-choice advocates to engage me in public debates. And the professional ones would never do that. They were absolutely opposed to that. And it's not just the professional advocates, they're colleagues, they're people who cooperate with them in academia. Everyone from the top to the bottom had the same viewpoint, just don't talk about it. I remember when I was in college, my sophomore English composition class, we had to write, a final argumentative paper. And they said, oh, by the way, no papers on abortion. I always thought it was a little suspicious. That's the one topic we're not allowed to talk about and give a presentation on to the class. We had to write a paper and give a presentation to the class. Teacher said, nothing on abortion. I said, okay, sure. I'll just submit a new topic. So I decided to write a paper on what is a person. So you have to find ways to be creative. Even just a few years ago, before the Dobbs decision, I actually took part in a debate with a intelligent pro-choice philosopher. Now, obviously, you can't be that intelligent if you defend legal abortion, but he's an astute individual. He's someone who understands logic. He's not just going to use the same brain-dead argument, so he'll use something more sophisticated. And so we were scheduled to have a debate at Emory Medical Center, at Emory University at their medical college. And we reached out, the pro-life group wanted to set up the debate, and they reached out to the pro-choice club to co-sponsor the debate. And we had my debate opponent privately reach out to them to ask the co-sponsor. And they said, no, this is not up for debate. But now things have changed. Now that the Dobbs decision has unfolded, I knew a lot of pro-life advocates had come to me and they said, I'm depressed. We lost on this ballot measure. We lost on this ballot measure. I'm depressed about that. And I said, look, you poked the bear in the eye. What did you think was going to happen? Okay, winning the fight doesn't mean that you don't get punched. It means you don't stay down after getting punched. You know who taught me that? Rocky. So that's what you got to do. You got to be winners. You're not losers, you're winners. You're going to go out there. I got to stop before I get sued for copyright infringement. But that's the importance that when you go out, and when you go out on campus, you'll experience setbacks. It's easy to get really razzed up being here, and then you'll go and you'll invite a pro-life speaker. 5 people will show up to hear the talk. You'll schedule an event and find out you have to pay a $5,000 security fee that no other club has to pay. If they tell you that, though, talk to the Alliance for Defending Freedom, because you'll have a wonderfully lucrative lawsuit on your hands if they try to do that. They did that to us at Arizona State University many years ago and paid a dear price for that. So just remember, there will be setbacks, there will be difficulties, but you need to go out and be able to speak to others. I'm going to have a whole session after this on how to talk about the issue of abortion. I will give you one bit of advice here when you go. The number one way that we win is to do the opposite of what the other side does. The other side wants to talk about anything but what the unborn are. They'll talk about religion. They'll talk about politics. They'll talk about any kind of ad hominem argument against us. Oh, if you care about the unborn, why won't you vote for this policy proposal, this program to help the poor? And they'll try to distract us. But the number one thing we must always go back to is, what are the unborn? No matter what. Always go back to the question, what are the unborn? If the unborn are not human beings, abortion needs no justification. But if the unborn are human beings, then abortion can't be justified. One time I was at UC Berkeley doing a debate, and I was excited to go there because they just had this big protest for Ben Shapiro, and they, set things on fire, and there was security, and as a speaker, you're always comparing yourself to other speakers. And then I show up like, oh, is there going to be a big campus uproar? Trent Horn is here, and there's nothing. There's one flaming trash can, but it's Berkeley. There's always some trash can on fire, or, it's some hobo internment camp. It's like, okay, that wasn't for me. All right, fine. Then I go and I do the debate. I remember a woman in the audience asked me, Mr. Horn, what about a woman who lives in Africa and she's got 2 kids and she can barely feed them and she's pregnant? Doesn't she need abortion? I'll tell you this, you're going to lose if you talk about foreign aid, international adoption, anti-poverty measures. If you go down that rabbit trail, you're going to lose. Instead, stay on the one question, what are the unborn? And I said, you know what, I agree with you. If I didn't know how I was going to feed my children, I'd be scared. I'd be really nervous if I didn't know how I was going to feed my own kids. Now, why am I wasting time agreeing? Well, as my friend Steve Wagner says, who has a breakout later today you should go and check out, people will not care if the unborn are human unless they see you and I are human. People will not care if the unborn are human unless they see you and I are human. I said, I agree, that would be tough. But, I have little kids too. And let's say she has, a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old? Well, if she just killed the 2-year-old, it'd be easier to raise a 4-year-old and a newborn. Maybe she should just do that instead of having an abortion. She said, but that's stupid. You can't do that. Okay, just humor me. Why not? So, well, because you can't kill people. Okay, so that's the issue then. It's not, well, hey, someone's here in poverty because we don't kill born people who are in poverty in order to alleviate their conditions. So why would we do that to the unborn if they are just as human? Well, they're not human, it's just a fetus. Okay, that's what we need to talk about. And so that's what we need to do, is always go back to the one question, what are the unborn? I remember once there was a guy who would always email me through my contact form at my website, and he would say, the world's overpopulated. We need abortion, the world's too overpopulated. And one time he finally called Catholic Answers Live, our radio show, and I was like, oh wow, you're an actual real person. And he called in, he went by Randy. And he said, the world's got too many darn people in it, and we need abortion. Now here's the thing, once again, how do you lose when you don't talk about what are the unborn? So if you say the world's not overpopulated, and it's not overpopulated. But you know what? Let's just say you were right. Let's say you're right. So I asked Randy a question. I said, Randy, let's say there's too many people in the world. Let's say, though, what if not enough women get abortions? Should we force women to have abortions so that we deal with overpopulation? Should we force people to be sterilized? He said, well, no, you can't do that. And I said, well, humor me. Why not? He said, because you can't violate people's rights. Okay, so that's the issue then. It's not about overpopulation. If we would not force a woman to have an abortion in order to alleviate overpopulation, we should not force a child to be aborted for the same reason. Well, it's not a child, it's a fetus. Well, what is a fetus? And then the conversation proceeds. But now it's much more productive because we are in the winning territory the other side absolutely doesn't want to talk about. You saw Charlie Kirk up here today. How many of you saw him on Jubilee shutting down 25 liberals, especially on the issue of abortion? Watch that again. And you see where Charlie's able to dunk on them by going back to the question, what are the unborn? Who saw Lila Rose on Jubilee? And notice what her interlocutors kept saying. They said, I don't want to talk about the science. I don't want to talk about the fetus. Yeah, I know you don't want to talk about it because when you do, you lose. So we're going to talk about it. And there's nothing that you can do about it. You don't have to applause for that. So, but if you want to learn more about how to discuss this issue, we had some generous underwriters donate to you in your tote bags a copy of my book, Persuasive Pro-Life. All right? This is the book that I wish that I had when I was doing a pro-life group at Arizona State University 17 years ago, when I was there fighting for the unborn, making sidewalk chalk for the unborn memorials that would suspiciously get hosed away just after a few hours, and going out, setting up cemeteries for the unborn, memorials to the unborn that the opposing side would go and pick down. Always be setbacks, but you cannot give up. This book will equip you in how to engage all of the arguments you'll come across on campus, and it's been donated to you for free. So if you would like to pay the message forward, you can go to shop.catholic.com. That's shop.catholic.com. You can order these in bulk for your clubs. You can get them for $3 a copy. You can get a case of them for 20 of them, I think, for $60, and just read it together as a group. And you'll learn how to master the arguments and then go out, start those conversations, and then also train other people on your campus, and they'll do the same. And that is how we will win, by training others who train others to have that multiplying effect to create a culture of life. I'll also be available to sign your book if you like that. During the lunch hour, we have our Catholic Answers booth out there. And we have these free copies. We have a smaller booklet you can get at shop.catholic.com. You can give these away on campus. It's called Why We're Pro-Life. These are very inexpensive. It's just a short, non-religious case for the pro-life position that you can hand out to anybody. So I would definitely recommend that to also have in your arsenal. You can get free copies of that at our booth, so please go and check that out. And if you want, I'll have my seminar after this at 11. But thank you guys so much for being here.
Thank you. Wow, thanks. Okay, thank you. You're all waiting to hear from Dr. Ben Carson. You're wondering why I have wandered randomly on stage. I'm wondering also, actually. I don't know why I'm here. I'm Matt Walsh. I guess I should start with that. I've been given, thank you. Thank you. I've been given just 2 or 3 minutes to briefly tell you about a very important event. Just a quick. Well, we already did that event. You got to watch the movie. I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to give any spoilers. You got to watch the movie to find out. Quick pitch that I'm had a chance to give you for a really important event that's happening in Nashville, Tennessee, in a few months. It's called the Courage Under Fire Gala, and actually, my beautiful wife, Alyssa, organizes and runs the event, and she was given the opportunity to come up and tell you about it, but she recruited me. She just turned to me and said, "You're going to do it," and said, "Here I am." So Courage Under Fire, it's more than a typical fundraising banquet. It really is a movement to mobilize Christians and conservatives and inspire us to go out and fight the culture war, because we feel like we're in a winning position right now. We're all feeling really good. I mean, I feel good. I don't know about you guys. I don't feel good very often about a lot of things, but this time I do, so it's weird. But the fight continues, and that's what this event's all about. So I want you to consider joining us in Nashville, Tennessee for this incredible event on May 23rd. It'll be a night of encouragement and camaraderie with leaders from the church and the culture and the pro-life movement, all there to share in the true, the good, and the beautiful. There will be tremendous speakers this year. Father Mike Schmitz, I'm a big fan of, will be there. Yeah, he's great. He's great. Kirk Cameron will be there as well. And I will be the MC of the event. My wife got a discounted rate of $0 for my services. And also some guy named Michael Knowles will be there for some reason. I don't. That was a bigger cheer than you gave me. I don't like that. Now I'm offended. So there's a booth, which is, I think, right out there for Courage Under Fire. You could go buy your tickets right now for 15% off. Or you can enter to win VIP tickets for free. So please come to the event. We want it to be a huge success. Please come. If it's not a success, my wife will blame me for it. So we would ask you to be there. Now, on to the main event. I have the honor of introducing a man who was raised by a single mother who then became the leading pediatric neurosurgeon in the United States, then became a presidential candidate, then became a top cabinet official. Our keynote speaker this morning, a man that I have admired personally for many, many years, has to put it mildly, a unique and incredibly valuable insight into faith, family, life, what it means to become successful and persevere. So I am honored to welcome to the stage the iconic Dr. Ben Carson. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Delighted to be here and so happy to see particularly so many young people who are interested in the issues of life. You know, it's something that's been important to me ever since I was a youngster. I loved the whole concept of medicine and doctors because they prolonged and improved the quality of life. And I used to love to hear the stories about missionary doctors and how at great personal sacrifice they traveled all over the world to bring not only physical but mental and spiritual healing to people. And I determined when I was 8 years old that I would be a missionary doctor. And that was my goal until I was 13. At which time, having grown up in dire poverty, I decided I'd rather be rich. So at that point, missionary doctor was out and psychiatrist was in. I didn't know any psychiatrists, but on TV they seemed like rich people. You know, they lived in mansions and they drove Jaguars and they had these big plush offices. And all they had to do was talk to crazy people all day. And it seemed like I was doing that anyway, so I said, this is going to work out extremely well. And I started reading Psychology Today. I was the local shrink in high school. Everybody brought me their problems. I would sit them down, stroke my chin, say, tell me about your mama. And I majored in psychology in college at Yale. Had some incredible professors. One of them was Anna Freud, the daughter of Sigmund Freud. And I was into all of this psychoanalysis. I was going to be the world's greatest psychiatrist. But when I got to medical school, I started meeting a bunch of psychiatrists. Need I say more? Just kidding, some of my best friends are psychiatrists, but I started listening to the neurosurgeons and the stuff that they were saying, and I was just so fascinated by the things that it could do with the brain and with the spinal cord. And I started moving in that direction, and people were saying, no, that's the wrong field for you. At that time, there had been 8 black neurosurgeons in the world. But I'll tell you a secret. God does not dispense talent based on race. And I took the neurosurgery like a duck takes the water. I started out as an adult neurosurgeon, but I migrated toward the kids because with a kid, you can operate for 10, 12, 15, 20 hours. And if you're successful, the reward may be 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 years of life. Whereas with an old geezer, you spend all that time operating, and they die in 5 years or something else. So I'd like to get a big return on my investment. I'm just kidding, I like old people. I'm one of them now. But let's talk about rights and who has rights. You know, so many people in the early days came to this country because they came from countries where people did not have rights, where they believed in the right of kings. Off with his head, no questions asked. It's very different. The founders of this country were amazing people, incredibly smart. They studied every governmental system that had ever existed in the world. And they were eclectics. They extracted the good things and moved out the bad things. And they worked hard to give us a Constitution that respected the rights of people. And Ben Franklin was an incredible individual. He was the elder statesman during the last Constitutional Convention when everything was about to fall apart and everybody was going to take their marbles and go home. And he got off in front of that assembly and he said, "Gentlemen, stop." He said, "Let's get down on our knees and let's seek wisdom from God." And they knelt down and prayed, and they got up and put together the Constitution of the United States, which I believe is a God-inspired document to look after the rights of all of us. But you look at the Declaration of Independence, what does it say? Life, first of all, liberty and the pursuit of happiness. Think about that. And it says our rights come from God, not from government. So there are those who say, but some people or entities, as they like to call it, don't have any rights. There are those who would have thought that there was a time when people like me didn't have any rights in this country. Obviously, things have changed since that time. But we have to think about who has rights. You know, when I was a kid in the 5th grade, there were a lot of people who would have said, this guy is nothing. He's not going to amount to anything. I was a horrible student. I was probably the worst student you've ever seen. Everybody teased me, called me dummy. I really hated it, but I tried to act like I didn't really care, but I did. But I did have a way to get back at my classmates. I was very good at one thing in particular. That was getting other people kicked out of class. I would study my classmates and figure out what made them really, really angry. And then I would just irritate them until they were about to explode. But I would never push the last button to make them explode until we were in class and the teacher was nearby. Then I would do it, they would explode, the teacher would kick them out, and I would say, yeah. Because I wouldn't be the only person who didn't learn anything that day. But there was this one girl in class. Now, you all know this girl. Some of you were her, Miss Goody Two-Shoes. Everything perfect, pristine, on time, made everybody else look like a total jerk. I said, wouldn't it be great to get her kicked out of class? There was only one problem. She was cool, calm, collected. You couldn't get under her skin. But I was persistent. And I finally figured out what got her mad. And she was boiling. I mean, the steam was coming out of her ears. But I didn't push the last button till we were in class. And lo and behold, she sat right down in the seat in front of me. I said, the Lord is good. And as the teacher approached, I started irritating her. I pushed the last button, but she didn't explode. She just quietly turned around and said, you and me on the playground at recess. So that didn't work out all that well. But there are all these people who place value on people or take value away. And that's what we need to think about. The beginning of life. You have a female gamete, 23 chromosomes, no potential to become a human being. You have a male gamete, 23 chromosomes, no potential to become a human being. And then fertilization occurs. And at that instant, you have a zygote with 46 chromosomes, complete genetic code for a new and distinct human being. Not part of the mother, not part of the father, a completely different new individual who is rapidly developing. I mean, by the time 6 or 8 weeks have gone by, you've already got a heart that's beating. You can see little eye buds, little finger buds. All of these things are not random. They occur in an orderly fashion. And that brain is developing incredibly fast. Think about it. You know, billions and billions of neurons every single day. Hundreds of billions of interconnections. And by the time a baby is born, that brain is still rapidly developing. That's why newborn babies sleep 20 to 22 hours a day, because that brain is developing so fast. It continues to develop until your mid-20s. Some people it never develops, but think about that. We are in a society where people think that kids, 10, 11, 12, 13 years old, with non-developed brains can make decisions that will change their lives forever without telling their parents. Bodily mutilation, hormonal injections. Think about that. It actually makes no sense at all, what we're doing. And then, what happens during an abortion? In the early stages, if you've ever seen one, on the ultrasound, they always make sure that the woman is looking in a different direction or that she can't see the screen. Because you can see that baby, you can see the arms and the legs and the head, and all of a sudden you introduce this tube into the scene, and a lot of times the baby moves away from it, but it can't escape. And it pulls off an arm, and it pulls off a leg, and you see all the blood and gore going down the tube. And later on, in the later stages, when the tissue is too tough to be taken out that way, they introduce a forceps into the uterus, grab whatever you can, twist and pull, and out comes an arm, out comes a shoulder, a leg, a liver. It's abominable. And this is at a stage when we have proven medically that the babies have sensation. They can feel that. Imagine you can feel it and someone is tearing you apart, limb by limb, only because they think you're not important. You don't mean anything. And think about all those people who go about trying to save snail darters and little creatures. And I don't have any problem with saving the little creatures, but those little creatures are less sophisticated than that baby. So why not have the same concern about that baby? You know, you see these commercials on television about these animals that are being abused, and it touches me deeply. I love animals. But why can't we have the same concern about human babies who are in the womb, who are unprotected? This is what we really need to be thinking about as a society right now. You know, I remember being in South Africa. I was at a conference, and this was an achievement summit, and one of the speakers was the head of the ACLU. And he was talking about how the ACLU speaks for those who cannot speak for themselves, and how incredibly wonderful they are. And when he finished at Q&A time, I stood up and I said, I recently saw a young woman in my clinic. She was 33 weeks pregnant. She was on her way to Kansas to get an abortion. And that was the only place that they would do it that late. 33 weeks, that baby is viable outside of the womb without life support. And I said, fortunately, I was able to talk her out of getting the abortion. The baby had a neurological problem. We were able to fix it surgically, and she's so happy and she's thrilled with that baby. I said, would you speak for that baby? That baby had no one to speak for it. And he hemmed and he hawed and he dodged and he weaved, but he would never answer the question. So later on that evening at dinner, he was unfortunate enough to be seated next to me. And I continued the interrogation. And I said, you know, I operate sometimes on little premature babies, 26, 27, 28 weeks gestation. I said, would you speak for those babies? He said, absolutely. I said, but the one who was several weeks further developed and in the safest place they could possibly be in the mother's womb, you can't speak for that one? And he said, I know that doesn't make sense. He says, but I believe you can kill that baby until the moment it is born. And I said, would you say that in public? And he said, no. Now they will say it in public. That's how far we have descended as a society. And yet, the same people are willing to charge someone who murders a pregnant woman with 2 murders. So does that make any sense? If you murder the woman who is pregnant, you get charged with 2 murders. But if you murder the baby alone, no problem. These are the kinds of things that we need to be discussing with people. And for a long time, the left and those who are abortion advocates have had their voices heard without the opposing view. And we need to make sure that we get that opposing view out there and not be afraid. Fear keeps people from doing things. Even though they may believe in something, they don't want to be injured. I remember when I was running for president, one of the things that really encouraged me was the fact that from the smallest little hamlets to the biggest cities, the American people have common sense. What they don't have is courage. And a lot of people would rather stand in the corner and stare at the floor than to voice their opinion. We'd be willing to voice that opinion. And we have to be courageous. You know, when I was a resident, I remember I was on call one night, and in came a young man who had been severely beaten with a baseball bat. He was unconscious, his brain was swelling, he was about to die. So, of course, I called for the attending neurosurgeon because I was a resident. I couldn't operate on him by myself. Couldn't reach him. None of the other neurosurgeons were in town. They were at a national conference in Boston. And here was a situation where the young man was to die. A resident legally can't take someone to the operating room by himself to do a very dangerous operation. It would require moving portions of the brain to create space in the skull. I didn't know what to do, and I prayed for wisdom, and a calm came over me. And I realized immediately what I had to do. I had to take him to the operating room to do this operation that I had never done before, but that I had seen, risking my whole career. But you know, everything came back to me. It was crystal clear. The operation was successful. That young man today is a child psychologist doing just fine. But I didn't get in any trouble at all. And I bring that up to say that we do have a support system. It's called faith in God, believing in God. And we have a duty to do something with that faith. I want you to think back to World War II. Think about all those young women who went into the factories and were blown up in the munitions factories. Did that stop them? No. They kept going. They built more airplanes, tanks, and mortars than anybody could imagine. The young men, 16, 17, 18, many of them lied about their age so that they could fight for our country. Think about D-Day as they approached the shores of Normandy, being mowed down by machine gun fire. Hundreds of bodies dead in the sand. Thousands of bodies dead in the sands. Were the others afraid? Did they turn back? Yes, they were afraid. No, they didn't turn back. They stepped over the dead bodies. They overwhelmed the Axis forces, knowing in many cases they would never see their loved ones or their homeland again. Why did they do that? Obviously not for themselves. They did it for you and me so that we could live in peace and freedom, the rights that we have. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's our turn to do it for those who are coming after us. Thank you very much.
Give it up for Ben Carson. He is awesome. All right, our morning session is almost over, but we have one more speaker for you guys. Our last speaker for this morning is an incredible woman who has spent time both inside the doors and outside the doors of Planned Parenthood. After leaving the abortion industry, she has dedicated her life to taking them down with boldness, and she runs her ministries, and then there were none, and pro-life ministries. Give it up for Dr. Abby Johnson.
Hi. Howdy. It's so good to be here with all of you. I was supposed to be on at like 9:30, and they say that punctuality is a sign of professionalism, so I'm the least professional person at the summit. So anyway, it's really good to be here with all of you. I only have a few minutes, but I want to tell you a couple of stories. In Orlando, Florida, there was a woman that worked at an abortion clinic named Lorinda. She was a nurse there and had been there for quite some time. She had had a few abortions by a doctor named Dr. Pendergraph. And he often skirted around the law and performed abortions way past the law allowed in the state of Florida. And one such instance was a time that Lorinda was working there, and a woman came in, and she was 30 weeks pregnant. And they had given her the necessary medications to induce her labor, and during the process, she began to feel pressure down in her pelvic area. And the woman ran to the bathroom, and she delivered her 30-week-old baby alive in the toilet. And as she was delivering, she began screaming. And Lorinda and Lorinda's supervisor ran into the restroom to see what was going on. And they heard her delivering her baby, and they heard the baby splash into the toilet. And then they heard a paddling noise. They heard the baby paddling its legs and its arms in the toilet. Lorinda leapt to try to get the woman off the toilet to save the baby, but was physically restrained by her supervisor and was not allowed to save the child. And Lorinda said that she heard the paddling for several seconds and then heard silence. And she knew that the baby had drowned. That was in Orlando, Florida. In Pennsylvania, there was a doctor by the name of Kermit Gosnell, and there was a woman named Adrienne Moten. Adrienne Moten had several abortions by Dr. Gosnell. She began to work for him at a young age after having had abortions by him. And during her time there, she really grew to love him as like an uncle. He took care of her, he paid for her bills, took her out on outings, really sort of groomed her to be a part of his family. She felt indebted to him, and she became his right-hand woman in the clinic. There were many times that Dr. Gosnell would deliver almost full-term babies, and they would be alive. When these babies would be born alive, he would take a pair of household scissors, and he would turn the babies over as they would straddle his arm, and he would puncture the back of their necks with these household scissors. And he would call it snipping. He would snip their spinal cord to kill them, to murder them. Several women died inside of Kermit Gosnell's clinic. That was not why his clinic was raided. It was actually raided because they thought that he was running a pill mill, which he was. But it wasn't the deaths, it wasn't the murders of the innocent babies that caught the state's attention. It wasn't the deaths of the women that caught the state's attention. It was because he was handing out prescription narcotics at a rate that he shouldn't have been. Eventually, when they walked in, they found bottles of jars of babies' feet that he had cut off, hundreds of babies' feet he had cut off and kept in jars. They found all kinds of crazy things in his clinic, and Gosnell was actually convicted of murder. And Adrienne turned state's witness, and she was put in federal prison for 3 years. Both of these women are now a part of our ministry, and then there were none. Both of these women witnessed murders. Both of these women witnessed things that are absolutely unthinkable to our minds. They participated in things that are absolutely unexplainable, unimaginable to our minds. Yet they're happening in our society each and every day. I have a session later on this afternoon at 4 where we're going to be going through the traits of a serial killer, and we're going to compare them to abortionists in our nation. You will be surprised at how similar the two are. I think we all have been pleased with some of the things that we have seen come out of this current administration. But these are things that we expected. Mexico City policy, that's like a ping pong ball. We expect that to go back and forth dependent on the administration. We expected, and of course, are so thankful that Trump pardoned the 23 pro-life prisoners. We are very thankful that now we finally have some common sense and don't have 3,000 genders in our country. I'm glad that Trump restored the Hyde Amendment. That was precedent for 50 years. But I want to make something clear. That did not defund Planned Parenthood. Not even close. The bulk of the abortion industry's money comes from Title 19 funding, which is traditional Medicaid funding. It also comes from Title 10 cash grants, Title 20 cash grants, and Title 5 cash grants. That's the bulk of where their funding comes in this country. And every single penny that goes into Planned Parenthood's bank account is completely and 100% fungible. Do you understand what that means? Their abortion money and their family planning dollars goes into one bank account. So to say that, oh, we've defunded Planned Parenthood because we've taken away their abortion money is completely and 100% false. So while we absolutely appreciate what President Trump has done so far, it is not enough. And we are going and as the pro-life generation, we are going to continue to demand more. We are going to continue to demand more of our pro-life administration. Yes? Yes. We are going to continue to demand full defunding of the abortion industry in the United States. And we are not going to let anyone in this movement, anyone anywhere, tell us that it is not possible to defund our country's largest abortion facilities. We are not going to allow that to happen. We are not going to allow anyone to tell us it's not possible. Of course it is possible. Of course it is possible to defund the biggest murderers in our society. Of course it is. And if you tell us there's not a way, then I'm going to tell you, find a way. There is a way, and we are going to make it happen. And if he is truly the greatest pro-life president of our time, then I demand that he do this. This would be the greatest pro-life victory of our time. We are not just here to regulate abortion, friends. We are here to abolish abortion. And we are here. We are going to be here. We are going to stay here. We are going to be resolute. We are not going to compromise until every one of these murder facilities are shut down. They are closed down. They are shuttered. Until every baby is protected. Until every one of these chemical abortion pills, the pills are flushed down the toilet, not the babies. And we are going to keep fighting until abortion is abolished in this land. Thank you all so much, and God bless you.
Give it up for Abby Johnson. How are we feeling out there, y'all? Good? Give me a Trump dance if you're doing good right now, guys. Amazing. I love it. I love it. All right. Before we head into some breakout sessions, I do have a few announcements for you guys. First of all, we have 2 special intensive breakouts this year. Facts About Fertility and Sidewalk Advocates are both hosting these sessions. They run back-to-back, so you need to make sure you are at the first one. Facts About Fertility starts during session 1. Sidewalk Advocates starts during session 2. These run consecutively. So you'll want to join that first session, and these rooms do have limited seating, but there should still be space available. Other announcements, if you're going to the VIP lunch, it is on the lobby level. And then there is also a pro-life job fair if you're interested in working in the pro-life movement, which you should be. And that's hosted by the Heritage Foundation and Heritage Action for America, starting now through 1:30 in the Commerce Room on the meeting level. If you want a job in the pro-life movement, go there. And I have a question. Who here loves babies? Good, you're at the right place. And who here loves coffee? I know that's the reason half of you were able to wake up this early this morning. So I want to give a special shout out to 7 Weeks Coffee, who supports over 1,000 pregnancy centers and pro-life organizations across the country. To date, they've donated over $750,000 to these partners. So this is your sign to ditch woke coffee brands and go and visit their booth to go get some 7 Weeks Coffee and let your coffee serve a greater purpose. With that being said, go out, have some fun, and end abortion, y'all.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Come on in, grab a seat. My name is Tyson Langhofer. I am the director of the Center for Academic Freedom with Alliance Defending Freedom. And we are one of the co-hosts of this event. We've done it from the beginning. We love partnering with Students for Life and all the other amazing pro-life organizations that are out here. If you're not familiar with Alliance Defending Freedom, we are the world's largest religious liberty organization defending the right to life, the right to marriage and family, the parental rights, the right to free speech, and religious liberty. And we do that through our various different centers. We've got a Center for Life who obviously defends life from from conception to natural death. And we were instrumental in drafting many of the pro-life legislation throughout the country and then defending them and played a big part in the Dobbs decision there. We're also very active now defending a lot of pregnancy resource centers in the attacks that the various state attorney generals are taking against them. We also have a Center for Parental Rights where we're defending the rights of parents to be able to raise their children without interference from the government. And my team is the Center for Academic Freedom. It's where I've done a lot of work with Students for Life groups across the country to help them get their message out there, to be able to express their message. It's not obviously the most welcome message on campus, right? And it's also often censored, so if you have problems with that, find me later. Obviously, Zach does a good job as well and his team of defending the groups, on behalf of Students for Life. Then we have a Center for Christian Ministries where we defend the rights of churches and other ministries, schools, to be able to live consistently with their faith. And we do a lot of work in the legislative sphere as well. So we're really excited to be able to partner in advancing the cause of life. So we've got an amazing breakout. This is called Mapping Out the New Political Landscape. And we have three amazing speakers for you. First, we're going to have Congressman Robert Aderholt. He is serving in his 15th term from the great state of Alabama. He is the chairs of the Value Actions team, and he has been a fierce pro-life advocate every term in Congress, and we're so happy to have him here. He's going to be a great speaker to be able to tell you where we're at in terms of the political landscape. Next, after that, we will have Michelle Vendito. She is the president of the Dimitri Institute for Pro-Life Advancement and works with SFLA for quite a long time. And then we have finally, last but not least, will be Kristan Hawkins, the presidents of Students for Life for America and Students for Life Action. So buckle up for a great panel. They're going to give you everything you need to know about the political landscape. And now, please help me welcome Congressman Robert Aderholt.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's great to be with you, and thank you for the invitation to join you this morning. I am honored to be with the future, the next generation, future leaders of the pro-life movement, and it is great to be with you. Just, I know that he just gave me an introduction, but let me just tell you briefly. I'm Robert Aderholt. I serve as Congressman for the 4th Congressional District of Alabama. And do we have anybody from Alabama out here today? Okay, good, great, good to have you here, and as well as everyone here. I represent the northern part of the state, area between Birmingham and Huntsville, and I am in my 15th term, which sounds like a long time, but of course in the House we only have 2-year terms. But I have been in Washington quite a few years, serving in the House of Representatives. I was elected at the ripe old age of 31, and so I came to Congress early. Matter of fact, I was the youngest Republican to the 105th Congress when I came, and but not so much anymore. But I am honored to be with you, and like I say, your commitment and your willingness to stand for the voiceless inspire me, and I can tell you it inspires countless other individuals around the country to see your presence here at the March for Life, and just what a great opportunity it is. And I'm just, like I said, just honored to be with you, and thankful that we have folks like yourselves that are out there working in the vineyard, that are out there standing for life, standing for the unborn, those that are most vulnerable. With pro-life majorities in the House and in the Senate, and with Donald Trump in the White House, we have a unique opportunity before us. And I know that's stating the obvious, but I can't underestimate, or I can't stress enough how important that is, the opportunities that we do indeed have before us. We entered into a new chapter in American politics and the abortion debate with the decision that came down in 2022 with Dobbs and how it really changed the landscape for all of us that believe that pro-life and that saving babies and protecting the vulnerable is so important. I will say most people saw the Dobbs decision that was handed down as one that dealt with how states should deal with the abortion issue. And, but the decision went much further than that. And we hear a lot about now it's in the hands of the states. But the Dobbs decision, which was actually called Dobbs versus Jackson's Women's Health versus Jackson's Women's Health Organization, went really, like I said, a lot further than just sending this issue back to the states. What it really, in essence, what the bottom line of what the Dobbs decision did was take the decision of abortion and the laws regarding abortion out of the hands of an unelected U.S. Supreme Court and put it into the hands of elected legislators, whether they be on the federal level or whether they be on the state level. And so many people, I think, hear the talk about sending it back to the states and forget about the fact that it also allows the United States Congress as elected legislators to be involved. And so it really, while it did push it back to the states to some degree, what really I see the Dobbs decision and what it did, it was allowed elected legislators that are elected by the people to make the decision regarding the pro-life issues and restrictions on abortion, as opposed to 9 members of the United States Supreme Court who are not elected and who will have a lifetime appointment to make that decision. And of course, as you know, going back to the Roe v. Wade decision back in the 1970s, that decision where they saw the Constitution that gave protection for abortion, the court under Dobbs, under the Dobbs decision said that protection is really not in the Constitution. And that they stretched the laws when that decision was made. And we know that state legislatures now can deal with abortion, but it's not left up to them alone. As I say, it's left also the United States House, the United States Senate can also weigh in on this issue, and that's what we did just this week. In the House of Representatives, we passed the Child Protection Act, which allows if a baby is born as a product of an abortion that went wrong, then the doctors and the nurses and the medical personnel that's involved have to do everything they can to make sure they save that baby's life. As the law stands right now, there's no obligation for them to do that. So that was a big win. This will be a big win. We were sending it to the Senate, and obviously we are very hopeful and that the Senate will pass it and the President will sign that into law. But the bottom line is the United States Supreme Court ruled that in the Dobbs decision that the Constitution does not prohibit in any way the putting restraints on abortion. And it returned the power to elected, to the people of the United States of America. And because through their elective representatives. Therefore, all of you and all pro-life Americans, quite honestly, have an opportunity to get out and work for pro-life candidates to make sure that pro-life candidates are elected not only on the state level in the state legislatures, but also to the United States House of Representatives, where I serve, and to the United States Senate to protect the unborn. Before the Dobbs decision, it was much more difficult to regulate and to restrict abortions by our elected officials in the state legislature or the United States Congress, but as I say, that has changed. So we all have our work cut out for us to elect pro-life members of Congress in the United States Senate, the United States House of Representatives, and also in the legislatures, whether it be Alabama, California, Mississippi, New York, or whatever the state may be. I also have the privilege to serve in the United States House of Representatives as chairman of the House Value Action Team. We call it short VAT. Value Action Team is a caucus made up of like-minded members that really see the values issues in the United States Congress as something that we should promote and that we need to make sure that we don't forget. Sometimes in Washington, as you know, we can get very bogged down in tax laws and trying to make sure that we lower taxes, which I totally support, and to deregulate and put less restrictions on businesses that are just trying to do a good job and trying to serve the people that want to buy their product. But at the same time, we don't want to forget about the values of this country that made this nation great. And the Value Action Team is that caucus in the United States House of Representatives and in the United States Senate that focus on those issues to keep our members, to keep our elected leadership, whether it be the Speaker or the Majority Leader or whoever the case may be in our respective bodies, that we cannot forget the pro-life issues. Thankfully, in the House of Representatives, under the leadership of Mike Johnson and under the leadership of Steve Scalise as Majority Leader and Tom Emmer as Whip, we have a leadership in the House of Representatives that respects life. But obviously, there's a lot of things that are, a lot of people that tug on their coattails as far as different legislation, and sometimes they can be inundated about other issues. So our focus is to keep on pro-life issues, but also on pro-family issues, the sanctity of marriage and making sure that we protect the family. So pro-life issue is one of the most important parts of the Value Action Team, but it's only one part. It's also protecting the family, and also another important aspect is religious freedom. And whether that be conscious decisions, where we want to make sure that if a physician is working at a hospital or in some kind of medical clinic, they are not forced to do abortion. So conscience and religious freedom is so important as well. And I mention religious freedom because that is a whole new separate thing in of itself. It's something that I think we in America take for granted too often. I really believe that, and I think if you look at the Founding Fathers, one of the main reasons that people came to the United States, or what would ultimately become the United States of America, was because of their commitment to religious freedom, to make sure that people could worship freely. And going back all the way to the Pilgrims when they came here back in the early days, well before the United States of America was ever thought of. This was brought home to me just about a year ago. I met up with a gentleman that was actually originally from Alabama, and he was doing some work in Nicaragua with some pastors. And I don't know if how familiar you are with Nicaragua. It's a country down in Central America, but it is actually under communist control. The government there puts restriction on people being able to worship. These pastors in Nicaragua put together a worship service in Nicaragua. And they the government, it was so overwhelming that so many people came that it was, spooked the government, I guess for lack of a better word. It really concerned them, and so they put these pastors in jail. And because of that, they confiscated what all the church had, put the pastors in jail, sentenced them 10 to 15 years in prison. And my friend that I have since become friends with, that I met about a year ago, he had been working with these pastors and trying to get them freed. And thankfully, I can report back just a few months ago, all the pastors did get released, and they are actually free today. So let's give them that's something to be very thankful for. And I mention that because, as I say, here in the United States, we take that for granted too much of the time. We sometimes forget about the fact that we can come to Washington and participate in a March for Life, or that we can work on issues that regard religious freedom issues. But there's so many places in the world today where that is not possible. And as I mentioned, I'm from Alabama. I'm from a rural part of the state, in the northwest part of the state, small town of Haleyville. That's where I grew up. And one of the reasons I'm so thankful for that, that we have the religious freedom in this country, because as a young boy growing up in Alabama, I saw the need for Christ in my own life and accepted Christ as my Savior, and I went to church, pretty much every Sunday, and I never once worried about the fact that I would go to jail, or the pastor of the church that I attended would go to jail or have any repercussions from the federal government. And that is a freedom that I know that we so much take for granted in this country. And while I realize it, I do so much time when I'm in church and when I'm at worship service, and even when I'm in a Bible study in the United States Capitol, which, believe it or not, we do have there's some Bible studies in the United States Capitol that a lot of people would find that hard to believe. But we do, we're able to worship freely in this country, and so it's something that we take for granted, that so many people, even in Middle Eastern countries like Saudi Arabia and Iran, don't have those freedoms either, and especially like North Korea. So we pray for them. So that's what the Value Action Team does. We focus, like I said, pro-life issues is one of our main focuses, but making sure that we also protect the family, protect conscience, protect religious freedom in this country. So my request to you would be that I know we have people from all over the country that's here in this room and at this march, to reach out to their congressman and ask them to become a member of the VAT, of the Value Action Team, and that you know that these issues are important to you, and I know you wouldn't be here unless these issues are important to you. And let me just say in closing that we have a lot of members in Congress that are very, very pro-life. Now, I will say we have two types of pro-life members in the United States Congress. We have one group that are pro-life because in their hearts they are pro-life and believe in protection of the unborn. And then we have some members of Congress that are pro-life because their constituents demand it. And obviously, I gravitate, and I'm real thankful for those that in their heart of hearts knows that we have to protect the unborn child. But I'm also grateful that we do have members, for whatever reason, that they will support pro-life issues because their constituents demand it. And it's constituents like yourself that they hear from, and they know that if they do not vote pro-life, then they would not get reelected. And I say that's important because of the fact that they hear from the pro-choice group as well. And if the pro-life voices do not speak up, then they will be drowned out by the pro-choice groups. And so those members could very well vote to not protect pro-life. So I would encourage you to call your members of Congress, emails, text, I would say fax, but people usually don't do that much anymore, and to let them know that when a pro-life piece of legislation is on the floor that you're watching their vote. because I can tell you, you can say, what does my particular voice mean? But I can tell you it means a lot, because as a member of Congress, I know that for every person that I hear from, that there's probably hundreds that feel the same way that are not calling my office. So you're speaking for a lot of people when you make that phone call. So we multiply that one call by really hundreds, because representing here in the House, we represent somewhere between 700,000 and 800,000 people, according to the state. So we know we represent a lot of people. So that one call, that one email, makes a big difference. So I would encourage you to do that. So again, I want to say it's a real honor to be with you, to be with the future leaders of the pro-life cause here. Individuals like yourself that took the time, took the commitment to come here to Washington and involved with the March for Life. And so as I look around the room, I know there's a few from Alabama here, but I know most of you can't vote for me. But I like to tell groups when I'm like this, when I speak to groups like this, I can vote for you, and I can vote for pro-life issues to save babies and to make sure that we protect the unborn. So may God bless you. May God bless these United States of America as we protect the unborn. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Congressman. You know, he doesn't know this, but I was in the Capitol Gallery on Thursday when the Born Alive Protection Act passed the House, and we all clapped and stood and cheered, which you are not supposed to do. So we got gavelled at quite loudly, which was a really fun first for me. I got the gavel in the Capitol building, but don't do that. So for how many of you is this your first National Pro-Life Summit? I want to see. That's a lot. Congratulations on being here and making it. I am so excited for you. This is my 11th summit, now serving with Students for Life of America. I can't believe it when I say it, and it makes me think about my age a little too much, so we're going to pass by that number. But working in the pro-life movement, it is the dream. But I can't imagine another organization where in one day I get to protest Planned Parenthood, then go lobby Congress, then come back to the hotel and study and dig through all of this wonderful math that we are going to nerd out on this morning. So Students for Life, we have grown so much over the last couple years that we actually have 3 strategic initiatives that my team and I, we get to help lead. We have the Campaign for Abortion-Free Cities, and that is our grassroots, alumni, and adult community work. So if you are no longer in school, you are still the pro-life generation, so that is for you. Then we have our Standing With You initiative, which is our supportive services network on campus and communities, and there's a booth out there for that. And then what we'll be getting into today is the Dimitri Institute for Pro-Life Advancement, which is our research arm. Now, the first 2 do have tables and information out there, so you can come visit and ask a lot of questions. The Dimitri Institute, we didn't get a table, so you won't see us out there. It would just be a tablecloth and me and an Excel sheet, and you don't want that. But I will be at the Standing With You booth if you have questions about what we share this morning. Also, everything that I'm going to share is published online, so you can go to instituteforprolifeadvancement.org if you're wondering more about these studies. The full white paper for everything that we're going to dig into is published on there. I want to give a shout out to Kristan Hawkins on our team who did a wonderful write-up on our polling. So if anybody shares a number during a presentation, you should always ask, what's your source? Where did you get that? What was your sample size? So if you're a nerd like me, all that information is going to be online. But our Dimitri Institute, we published 2 significant pieces over these last couple of months. One was an election night exit survey in key ballot referendum states, and the other was our annual national poll of youth voter trends that was just released last week. So you were the first group of people really digging through those numbers and looking at this. And both of these studies have provided profound insight on what is next. So it's what is the priority in our messaging, what is working and what is not. And I'll be honest, the results were a little bit of a good news, bad news situation. And there were a couple of plot twists. There were a couple numbers in here that I really didn't see coming. But that's what I love about working with data. Numbers don't lie.
right? Numbers don't lie. We get the truth about where we stand as a movement and where we stand with young voters. So I set this up this morning as kind of a compliment sandwich, if you've ever heard of one of those. We'll start with some good news to buffer the bad news, and then we'll feel good and we'll get back into some good news. I used to be a public school educator, so I had to get real good at the compliment sandwiches for parent-teacher conferences. You know, Brad is such a delight. He's failing math and he licks his chair, but he colors in the lines super well, and we just love him. He's wonderful. So we'll start with the good news. There are a lot of good things in these reports. So the first one this morning is that 7 in 10 support some limits on abortion. This is up from last year's 65% to now 67%. This tells us that radical abortion support, it is not the norm. It is not the norm. People do not like it. Consistently, so related to that, consistently, less than 1 in 10 voters, no matter how we phrase the question year after year, do not support the radical abortion agenda of abortion through all 9 months, or even extending to the life, ending the life of a child during a failed abortion. This is not a popular view. That Born Alive Protection Act, another version of that, did fail in the Senate this week. An act designed to protect children already born alive from a failed abortion couldn't pass. But only 9% of youth voters actually agree on that. I hope our congresspeople are paying attention. Youth voters don't want that. More good news. Minds can be changed. We found that more than 3 in 10 youth voters would be more willing to accept limits if families got the help they needed. Now, I know that one's not going to be super surprising to you, and if you're like me, you hear this and you think, yeah, we have all the support, we do all of that, we have all of these wonderful resources, just tell them about it. Oh, if they only knew. But I'm here to tell you they really don't know. And in a study that we ran a couple years back, and you can find this one online too, through our campaign for abortion-free cities, when we go door to door talking with our neighbors and really trying to change hearts and minds in our communities, we asked them if they knew what their pregnancy help center was, and they did not. I went door knocking in one community, I could point at the building, and they didn't know what it was. They couldn't name it. So 73% of our neighbors that year across the country did not know what a pregnancy help center was. And to be fair, there are some accommodations and some better services that do need to be put in place. That's why we have our Standing With You initiative, passing better accommodations and policies on college campuses. You know, Planned Parenthood, they have about 600 facilities across the country. Now, that's 600 too many. There should be 0. But 600, it's actually not a lot when you think about our population and how many major cities that we have. There are 15,000 federally qualified health center locations. Those outnumber Planned Parenthood 25 to 1. That doesn't even count the 2,500 pregnancy help centers. So these services exist. And the good news is, if a third of these youth voters, if they only knew this, the vote would be swayed. So that's great news. Time for the bad news. Just rip the Band-Aid off. 7 in 10 voters betray their own values. Here's what that looks like. Our students and staff, we ran an exit poll in key ballot referendum states on election night. We were actually at the polls asking questions as people exited in those key ballot referendum states I'm sure you're all familiar with. We asked a lot of questions, but 2 main questions were, we asked what their opinion was on abortion, and we asked whether or not they supported the ballot measure in their state. And what we found was more than 7 in 10 voted against their own values when supporting these pro-abortion ballot measures. That means people either fell victim to misinformation that ballot referendums needed to pass to cover some abortion or miscarriage care, which is not abortion, by the way. Or, and here's what I think, they weren't confident enough to go with their gut. This is one stat that could have its own presentation. And we've actually done this before. The last couple years at the summit, we've presented findings from a deeper messaging study called the movable middle on what motivates people in the middle on abortion and what can shift them towards the pro-life position, and not like apologetics, more of what is the psychology of why they're in the middle and what might shift them out of it. So many participants in that study, when I personally watched these interviews that we did, so many of them would use this phrase, abortion is killing the baby. They know it. They know it, and they don't like it. Every time they didn't like it. Just like the polling results, the majority of voters in this exit survey reported that they do not support abortion through all 9 months, and yet, in shocking states like Missouri, Ohio, Arizona, these amendments passed. My interpretation of this is just Michelle Venditto, working in coalitions all across the country. They don't have the courage. We need to work on the hearts of America, not to convince them that abortion is wrong. Yes, we still need to do that, but they know it. We need to work on their hearts that it's okay to not be okay with abortion and vote like it. You having a display on your campus, that gives your peers courage. You speaking up and hosting events at your church, that gives God's people courage. You marching for life yesterday, that gives our nation courage. These things are important. It is important to be visible, to be loud, to be a little bit annoying, graceful. But, make there be no mistake in your circle of influence that you stand for life, right? The children who die in abortions, they can't do that. So don't for a second be afraid of offending someone with your belief that life matters. If we are not saying it, then who is? If the rest of the country is not bold enough to vote their actual values, then who is going to show them that they're not alone? We absolutely need you to stand up for this issue. Make it known. Make them see that they're not alone. So see how I kind of twisted the bad news into a good thing? We're motivated, right? So here's the one that was kind of a plot twist for me, something that I didn't really see myself. I didn't see it coming. So we'll start with this one, and then I'll explain it. 30% viewed Planned Parenthood less favorably after learning more about them. Now that alone, that feels good. That's not that surprising because we know how bad Planned Parenthood is. We know how awful they are. Founded by known racists and eugenicists like Margaret Sanger, Planned Parenthood has failed multiple health and safety, standards, and they're sending women to the hospital. Planned Parenthood has about a dozen or more cases of not reporting the sexual abuse of minor children and just selling them the abortion anyway and sending them back into their situation. So we know Planned Parenthood is icky, and all of that can shift minds. But here's the one that shifted opinions the most. Here's what I didn't see coming. Youth voters care about fertility. They cared about fertility when we gave them education on what Planned Parenthood transgender services are actually doing to young people. And it is what moved their favorability of Planned Parenthood the most. It's the transgender services, the puberty blockers, all of these that lead to irreversible sterilization. Isn't it interesting that a nation with a declining birth rate and a lifestyle that seems to be less and less focused on family cared about fertility? There's that instinct again. There's that gut feeling that this matters. We just need to give them courage to vote like it. I've got a final bit of good news, and then Kristan Hawkins is going to come up and tell us all of our marching orders. And at Students for Life, we have been asking, what's in the water? What's in the water? When it comes to chemical abortion pills, now the most popular method of abortion, it's ending up in our water. When Planned Parenthood sends women home with that second dose of her abortion drugs to complete the abortion at home, she is often told to not look and flush. That's a lot of fetal remains tainted with the very chemicals that ended that child's life in our water system. We are only just now beginning to understand how birth control is impacting our environment and the water systems. And now we have abortifacient drugs and tissue and fetal remains in our water system at amounts we have never seen before in our nation's history. Has anybody ever asked, what's in the water? We have been asking that question, and for our polling, when we asked youth voters, the common youth voter, how much would you care with us? How much would you care about this? Overwhelmingly, no matter where someone stood on abortion, they agreed. 90% supported further studies on this. They agreed. We want answers to this question, and I'll leave you with an encouragement that we are studying this. Answers are coming. There's a lot more work to do on this topic. But if you take one thing away from all of these numbers this morning, it is that the human rights cause of ending abortion violence, the cause that you are so courageously and passionately fighting for, it is winnable. So thank you all.
Little mic switch there. Well, I hope you are having a great day. It's been an exciting day. I get to come and boss you around. This is like my favorite part of the day. No pump up speech now. That was this morning. Boss Kristan is here. I'm going to ask Michelle about that. When President Biden took office, he immediately dismantled President Trump's previous legacy on life. Like, it was day one. He turned on federal funding spigots to his pro-abortion allies domestically and abroad by reversing the protecting life rule here in America and then abroad. We often call it the Mexico City policy, the thing that President Trump just put back into place last night. He stopped enforcing conscience protections for medical health care workers, something that, we even saw some people prosecuted. I think pardons are still coming on that. He let Obamacare plans hide the abortion surcharge. You may not remember this, but when Obamacare was being fought in the Capitol, and the pro-life movement was going, it's going to be the largest expansion of abortion ever, and everyone's like, no, it's not. The reason they said, no, it's not, was they said, well, we're going to have a surcharge, a $1 surcharge, and it's going to be the abortion fund. And it'll be right out there, so it won't be hidden. You won't have to pay for it. As soon as President Biden became president, that got hidden. The surcharge was in your fees. There was no separate payment for your abortion coverage. It was covered in your Obamacare health care plans. He also allowed mail order abortion. Then, that was pretty bad. Then, when the Dobbs decision came, right, in June 2022, which I talked about earlier, President Biden and Kamala Harris took unprecedented steps to weaponize the government against the pro-life movement and with prejudice in favor of the abortion industry. There was an executive order that he handed down immediately after it happened, creating an abortion task force and a website. So I have something I forgot to mention in my thank you video today to President Trump. They took down the reproductiverights.org website on day one. It went blank, which, by the way, did you go to the White House yet website? It was really funny. It was like, I'm back or something, or we're so back. It was hilarious. Like the level of trolling throughout the government, it's going to make, it just is kind of exciting. Whether you love or hate Donald Trump, the level of trolling is going to be like magnanimous. But, so this executive task force, their job was to insert abortion in every facet of the federal government. And it's actually going to be a massive task now in the next 4 years, trying to figure out where they've hidden abortion in all levels of the government. I mean, today, Charlie was trying to change the time of his speech last night at midnight because his friend was being sworn as defense secretary. And Pete has said, and then hopefully this is already done, that one of his first acts would be to stop the Department of Defense for funding abortion. I mean, like, the Department of Defense, who's supposed to, like, protect us from, like, terrorists and other countries invading us, this task force was so good, they had the DOD funding abortion travel for military service women and family members. Like, that's the level of insanity we're talking about. They didn't stop there either. The VA, the Veterans Affairs Hospitals, which got exposed a few years ago for not really providing the best care to our veterans who should have, like, the best care. The VAs even got exposed because the Biden administration said, well, we can mandate that the VA hospitals in the red states can admit abortions. So when the 80-year-old Korea War veteran or 90-year-old Korea War veteran is going in for care, there's also going to be 22-year-old girls who could go have an abortion at the VA hospital. I mean, this is just a little bit of what the Biden administration did. Oh, yeah, and they threw a bunch of pro-life, peaceful prayer warriors in jail. So, yeah, this is where we started Monday at, okay? This is where we started. It's been a long week. So there's a lot to do. So like I said, this is not pump up time. This is me giving you marching orders time. At the height of Roe v. Wade's power, or perceived power, something you may or may not know is pro-life legislators, because of us, you know, the pushy people, passed limits on abortion. Those limits, those incremental laws, ultimately led to the end of Roe versus Wade. We always knew abortion wasn't in the Constitution, despite the legal house of cards they created to fake it. But we were actually able to see victories at the height of Roe's power. One of those victories was a Supreme Court decision in 2007, Gonzalez v. Carhart. Does any of you who are under 40 know what that is? Okay. I remember seeing my office the day Gonzalez v. Carhart came down. I remember reading the dissenting opinion from Justice Bayard Ginsburg and wanting to throw my computer through my non-existent window in my non-windowless office. Okay? It was bad. I had cockroaches there too. But anyway, so the Gonzalez v. Carhart decision is a big deal because in the early mid-90s, an idea came down. We're going to pass a law that restricts, ends, bans partial birth abortion. We all know what partial birth abortion is, right? The procedure that Abby Johnson described in detail today, what happened at Gosnell's clinic over and over again. The most violent, despicable thing that could happen to these innocent children. The pro-life movement started passing laws. You can have abortion, but you can't do this type of abortion. It was a little controversial. Some pro-lifers are like, you're not really pro-life if you only want to ban one type of abortion. It was strategic. States across the country started passing it. We passed it federally twice. Bill Clinton, who said he wanted abortion to be safe, legal, and rare, vetoed it twice. It finally gets signed into law from President Bush, George W. Bush. He was so cute at the inauguration, by the way. Did you see his smirking? I missed that too. Now he's friends with Barack Obama, so it's kind of a problem. He was smirking at Barack. They have like a little love affair thing going on, but it was so cute. Anyway, so it gets into federal law. Immediately, Leroy Carhart, an infamous late-term abortionist, appeals it, says this is illegal, this is violating Roe versus Wade. Goes to the Supreme Court, 2007, decision comes down. The Supreme Court says this is such a vile, despicable procedure. It harms women's lives. It does not violate Roe versus Wade because you can still have abortions, you just can't stick scissors in the back of their skull. So it wasn't like, I wouldn't say it was a life-saving decision, right? Because we all know abortionists found another way to kill babies later in pregnancy. They use digoxin, they cause a heart attack or cardiac arrest, and then they deliver a dead baby. So it didn't really like save lives. I mean, maybe some, but it would be hard to prove on a map, and I like numbers. But what it did, though, was say we could pass restrictions on abortion, even though Roe versus Wade was the law of the land. They kept saying over and over again. Why did I just take you down a legal history lesson? Because in many states now, we have state constitutional provisions that say abortion should be legal or is legal all throughout pregnancy. We saw those state ballot referendums pass in Missouri, Kansas, Ohio, Michigan, Montana, Arizona. I don't want to keep going on. We won in Florida, baby. I spent every last dollar in that state, but we won in Florida. Barely, but we did it. I'll take it. Okay, we got more work to do. Herb was apparently fighting that. You weren't in Florida.
I was not in Florida.
You were in Philly, sorry. You were having fun in the sun.
I was.
Yeah, sorry, okay. Well, Joan and others were probably in Florida. But anyway, Beverly was in Florida. Anyway, so how do we fight this? Because the abortion industry has said, it's done. Abortion is now the law of the land of Ohio. It's the law of the land of Missouri. But it's not. We can take, and my whole premise in my presentation today is, let's take a playbook out of Gonzales. What Michelle was saying before I got on about chemical abortion, how chemical abortion pills are in our water, how they're polluting our water, how they're harming women, right? They're harming all of us, actually, because it's in our drinking water. Even men, you need progesterone, by the way. Shock, a little science lesson. Let's take a playbook out of Gonzales. Let's go after the leading cause of infant death in our country, chemical abortion pills. And let's be a little creative and be a little bit like David's to get it done. We know from Gonzales, legislation stands on firm ground when it protects the health of women and the life of some preborn children. This is why Students for Life was honored to see our Chemical Abortion Prevention Act passed in Wyoming in 2023. This spring, our legislative intern, Cheyenne in Kansas, who is a rock star, if you see her here today, has introduced it by herself with a civil enforcement mechanism in Kansas. Kansas has a ballot referendum, the constitutional amendment, but it doesn't say you can't sue if you regret your abortion. So she's going to take a playbook out of what Texas did. Instead of making it, a criminal law to violate, a criminal penalty to violate the rule banning or preventing chemical abortions, it will be civil, meaning you can sue your abortionist. We can do that. We can pass full acts saying no chemical abortions here in our state. And we'll see this in Michigan, Iowa, Indiana, and Arizona this year. I think Indiana, we've just introduced it in Indiana, it could actually pass. Meaning that when the state wants to actually get to work and do the hard thing, the state attorney general can start prosecuting those in California and the weird randos in their basement in New York State who are shipping chemical abortions illegally into their borders. This is huge. We also know from Gonzales that we can pass laws that demand high medical standards and, at the minimum, fair legal guidelines on abortion. So something we are spending a majority of our time and effort on at Students for Life Action this spring is our Clean Water for All Life Act. Did Kristan go and become an environmentalist over the last year? Sure, whatever, if you want to give me that title. Do I care about clean water for reals? Yeah, because I have to drink it. I got to drink more of it. I had 2 Celsius today, so I haven't had water yet, but I'm working on it. My kids drink water. It's a big deal. But what's really powerful about the Clean Water for All Act, which, by the way, President Trump has said over and over again he wants crystal clear drinking water, and apparently Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is very concerned about what's in our water, is it says we're not going to ban a specific type of chemical or abortion procedure, but what we are going to do is require that the abortionist use the same medical standards that everyone else has to use. Meaning, if you're going to ship chemical abortion pills to a mother, whether you're here or in the state, you also have to give her either a red or yellow medical waste bag. Because as I said earlier, where do all the babies go? They go to our toilet bowls. When she passes the deceased child, into her toilet bowl, when she passes the placenta and pregnancy tissue, the active metabolites that are in the first pill, mifpristol, in chemical abortion, RU486, there are 3 active metabolites that are anti-progesterone. They are progesterone blockers. They remain active after they pass through her body. So they are active in the deceased child, the placental tissue, and the blood. She's flushing 3 active metabolites, which, by the way, they're not found in birth control. They aren't found in any other pharmaceutical drugs, so don't get worried. I'm not talking about anything else, not yet. She's flushing these active metabolites into our wastewater system. And you might think, well, who cares? It's going to a sewage plant. I'm pro-choice. What if babies? I don't know. Well, everyone should care. Because as we've proven this over the past 2 years from an academic study, the wastewater treatment plants aren't cleaning the water. In some places like Fairfax County, Virginia, which I alarmed many congressmen this week because they have houses there, they recycle toilet water into drinking water. If you live in Austin, Texas, if you live anywhere really hot, like Phoenix, I was telling Charlie and Erica backstage, good thing they have a water filter, they're good. If you live anywhere where they're recycling water from toilet bowls, it's even higher. So the water goes into the wastewater treatment plant from your toilet. It's supposed to collect and clean up, and then it goes back out. In every single city we tested this in, even cities that don't even recycle drinking toilet water and drinking water, these active metabolites are coming out at the tap. So you're literally drinking progesterone blockers when you get a sip of water. In some places, in 1 month, you receive a clinical dose of mifepristol. In 1 month, if you're an avid water drinker. I'm safe because I drink energy drinks. Maybe I'm healthier. I don't know. It's Celsius. It's got a lot of vitamins in it. So the Red Clean Water for All Life Act is important. You're going to see this. We're introducing legislation in a number of states this year: West Virginia, Idaho, Arizona, Maine, Michigan, Kentucky. Arizona is going to be key. Charlie was very upset backstage earlier about the ballot referendum. I was like, we got you. We can end the leading cause of abortion death in Arizona. Also, because she has to collect the baby in the red bag medical waste bag, one, I think that's going to convince a whole lot of women maybe they don't want to have the abortion, right? If they have to think about collecting a dead child in a bag and they're not just told, sit in the toilet, don't flush. Two, it's very expensive because the generator and medical standards across the country, the generator of medical waste is responsible for collection of medical waste. So if you're a rando person in a basement in New York State illegally shipping chemical abortion pills into a red state that says no abortion because you are an abortion advocate and want to make money, you will actually be responsible for the medical waste bag and having to collect the medical waste bag, which is going to be really hard to do. And you can be fined if she doesn't return the medical waste bag back to you wherever you set up shop. See how this works? Do you see where I'm going with this? This is attacking the leading cause. You don't have to clap, but I'm just making sure everyone's tracking. This is huge. This is huge for our movement. The impact is huge. We also have to talk about other things that we can do based off of Gonzalez. The Gonzalez case said that we can require the medical standards be followed. So, for example, in Louisiana last year, we saw an anti-trafficking bill passed. We're going to see chemical abortion pill trafficking prevention acts introduced in Kentucky, Mississippi, Arkansas, Idaho, Wyoming, Oklahoma, West Virginia, Louisiana this year. Super excited about that. This simply says you out-of-state abortionists cannot continue to violate our state laws by trafficking pills into our state. And this gives us a huge civil liability framework for going after these bad actors. This is huge. My very good friend just became the Attorney General of West Virginia. He signed my marriage license. I literally emailed him on day one because this is his job as a chief law enforcement officer of West Virginia. West Virginia says no abortions. And I said, buddy, gotta fail to tell you, your state law gets violated every single day. So we get to pass this bill, and then we'll actually get to enforce it. The fourth thing we have to do in this roadmap, whether it's state or federal legislation, I know I've been talking about state legislation that makes me so happy. Everyone always wants to talk about what's happening on Capitol Hill, but we can do a whole lot in our states, and we're seeing a huge improvement in our state legislatures. Do you realize we have the most pro-life state legislatures today than we've ever had? Sometimes we hear from the politicos up here in Washington, D.C. that Republicans get hurt by the abortion issue. They need to stay away from the abortion issue. Fox News literally ran an ad on Wednesday. I'm very angry with them, telling the GOP to stay away from the abortion issue. That is wrong. Statistically, that is wrong. We actually saw pro-life state legislators elected at higher rates than ever before in 2022 and 2024. The key is talking about abortion and talking about it effectively and not letting Republicans do iffy candidates like Mehmet Oz when you're like, I don't know where they stand. Those guys, they tend to lose because we don't really turn out. We don't door knock for them. But something that we also need to do that we saw in Gonzalez was in one of the concurring opinions. So When Supreme Court comes down, they have a decision. Then there's the concurring position. Then there'll be a dissent position. In Gonzales, there was only one lone dissenter. I dissent, famous Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who literally argued that partial birth abortion should be the law of the land. You should read that dissent if you want to read barbaric evil. Her having to actually justify why stabbing babies in the back of the neck with scissors should be legal. I hope she made peace with her maker. But in the concurring decision, this is a decision that comes down from the Supreme Court that says, this is our decision, but we make this one, it's like a group project when they make decisions. It's like a whole thing up there because they all have to agree. All the justices have to decide on all the language. Justice Thomas didn't have everything he wanted to be said in the decision at Gonzales, so he made it concurring, saying, I agree with the majority, I voted right, he voted pro-life, but I also want to add in a little bit that the rest of the guys are too wussy to do. Justice Thomas said very clearly in Gonzales that there was no basis for abortion in our Constitution. He said in future cases, quote, we should follow the text of the Constitution, which sets forth certain substantive rights that cannot be taken away, and adds beyond that a right to due process when life, liberty, property is taken away. So the fourth thing we need to do, guys, is in every piece of legislation, whether it's federal or whether it's state, we just need to say in the findings, whereas the 14th Amendment provides protections of all citizens pre-born and born. It's super simple. We have a Life Act. It used to be called the Life Act Conception Act on Capitol Hill. We have passed it in Oklahoma. That's ended all abortions in Oklahoma. We will be passing it in South Carolina this year. We had to primary 3 Republican senators this summer who killed our bill. All 3 of those women, thanks to Students for Life Action, and many of you who door knocked, lost their primaries and were replaced by 100% pro-life champions. So we will ban abortion in the state of South Carolina. So we're doing that state by state where we can, but we realize that's a heavy lift. Not everybody's there yet, but we're going to keep working towards it. And we're going to keep working towards the guys up on the Hill to sign their names on ADCO sponsorship. So that's a little bit of a roadmap of where we can go legislatively, of everything you've heard today. But I just want to impress upon each and every one of you the desire of the billion-dollar, even trillion-dollar, I guess you could say, worldwide enterprise to quickly make a sale, to make profit off of despair, should hold zero weight with those elected officials whose sole role it is to protect and defend our citizens. Any person who looks at the fine print, the details of chemical abortion pill use in America, how the Biden-Harris FDA weaponized it, can see that there are substantial problems with this distribution that have severe consequences. Giving out these pills to women before you are even sure they don't have a life-threatening ectopic pregnancy, or you're not sure if she's Rh negative, meaning if she has the abortion and the baby's Rh positive, she may never ever be able to carry to term another child again. Making sure a rapist or a human trafficker isn't forcing her to take these pills. There's no guarantees at all. Making sure that after she's expelled the baby from her body and the baby is dead, that every tissue, every piece of placental tissue is removed from her so she doesn't become septic like Amber Thurman and die. They are reckless. They have been reckless because in their game, it's all about access, not safety. But with Gonzales v. Carhart, even in states that have passed these horrific all-trimester abortion ballot referendums that made abortion constitutional law, we have a siege engine that can take down the abortion industry. So do not despair. That is what they want you to do. They want you to think. This is what they did for 50 years, right? 49 years of Roe versus Wade. They would shout at us, Roe versus Wade is settled law. They were always liars about that, and they're certainly liars now. Now is our time to stand and protect those who cannot protect themselves. Speak for those, to protect life and law. And we're ready at Students for Life Action to get to work. So I hope you guys go to the table today, sign up. I was backstage with Kevin Roberts because we're going to have to primary some Republicans in 2026 if they don't defund Planned Parenthood. So we were trying to figure out which ones to do. I live in Idaho anymore. Now, it doesn't matter. I don't live here, so it's okay if no one likes me. But we are a pro-life movement, not a Republican or just Democrat movement. We're neither. We are a pro-life movement. And so it's time for us to act like it, and it's time to get substantial changes into our law to save lives everywhere we can and keep working toward a total and complete abolition of abortion. Thank you, guys.
Students for Life Action trains and mobilizes pro-life leaders to impact public policy and influence key elections. If you want to save lives by passing laws, Students for Life Action is the place for you. With a few simple steps, you can easily become a state captain and lead others in your state. Lobby for pro-life laws and hold elected officials accountable. Host a political leadership workshop training. Or ensure pro-life leaders win in the next election by encouraging your peers and neighbors to vote pro-life first.
What Christians often don't understand in the culture wars and in the fight for life is that abortion is not just one issue among many. Abortion is almost the linchpin upon which the liberal establishment swings. But what happens when you pull out a linchpin? The door falls off.
It takes a long time to go from a few intellectuals believing some bad ideas to bringing those ideas into the culture more and more and more until they bear fruit. The answer how we got here is because of the silence and inaction of the church.
Somebody might say, well, you know, Margaret Sanger, she didn't quite know exactly what she was doing. Well, first of all, you're speaking from ignorance because she wrote about herself and she wrote what her plans were, so much so that she, impressed Adolf Hitler. How do you impress Hitler?
My father walks up to me wearing a BLM shirt and he says to me, why are you out here fighting a white man's issue? But he was a walking poster child for all things CRT, because in critical race theory, you see racism in all things and at all times. Even when a 6'4", 260-pound black man is trying to save a baby.
We're going to expose and discover who the real Margaret Sanger was and how her attack and assault against the family in America explains our current culture of death and upside-down world that we're living in today. This is where it all started. It was here that Sanger opened up her first unlicensed, illegal birth control clinic in 1916.
Study the past, not just to understand what happened then, but to understand what's happening now.
This is a Leviathan.
knockout. It's a fitting place to remember what happens when bad ideas are taken to their logical conclusion.
We bless the holy name of Jesus and we shout, let the baby live. Let the baby live. Let the baby live.
Stop waiting for someone else to grow a righteous culture of life for you and on your family's behalf. It will not happen. If not you, who? If not now, when?
Going into the 2024 election, no one, from pundits to pollsters, had any idea what the outcome would be. Then, November 5th finally came and proved to be a decisive victory for the pro-life movement. The abortion lobby, their politicians, and their supporters all seemed shocked. After all, we were outspent by hundreds of millions of dollars, and we never had the likes of Beyonce, Taylor Swift, or Eminem stumping for us. But we weren't surprised by the results. How could we be when this is how the pro-life generation spent our year? Students for Life America kicked off 2024 by hosting the largest pro-life conference in the world, the National Pro-Life Summit, where over 1,800 student leaders and advocates joined us in D.C. to get trained, save lives, and change minds in the new year. Then in June, we brought pro-life student leaders and community activists together again, the National Celebrate Life Weekend, a rally, gala, and conference that celebrated the anniversary of Roe's reversal and provided a mid-year training boost to pro-life advocates of all ages. At the same time, we launched our largest Minds Change marketing campaign ever. The Almost Aborted campaign kicked off in June in Times Square with a video billboard and several of the brave men and women featured in the ad campaign when they spoke live just beneath it. The same people who are coerced to abort their babies and courageously rose above the pressure. The same people who survived an abortionist attempt on their own lives. Between social media and billboards,
the pro-life generation needs trained and passionate leaders in every area of the pro-life movement. Every year, students from across the country are stepping up and stepping in to pro-life careers or as long-term community leaders after college. And guess what? You could be next.
Apply for Students for Life of America's National Leaders Collective to begin your journey towards lifelong pro-life activism. Whether you want to pursue a full-time job or lead as a volunteer in the pro-life movement after graduation, the National Leaders Collective will prepare you to take the next step in leadership.
When you're accepted into one of our fellowship programs, you'll receive exclusive leadership training, be able to collaborate with other pro-life student leaders nationwide, receive mentorship from a national pro-life leader, and so much more.
We have a fellowship for every type of pro-life student leader. So whether you're part of the leadership team of your high school, public university, or Christian college Students for Life group, or even a pro-life student who loves art, politics, or media, there's a National Leaders Collective Fellowship for you.
No matter what field you hope to enter after graduation, you can leave college with next-level leadership skills and insight into where you might fit as a full-time pro-life activist.
Every student accepted to the National Leaders Collective receives 1. A free trip to Washington, D.C. for the in-person kickoff weekend for the program in June, 2. Access to exclusive bi-monthly leadership calls and career opportunities all year, and 3. Mentorship from Students for Life and other pro-life leaders to help build your resume.
63% of student leaders who graduate from our fellowships pursue a pro-life job after graduation, and many are currently serving the pro-life movement at national organizations.
Don't wait. Don't wait.
Don't wait.
Don't wait. Launch your leadership journey in the pro-life movement today. To learn more and apply, visit studentsforlife.org/leadership.
Standing with You is here to help mothers and fathers choose life.
and become successful parents. Our national database showcases more than 4,000 life-affirming resources in every state. If you are a student, pregnancy resource employee, or pro-life advocate looking for a place to send an abortion-seeking mother, send her to standingwithyou.org. But we aren't just online. Standing With You also partners with Students for Life groups on campuses to create campus resource guides for pregnant and parenting students. We also work closely with Students for Life groups to change policies on campuses to end discrimination against pregnant and parenting students and create a more life-affirming campus culture, such as adding lactation rooms, diaper decks, and many more helpful resources. Standing With You is the pro-life movement's response to helping women in need choose life and creating a pathway to success for pregnant and parenting students. Sign up to join us in serving women on campus and in your community today at standingwithyou.org.
Chelsea's one of those people where I just wish I could give her the world. I wish that I could repay her for the blessing that she gave me.
McKenna was a young mom facing an unexpected pregnancy. She ordered abortion drugs online, took the first one, and then immediately knew she'd made a horrible mistake. She Googled if there was anything to reverse an abortion, was directed to a website called Abortion Pill Reversal, and put in touch with a provider named Chelsea Minute. Chelsea administered progesterone. McKenna says that her child would not be alive without Chelsea, and that she can't imagine life without her beautiful young daughter.
Many women do regret their abortion, especially after taking the abortion pill, and they deserve to know about the option of abortion pill reversal, which uses natural progesterone to reverse the effects of mifepristone.
So in 2023, what Colorado did was they said that doctors and nurses couldn't use progesterone for one specific use, and that's for abortion pill reversal. They're preventing women from changing their mind and providing potentially life-saving care to their unborn child.
That's why I'm really thankful for Alliance Defending Freedom coming beside me and helping me fight this, because this is something that needs to be out there for women to be able to choose to reverse the effects of the abortion pill if they want to.
If you're a recent graduate or graduation is drawing near, you may be wondering what lies ahead for your pro-life activism and for the pro-life movement. We know that your pro-life leadership doesn't end just because your time on campus does. This is your moment to capitalize on what you've learned and expand your influence from your campus to your community through the Campaign for Abortion-Free Cities. When you start or join a community campaign, you will join a cohort of your peers and receive the tools and training necessary to combat the abortion industry right in your city, reaching your neighbors and connecting women and families to pregnancy centers through grassroots activism, door knocking, and coalitions. Since 2019, the Campaign for Abortion-Free Cities has reached over 255,600 neighbors with our door knocking outreach, served and connected 6,500 mothers to life-affirming resources, and changed tens of thousands of minds on abortion. Together, we can create abortion-free cities that lead to abortion-free states and ultimately an abortion-free nation. Join us at abortionfreecities.org. Welcome to the pro-life generation, where purpose meets persistence, and together we know we will prevail. Abolishing abortion is an extraordinary mission, which will take an extraordinary amount of people to accomplish. Will you join our life-saving work? Students for Life of America is the heartbeat of our movement. We recruit, train, and mobilize pro-life students across the United States to change minds about abortion by those most targeted by the abortion industry and transform their campuses so no mother ever feels she must choose between her child and her education. If you are a pro-life student looking to get involved, don't wait any longer. Your voice matters.
We can help you start a group on campus and then equip you with free trainings, displays, and even pro-life speakers to educate your campus. And when you're ready, you can also take your pro-life leadership a step further and apply to our National Leaders Collective, consisting of 9 different year-long pro-life fellowships.
Students for Life Action trains and mobilizes pro-life leaders to impact public policy and influence key elections. If you want to save lives by passing laws, Students for Life Action is the place for you. With a few simple steps, you can easily become a state captain and lead others in your state. Lobby for pro-life laws and hold elected officials accountable. Host a political leadership workshop training. Or ensure pro-life leaders win in the next election by encouraging your peers and neighbors to vote pro-life first.
Did you know that pro-life activists of all ages can sign up to lead a local campaign in their city, uniting pro-life efforts to end abortion in their community by highlighting existing nonviolent solutions for women and children? If you're a recent grad, longtime pro-life activist, or looking to put your faith into action, start, join, or partner with Campaign for Abortion-Free Cities. Did you know that nearly 75% of our neighbors don't know that the pro-life movement supports alternatives to abortion in our cities? And when mothers find out about alternatives to abortion, they are more likely to choose life. We can even help you defeat pro-abortion ballot referendums in your state this year.
Standing With You is here to help mothers and fathers choose life and become successful parents. Our national database showcases life-affirming resources in every state. If you are a student, pregnancy resource employee, or a pro-life advocate looking for a place to send an abortion-seeking mother, you found the right place. Not only is Standing With You a national database with more than 4,000 resources for pregnant and parenting families, but we can also help Students for Life groups create a campus resource guide for college campuses.
The Dimitri Institute for Pro-Life Advancement conducts research and crafts messaging and strategies to end the violence of abortion. If you are seeking resources to assist you in changing minds about abortion, or fighting on new abortion battlefields like chemical abortion or Christian schools promoting Planned Parenthood, check out our IPA research reports on Planned Parenthood locations, nearby college campuses, pro-choice men and women's views on abortion, where Gen Z and Gen Y voters stand on the life issue, and using environmental law to stop chemical abortion.
Together, you, me, us. We are the pro-life generation, and we will abolish abortion. Join us today at prolifegen.org.
My name is Hoffman, and I'm an abortion survivor.
And this is our family's almost aborted story. Hope was born 2 months early, and like most premature babies, she was very small, weighing 3 pounds, 6 ounces. But what was especially unusual upon Hope's arrival was the considerable injury to her head. From Hope's forehead back to her right ear, the skull and the scalp had been cut away, leaving jagged edges and parts of her brain exposed. Hope's injuries were caused by the abortion instrument when she was just 10 and a half weeks old, the size of this baby model, in her birth mother's womb.
My birth mom scheduled an abortion appointment when she was 10 weeks pregnant with me. She went in scared and unsure, but went through with the procedure. What they didn't tell her was how fully formed my body was, how my body, not pregnancy tissue, would be impacted by the tools the abortionist used that day. What she also didn't know walking out of that abortion facility was that I survived.
Hope's birth mother originally scheduled an abortion in her first trimester. She went in and she had the procedure, and she left thinking that she was no longer pregnant. But Hope miraculously survived that abortion, and she continued to grow in secret. At around 5.5 months along, her birth mother felt movement. She felt Hope kicking and stretching. It became clear not only was she still pregnant, but someone was growing inside of her. Courageously, Hope's birth mother decided to give birth and place Hope for adoption with our family. And we are so blessed. Thank you. So many people look at Hope's condition and use it as a reason to push for more abortion. But that couldn't be further from the message families need. All life is valuable, and all people are created equally. Hope survived what 2,363 babies don't survive every day in our country. The scar on her head reminds us how God spared her life. Her scar gives evidence of what is done in secret, evidence of the suffering children endure during abortions. I remember the day we brought Hope home. She was the most beautiful baby I had ever seen. Aww. She has come so far in the past 32 years. She has been an encourager and peacemaker. She describes herself as a friend to all. And she loves with her whole heart. Her life has great purpose. Her story saves lives and changes hearts. Hope is an abortion survivor. We are thankful for Hope's life, for the gift of adoption, and that her birth mother gave her a second chance.
I want people to see the living proof that abortion hurts. It hurt my mom emotionally, and it hurt me physically. But we don't have to keep settling for it. I encourage more survivors to speak out and share their story. God had a plan for my life, and He has always provided for me. I have a joy in my heart that no one can take away.
They say there's nothing in the world as powerful as an idea whose time has come. When the Heritage Foundation was founded, the idea was simple: empower principled conservatives and build a battleship for a new conservative movement. But 50 years later, those conservatives have inspired a new generation, and that battleship, now powered by 500,000 of our closest friends, has scored public policy victories never thought possible before. The Heritage Foundation has become the space for conservatives to meet, strategize, organize, and come out fighting again. All on behalf of the only special interest in Washington that matters to us, the American people. It's been 50 years and a lot has changed. Our challenges are greater, our nation's enemies more ruthless. But some things, the things that make us who we are, have stayed the same. Our heritage is believing parents have a say in their kids' education. Our heritage is understanding that when we give up the right to life, we give up everything. Our heritage is protecting free and fair elections and knowing a broken southern border when we see it. Our heritage is refusing to drown our grandchildren in senseless government debt. Our heritage is telling corrupt foreign governments, woke corporations, and leftist bureaucrats that they belong in the backseat. Because heritage is what we're given, but it's also what we'll pass on to future generations. And that's an idea whose time has come.
I was almost aborted.
I was conceived and raped.
I survived an abortion.
I was pressured to take the abortion pill.
I found myself holding a positive pregnancy test after being raped by a relative of a friend of mine.
Doctors told us that faith was incompatible with life.
We were told by many that the best option was to terminate the pregnancy.
My birth mother had an abortion in her first trimester of pregnancy. 3 months later, she found out that my abortion had failed and she was still pregnant with me.
While she was pregnant with me, she tried to get an abortion twice.
My medical issues stemmed from being born alive during a botched abortion.
Planned Parenthood did not allow me to see my ultrasound or hear the heartbeat. I took the first pill and I just couldn't live with myself.
The lady from Planned Parenthood repeated again, we can take care of this problem and no one would ever have to know.
The geneticist actually told us that our disabled daughter would ruin our marriage.
There's nothing that quite describes holding the pain that your birth mother didn't want you.
When the procedure ended, my birth mother ran out, abandoning myself and my 2-year-old brother.
Despite initially choosing abortion, my mother went on to carry me to term and placed me with an adoptive family.
Abortion hurts women, hurts babies, and is not health care.
The woman from Planned Parenthood left me feeling hopeless, but the woman from the pregnancy center left me feeling hopeful. I chose life that day.
Choice was never an option. Every life is precious. Faith deserved a chance to live and thrive regardless of her disabilities.
This is my story, and I can't change it. I can reach out to women in need and save a life in the womb. I will continue to speak out.
I was almost aborted, but I am worthy, loved, and valuable, and so are you.
Students for Life of America is the heartbeat of our movement. We recruit, train, and mobilize pro-life students across the United States to change minds about abortion by those most targeted by the abortion industry and transform their campuses so no mother ever feels she must choose between her child and her education. If you are a pro-life student looking to get involved, don't wait any longer. Your voice matters. We can help you start a group on campus and then equip you with free trainings, displays, and even pro-life speakers to educate your campus. And when you're ready, you can also take your pro-life leadership a step further and apply to our National Leaders Collective, consisting of 9 different year-long pro-life fellowships. Together, you, me, us, we are the pro-life generation, and we will abolish abortion.
The Heritage Foundation is the most impactful conservative policy organization in the country.
5 years ago, I was a Heritage intern. Today, I work with our lawmakers on Capitol Hill to fight against radical leftism and for what real Americans care about.
We want the best and the brightest, which means we pay competitively, we develop talent, and give our interns access to some of the sharpest political minds in the country.
Interning at Heritage really gave me the foundation to go out into the world, go out into the media, to tell stories that really matter.
Former Heritage interns are currently working for the organizations, lawmakers, and campaigns fighting for America.
If you're looking for your way to get into the fight for America, this is it.
We are going on offense. Join us.
I sat frozen in place as I tried to wrap my head around my parents' words. I was almost aborted. My name is Josiah Presley, and this is my almost aborted story. Until that moment, I thought I knew my story. My parents, they courageously adopted my sister and I from South Korea, knowing I would come with some special needs. But what I learned that day at 13 was there's more to my story. My birth mother had undergone an abortion in her first trimester of pregnancy with me. This possibly caused my right arm to be deformed. And 3 months later, she found out that my abortion had failed and she was still pregnant with me. My birth mother had a decision to make, but miraculously, she chose to give birth. From there, I spent 13 months in a foster home until ultimately I was adopted by my parents from the U.S. My dad was a pastor and my mom volunteered at the pregnancy center. Despite the joy I have in knowing that I was loved enough to be adopted, there's nothing that quite describes holding the pain that your birth mother didn't want you. And this was on top of my already 13-year-old body image issues I had about my deformed arm. My arm, it became a symbol that I was disposable. I began to feel broken, then I knew I had my own decision to make. I could sit in the pain of the past, wondering what if I didn't exist? Or I could see the miracle of how God intervened for my mother and I. That my identity is not found in how others view me, but in Jesus, who sees me for who I am. I know I am valuable, unrepeatable, and unconditionally loved by the God who created the universe. My body may have been broken, but my heart didn't have to stay that way. So I surrendered. God never abandoned me. He was with me at my mother's abortion appointment, there when I was born with a deformed arm, in the foster home, and with my parents as they adopted me and brought me to my life here in America. In those times of grief and pain, learning the truth of my birth story, some people might say I would have been better off dead, that it would have been better if I were aborted. But today, I wake up grateful. Now, I am able to help other young people find their identity and value in the love of Jesus, affirming the value that every person has because they're created in the image of God. I was almost aborted, but I am worthy, loved, and valuable. And so are you.
I was trafficked from the age of 2 to 29. When I found out I was pregnant at 29, I was at a safe house. They told me about a pregnancy center, and that's when I met Phyllis Phelps. And she explains to me, I can't help you, but I know a man named Jesus. That right there is why I chose life, because she did something that I had never experienced before in my life. And so she told me about a program. I went through the program, and then I went off into Bible college. From there, she gave me an application to be the director at a pregnancy center. November 8th of 2022, the board of branches hired me as the executive director. Since then, I've been running with branches just to be able to help women as I was helped when I walked through the doors 10 years ago.
So Vermont has enacted SB 37 that specifically targets pregnancy care centers and their advertising. It limits what they can say, it limits the information that they can provide to women.
We could be fined $10,000, and it really limits us from advertising truly all of our resources that we can provide to the women and men and families in this community and in this state.
And one really pernicious thing about this law is that it applies only to pregnancy care centers, only those centers who clearly state that they don't provide or refer for abortions.
Vermont's coming after pregnancy centers, especially branches, because we do not fit their pro-abortion agenda. A lot of women here are either being prostituted, living in homeless shelters or on the streets. And so when they become pregnant, they become scared because they feel that there's no one that's going to do life with them. Just like how I was when I first walked through the doors of a pregnancy center. We can help. We're the solution.
He finally texted me. I said, I'm pregnant. His first response was, well, what are you gonna do about it? And I was like, okay, so I'm alone. Being a teenager and being pregnant is kind of seen as like, well, there goes your future. I thought the pregnancy test was wrong. Kind of hoped that it was a burrito. It sounds silly, but I was scared. I thought an abortion was my only option. So I asked my friend Kayleigh, I said, hey, I need you to drive me to Denver on this day. I have a special doctor's appointment. She's like, yeah, sure, whatever. What's wrong with you? So I told her. I didn't want to tell anyone because I didn't want anyone to be like, what? So I told her and she's like, no. She said, Ruth, I know you're trying to rush this because you don't want to think about it, but I'm gonna make you think about it. A lot of my fear stemmed from being alone. I was very alone, very isolated at that time, and all of a sudden I wasn't. It wasn't exactly a book or a film or anything that I had watched or read to really educate me on the process of how to do college when you're pregnant. My teachers, and they even said they had never dealt with a pregnant student before, so they didn't know how to go forward. And therefore, neither did I. I ended up having Eli the week before finals. I wasn't able to take my finals. Because I failed my classes, I lost my financial aid. Legally, according to Title IX, I should have been protected. When I found out that I had lost my financial aid, I had reached out to this lady who my friend Kayleigh had given me her number, and I hoped that I never needed to use it. And her name is Bethany Hamilton, and I reached out to her and she's like, oh no, they're not allowed to do that. She worked with Students for Life, and she was the one who educated me on my Title IX rights, and she helped me to get my financial aid back. And then she got connected with the Students for Life group on campus. They threw me and Eli a baby shower. It was very sweet. They were supportive, and it was nice to kind of like walk around school and not kind of be the single young mom, but to kind of be kind of normal. Right now, I am back in school. I'm working in my career field. I never thought that I would be here with raising a child by myself. I always thought that it would be so hard to raise a child that I'd have to live with my parents for the rest of my life. Having Eli has empowered me in the sense that he makes me feel like I can do things that I was scared to do before. I would say to the young pregnant woman that she is not alone, that there is a community that wants to care for her and love her, and that there is no shame in accepting help that is offered to you. My name is Ruth, and this is my Pregnant on Campus story.
Did you know that every major diaper company supports abortion either vocally or financially? Our purchasing decisions have power. They shape the world that we want to see. And every time we choose Huggies, Pampers, Honest, or others, we are endorsing the very thing that we are working so hard to stop, the devaluing of God's most precious children. Every life from the moment of conception is worthy of love, protection, and celebration. My name is Sarah Gabel Seifert, president and co-founder of Every Life, the hopeful solution. We started Every Life with a mission to provide premium, high-performing products for every miraculous life. Every Life is the first and only pro-life diaper company, rooted in the belief that every child is a gift from God. We are unwavering in our faith, and we are deeply committed to championing parenthood and celebrating life in everything that we do. Since our launch in July of 2023, we've become the fastest growing diaper company America has ever seen, and we've already donated millions of diapers to moms in need. We hope and pray that you will join us on our extraordinary mission, where we're not only changing diapers, but truly changing lives.
Hey everybody, we just finished the National Leaders Collective Kickoff Weekend 2024 here in Washington, D.C. We heard a lot of amazing speakers in all of our sessions.
We were able to go to the National Celebrate Life Gala
and the National Celebrate Life Rally.
And we are so excited to show you guys
what we did this weekend.
The pro-life message can win in this country, but only if we have the courage to fight for it. The pro-life message has already won in so many ways on so many battlefields. Everybody in this room can attest to that. Winning is our destiny because truth always prevails in the end. We say what must be said and we do what must be done. And if we continue to do that without fear or compromise, eventually the day will come when every child is free to be born.
Hey guys, we just finished the National Celebrate Life Weekend Gala, and Matt Walsh was here. We had an amazing time celebrating everyday heroes. We tore up the dance floor, and now we're ready to go out to the rally tomorrow and be those everyday heroes.
Students for Life is out here at the National Celebrate Life Weekend, rallying and having so many pro-life speakers come and speak at the Lincoln Memorial, celebrating the end of Roe v. Wade.
Thank you for being here this morning for no greater cause than the cause of life. The number one responsibility of government is the safety and security of its citizens, and that includes the most vulnerable, most precious, most innocent of all, life in the womb. Thank you for standing up for life.
Be bold. Be unashamed. It's not weird to want to protect babies in the womb. That's the most normal thing on the planet. They're the weird ones. They want to kill babies in the womb. That's weird. They're the ones that are extreme.
May we have the fortitude of Mr. Lincoln to remain resolved in our mission and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal.
One of the things I learned at this year's NLC was how to be a great communicator with my team and how to just spread the pro-life message while doing it. And I loved it so much, I did it with all my friends, and I'm gonna go back to my hometown, and I'm gonna be able to do that with all of my peers, and I'm gonna be able to teach the pro-life message.
The highlight of the National Leaders Collective kickoff weekend was our group, Students for Life at FIU, winning Standing With You Group of the Year. I'm so excited to go back to Miami, Florida, to mobilize our group and energize us to come back here next year and defend our title. I plan to help mobilize our group to fight against the pro-abortion ballot initiative Amendment 4.
Our favorite thing from this weekend was the amazing speakers and talks that we got, the rally at the Lincoln Memorial, and the gala on Friday.
It was all amazing, and now we have so many great tips to take back to our campuses this fall. Woohoo! And that's a wrap on our National Leaders Collective 2024 in Washington, D.C. I want to thank all of our amazing supporters who made this weekend possible. These are the leaders who will abolish abortion in a lifetime. I can't wait to see what they go home, their campuses and communities to do this fall.
Something insane is happening. Madness has been unleashed in our culture. How did this happen?
What Christians often don't understand in the culture wars and in the fight for life is that abortion is not just one issue among many. Abortion is almost the linchpin upon which the liberal establishment swings. But what happens when you pull out a linchpin? The door falls off.
Nothing is more racist than the abortion industry.
We're in a day where evil is now being called good.
Let's start putting the puzzle pieces together here to understand the culture of death in America.
It was Francis Galton who took the ideas of Darwin one step further. He's the father of eugenics.
This is the battle for the soul of the world. Satan always goes after the young.
We were created for a purpose. There is a plan, a design.
Study the past, not just to understand what happened then, but to understand what's happening now. If you're going to change the culture, you've got to approach it culturally.
It's a Leviathan.
This is simply the overturning of the standards of an entire civilization.
But she gave a thumbs up. She kept her baby. They send us pictures. And man, we see toddlers now. They don't even know that they were marked for death.
When we started Pro-Love Ministries, we didn't know that Roe v. Wade was going to be overturned. I mean, we certainly hoped it would be. But we also thought that if it ever was, our pro-life infrastructure was certainly not ready to fill the gaps for all of the women who would be in need of help. With that in mind, we started our first pro-love ministry project called Loveline. Loveline is here to support pregnant women and moms with infants who need desperate support. We run a national hotline and provide case management for women with complex needs. We have to meet women right where they are so we can serve them well. People are now waking up to the fact that abortion does not empower women. It is hurting them. It is oppressing them. And so the whole goal of this is to say no. Women are strong. Women are capable. And we can overcome any challenge that is put in front of us. You are not going to tell me that I have to have an abortion to reach my goals. But in order to do that, it's going to take all of us to step up and help however much we can. One of the things that my boss said to me when I left Planned Parenthood is that I had made an enemy of one of the most powerful organizations on the planet. But that's not true. The most powerful organization on the planet is the church. We can make a difference together. And that's exactly what we're asking people to do. Step up to be a lifeline to someone who may be hanging on by a thread.
Men and women of Students for Life, I believe with all my heart that we will send Roe versus Wade to the ash heap of history, and the day will come when the right to life is the law of the land in every state in these United States, and this pro-life generation will lead us there. So let's get to work.
The anti-abortion movement appears to be on the cusp of a remarkable victory.
If you win at the Supreme Court, what's next for this movement?
What's next for us is returning the fight to the states, protecting women and children as much as we can.
The Constitution does not confer a right to abortion!
Women that are abortion-minded or maybe went through with their abortion, they say that even if just one person had said that they would be there for them, they would have chosen life.
We're the ones who go out and pray or stand silently in front of Planned Parenthoods and other abortion facilities, offering women who've already had abortions hope and healing, and offering women who are considering abortion another nonviolent alternative. That is who we are in the pro-life movement.
Every time we are out there educating people and showing the humanity of every unborn child, that is a win.
We must be unafraid to speak the truth about the violence of abortion and the extremism of those who advocate for it boldly.
The key to victory always lies in those who persist.
And we will not stop until abortion is made illegal and unthinkable.
It will take an extraordinary amount of work by an extraordinary number of people. But I want to encourage you that it is possible, because the entire history of America demonstrates that we can achieve what is viewed as impossible if we are pursuing goals that are grounded in foundational truths.
Each and every day, our movement moves forward, making the case for the humanity of the preborn, protecting life and law, and in service as much as possible, as quickly as possible, wherever possible, with boldness, innovation, and grit.
The single most important thing you can do with your life as a pro-lifer is to help people live for others above themselves.
Behind every precious life, there was a choice. Behind every family moment, behind every special memory, there was a choice. A life of joy, a life that is beautifully and wonderfully made. At 7 Weeks Coffee, we are funding the pro-life movement, one cup at a time. Will you let your coffee serve a greater purpose?
The pro-life message can win in this country, but only if we have the courage to fight for it. The pro-life message has already won in so many ways on so many battlefields. Everybody in this room can attest to that. Winning is our destiny because truth always prevails in the end. We say what must be said and we do what must be done. And if we continue to do that without fear or compromise, eventually the day will come when every child is free to be born.
Thank you for being here this morning for no greater cause than the cause of life. The number one responsibility of government is the safety and security of its citizens, and that includes the most vulnerable, most precious, most innocent of all, life in the womb. Thank you for standing up for life.
So here we are, right now, standing on hallowed ground. We're standing at a place that should be representing freedom. Freedom for all Americans. Freedom in every state and not just a state here and there.
What I can tell you as a resident of the great state of Texas, what we see on the ground is that when abortion isn't pushed on women, women consider all their options. And when given the ability to see a sonogram and hear the real resources and support available to them, almost every single one of them chooses life.
Lincoln expressed in his second inaugural address, all knew that slavery was somehow the cause of the nation's disunity. Today, abortion is the cause of our disunity. It's time to provide equal protection for all. This is the ultimate test of our greatness. It's time to abolish abortion.
Be bold, be unashamed. It's not weird to want to protect babies in the womb. That's the most normal thing on the planet. They're the weird ones. They want to kill babies in the womb. That's weird. They're the ones that are extreme.
May we have the fortitude of Mr. Lincoln to remain resolved in our mission and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal.
Marriage, family, work, church, school. These institutions are the building blocks of a healthy society. Today, they are crumbling. Marriage rates are at an all-time low. Family no longer looks like a married mom and dad and their children. 40% of babies are born to an unwed mother, including more than 70% of Black children. 1 in 4 kids grow up without a father figure in the home. Statistics show these kids are more likely to experience poverty, abuse drugs, or commit crimes. Instead of helping struggling families, government programs attack marriage and work. Why bother to get a job when the taxpayers can just take care of you? Church attendance is at a record low, and the left is targeting churches and charities that reject woke progressive ideology. Instead of focusing on education, schools are pushing critical race theory and championing LGBTQ lifestyles. American kids fall far below their international peers in reading and math scores. But what do the progressive elites care about? Pronouns and pride flags. None of this is okay. If current trends continue, we are heading towards social implosion. We must restore the family as the centerpiece of American life and protect our children. We know what we are fighting for. We are fighting for America's future.
God gave me the baby that I wanted, and then some. Looking at her is like taking a breath of fresh air every time, like a weight being lifted off my shoulders every time. So I found out that I was pregnant in late December 2023, and just a couple days after that, I had decided to take the first pill in the chemical abortion protocol. Upon taking that pill, I just was completely overridden with guilt and remorse and regret. In that desperate moment, I had Googled abortion pill reversal, and sure enough, there was a company right there on Google that does exactly what I was looking for. I gave them a call immediately. I was welcomed on the phone by a lovely girl that she just wanted to help, and she was non-judgmental, and she was so welcoming, and that was such a great feeling after feeling so scared. From that conversation that I'd had with the nice woman from abortion pill reversal, she informed me that she personally would be looking up a provider in my area that could help me out. Shortly thereafter, Chelsea gave me a call, and she prescribed me the progesterone, and I started on that right away. In late August of 2024, I delivered a beautiful and happy baby girl. I absolutely credit Chelsea and her clinic, and I wouldn't have my baby girl here today without her.
In a world gone crazy, where right is wrong and wrong is right.
My name's Kitty. I'm an abortion provider, and my work saves lives.
People are searching for the truth. It seems America has lost her way. Is it too late for this great country to get back to one nation under God? In the midst of this chaos, Patriot Mobile stands strong, supporting the people and the causes you care about.
We support giving women housing, education, meals. We support reaching out to universities and talking to young ladies and letting them know they're not alone when they're faced with an unexpected crisis pregnancy, that they have support for their education and for their work, and whether they want to keep the baby or adopt it out with the most loving option, there's support in both of those, and we call that the pro-love movement, and that's something conservatives have been doing for a long time.
Students for Life Action trains and mobilizes pro-life leaders to impact public policy and influence key elections. If you want to save lives by passing laws, Students for Life Action is the place for you. With a few simple steps, you can easily become a state captain and lead others in your state. Lobby for pro-life laws and hold elected officials accountable. Host a political leadership workshop training. Or ensure pro-life leaders win in the next election by encouraging your peers and neighbors to vote pro-life first.
What Christians often don't understand in the culture wars and in the fight for life is that abortion is not just one issue among many. Abortion is almost the linchpin upon which the liberal establishment swings. But what happens when you pull out a linchpin? The door falls off.
It takes a long time to go from a few intellectuals believing some bad ideas to bringing those ideas into the culture more and more and more until they bear fruit. The answer how we got here is because of the silence and inaction of the church.
Somebody might say, well, you know, Margaret Sanger, she didn't quite know exactly what she was doing. Well, first of all, you're speaking from ignorance because she wrote about herself and she wrote what her plans were, so much so that she, impressed Adolf Hitler. How do you impress Hitler?
My father walks up to me wearing a BLM shirt, and he says to me, why are you out here fighting a white man's issue? But he was a walking poster child for all things CRT, because in critical race theory, you see racism in all things and at all times. Even when a 6'4", 260-pound black man is trying to save a baby.
We're going to expose and discover who the real Margaret Sanger was and how her attack and assault against the family in America explains our current culture of death and upside-down world that we're living in today. This is where it all started. It was here that Sanger opened up her first unlicensed, illegal birth control clinic in 1916.
Study the past, not just to understand what happened then, but to understand what's happening now.
This is a Leviathan. Doc Howe, it's a fitting place to remember what happens when bad ideas are taken to their logical conclusion.
We bless the holy name of Jesus and we shout, let the baby live. Let the baby live. Let the baby live.
Stop waiting for someone else to grow a righteous culture of life for you and on your family's behalf. It will not happen. If not you, who? If not now, when?
The pro-life generation needs trained and passionate leaders in every area of the pro-life movement. Every year, students from across the country are stepping up and stepping in to pro-life careers or as long-term community leaders after college. And guess what? You could be next.
Apply for Students for Life of America's National Leaders Collective to begin your journey towards lifelong pro-life activism. Whether you want to pursue a full-time job or lead as a volunteer in the pro-life movement after graduation, the National Leaders Collective will prepare you to take the next step in leadership.
When you're accepted into one of our fellowship programs, you'll receive exclusive leadership training, be able to collaborate with other pro-life student leaders nationwide, receive mentorship from a national pro-life leader, and so much more.
We have a fellowship for every type of pro-life student leader. So whether you're part of the leadership team of your high school, public university, or Christian college Students for Life group, or even a pro-life student who loves art, politics, or media, there's a National Leaders Collective Fellowship for you.
No matter what field you hope to enter after graduation, you can leave college with next-level leadership skills and insight into where you might fit as a full-time pro-life activist.
Every student accepted to the National Leaders Collective receives 1. A free trip to Washington, D.C. for the in-person kickoff weekend for the program in June, 2. Access to exclusive bi-monthly leadership calls and career opportunities all year, and 3. Mentorship from Students for Life and other pro-life leaders to help build your resume.
63% of student leaders who graduate from our fellowships pursue a pro-life job after graduation, and many are currently serving the pro-life movement at national organizations.
Don't wait. Don't wait.
Don't wait.
Don't wait. Launch your leadership journey in the pro-life movement today. To learn more and apply, visit studentsforlife.org/leadership.
Standing With You is here to help mothers and fathers choose life and become successful parents. Our national database showcases more than 4,000 life-affirming resources in every state. If you are a student, pregnancy resource employee, or pro-life advocate looking for a place to send an abortion-seeking mother, send her to standingwithyou.org. But we aren't just online. Standing With You also partners with Students for Life groups on campuses to create campus resource guides for pregnant and parenting students. We also work closely with Students for Life groups to change policies on campuses to end discrimination against pregnant and parenting students and create a more life-affirming campus culture, such as adding lactation rooms, diaper decks, and many more helpful resources. Standing With You is the pro-life movement's response to helping women in need choose life and creating a pathway to success for pregnant and parenting students. Sign up to join us in serving women on campus and in your community today at standingwithyou.org.
Chelsea's one of those people where I just wish I could give her the world. I wish that I could repay her for the blessing that she gave me.
McKenna was a young mom facing an unexpected pregnancy. She ordered abortion drugs online, took the first one, and then immediately knew she'd made a horrible mistake. She Googled if there was anything to reverse an abortion, was directed to a website called Abortion Pill Reversal, and put in touch with a provider named Chelsea Minnick. Chelsea administered progesterone. McKenna says that her child would not be alive without Chelsea, and that she can't imagine life without her beautiful young daughter.
Many women do regret their abortion, especially after taking the abortion pill, and they deserve to know about the option of abortion pill reversal, which uses natural progesterone to reverse the effects of mifepristone.
So in 2023, what Colorado did was they said that doctors and nurses couldn't use progesterone for one specific use, and that's for abortion pill reversal. They're preventing women from changing their mind and providing potentially life-saving care to their unborn child.
That's why I'm really thankful for Alliance Defending Freedom coming beside me and helping me fight this, because this is something that needs to be out there for women to be able to choose to reverse the effects of the abortion pill if they want to.
If you're a recent graduate or graduation is drawing near, you may be wondering what lies ahead for your pro-life activism and for the pro-life movement. We know that your pro-life leadership doesn't end just because your time on campus does. This is your moment to capitalize on what you've learned and expand your influence from your campus to your community through the Campaign for Abortion-Free Cities. When you start or join a community campaign, you will join a cohort of your peers and receive the tools and training necessary to combat the abortion industry right in your city, reaching your neighbors and connecting women and families to pregnancy centers through grassroots activism, door knocking, and coalitions. Since 2019, the Campaign for Abortion-Free Cities has reached over 255,600 neighbors with our door knocking outreach, served and connected 6,500 mothers to life-affirming resources, and changed tens of thousands of minds on abortion. Together, we can create abortion-free cities that lead to abortion-free states and ultimately an abortion-free nation. Join us at abortionfreecities.org.
Welcome to the pro-life generation, where purpose meets persistence, and together we know we will prevail. Abolishing abortion is an extraordinary mission, which will take an extraordinary amount of people to accomplish. Will you join our life-saving work? Students for Life of America is the heartbeat of our movement. We recruit, train, and mobilize pro-life students across the United States to change minds about abortion by those most targeted by the abortion industry and transform their campuses so no mother ever feels she must choose between her child and her education. If you are a pro-life student looking to get involved, don't wait any longer. Your voice matters. We can help you start a group on campus and then equip you with free trainings, displays, and even pro-life speakers to educate your campus. And when you're ready, you can also take your pro-life leadership a step further and apply to our National Leaders Collective, consisting of 9 different year-long pro-life fellowships.
Students for Life Action trains and mobilizes pro-life leaders to impact public policy and influence key elections. If you want to save lives by passing laws, Students for Life Action is the place for you. With a few simple steps, you can easily become a state captain and lead others in your state. Lobby for pro-life laws and hold elected officials accountable. Host a political leadership workshop training. Or ensure pro-life leaders win in the next election by encouraging your peers and neighbors to vote pro-life first.
Did you know that pro-life activists of all ages can sign up to lead a local campaign in their city, uniting pro-life efforts to end abortion in their community by highlighting existing nonviolent solutions for women and children? If you're a recent grad, longtime pro-life activist, or looking to put your faith into action, start, join, or partner with Campaign for Abortion-Free Cities. Did you know that nearly 75% of our neighbors don't know that the pro-life movement supports alternatives to abortion in our cities? And when mothers find out about alternatives to abortion, they are more likely to choose life. We can even help you defeat pro-abortion ballot referendums in your state this year.
Standing With You is here to help mothers and fathers choose life and become successful parents. Our national database showcases life-affirming resources in every state. If you are a student, pregnancy resource employee, or a pro-life advocate looking for a place to send an abortion-seeking mother, you found the right place. Not only is Standing With You a national database with more than 4,000 resources for pregnant and parenting families, but we can also help Students for Life groups create a campus resource guide for college campuses.
The Dimitri Institute for Pro-Life Advancement conducts research and crafts messaging and strategies to end the violence of abortion. If you are seeking resources to assist you in changing minds about abortion, or fighting on new abortion battlefields like chemical abortion or Christian schools promoting Planned Parenthood, check out our IPA research reports on Planned Parenthood locations, nearby college campuses, pro-choice men and women's views on abortion, where Gen Z and Gen Y voters stand on the life issue, and using environmental law to stop chemical abortion.
Together, you, me, us. We are the pro-life generation, and we will abolish abortion. Join us today at prolifegen.org.
My name is Hoffman, and I'm an abortion survivor.
And this is our family's almost aborted story. Hope was born 2 months early, and like most premature babies, she was very small, weighing 3 pounds, 6 ounces. But what was especially unusual upon Hope's arrival was the considerable injury to her head. From Hope's forehead back to her right ear, the skull and the scalp had been cut away, leaving jagged edges and parts of her brain exposed. Hope's injuries were caused by the abortion instrument when she was just 10.5 weeks old, the size of this baby model, in her birth mother's womb.
My birth mom scheduled an abortion appointment when she was 10 weeks pregnant with me. She went in scared and unsure, but went through with the procedure. What they didn't tell her was how fully formed my body was, how my body, not pregnancy tissue, would be impacted by the tools the abortionist used that day. What she also didn't know walking out of that abortion facility was that I survived.
Hope's birth mother originally scheduled an abortion in her first trimester. She went in and she had the procedure, and she left thinking that she was no longer pregnant. But Hope miraculously survived that abortion, and she continued to grow in secret. At around 5.5 months along, her birth mother felt movement. She felt Hope kicking and stretching. It became clear not only was she still pregnant, but someone was growing inside of her. Courageously, Hope's birth mother decided to give birth and place Hope for adoption with our family. And we are so blessed. Thank you. So many people look at Hope's condition and use it as a reason to push for more abortion. But that couldn't be further from the message families need. All life is valuable, and all people are created equally. Hope survived what 2,363 babies don't survive every day in our country. The scar on her head reminds us how God spared her life. Her scar gives evidence of what is done in secret, evidence of the suffering children endure during abortions. I remember the day we brought Hope home. She was the most beautiful baby I had ever seen. Aww. She has come so far in the past 32 years. She has been an encourager and peacemaker. She describes herself as a friend to all, and she loves with her whole heart. Her life has great purpose. Her story saves lives and changes hearts. Hope is an abortion survivor. We are thankful for Hope's life, for the gift of adoption, and that her birth mother gave her a second chance.
I want people to see the living proof that abortion hurts. It hurt my mom emotionally, and it hurt me physically. But we don't have to keep settling for it. I encourage more survivors to speak out and share their story. God had a plan for my life, and He has always provided for me. I have a joy in my heart that no one can take away.
You did it.
They say there's nothing in the world as powerful as an idea whose time has come. When the Heritage Foundation was founded, the idea was simple: empower principled conservatives and build a battleship for a new conservative movement. But 50 years later, those conservatives have inspired a new generation, and that battleship, now powered by 500,000 of our closest friends, has scored public policy victories never thought possible before. The Heritage Foundation has become the space for conservatives to meet, strategize, organize, and come out fighting again. All on behalf of the only special interest in Washington that matters to us, the American people. It's been 50 years and a lot has changed. Our challenges are greater, our nation's enemies more ruthless. But some things, the things that make us who we are, have stayed the same. Our heritage is believing parents have a say in their kids' education. Our heritage is understanding that when we give up the right to life, we give up everything. Our heritage is protecting free and fair elections and knowing a broken southern border when we see it. Our heritage is refusing to drown our grandchildren in senseless government debt. Our heritage is telling corrupt foreign governments, woke corporations, and leftist bureaucrats that they belong in the backseat. Because heritage is what we're given, but it's also what we'll pass on to future generations. And that's an idea whose time has come.
I was almost aborted.
I was conceived in rape.
I survived an abortion.
I was pressured to take the abortion pill.
I found myself holding a positive pregnancy test after being raped by a relative of a friend of mine.
Doctors told us that Faith was incompatible with life.
We were told by many that the best option was to terminate the pregnancy.
My birth mother had an abortion in her first trimester of pregnancy. 3 months later, she found out that my abortion had failed and she was still pregnant with me.
While she was pregnant with me, she tried to get an abortion twice.
My medical issues stemmed from being born alive during a botched abortion.
Planned Parenthood did not allow me to see my ultrasound or hear the heartbeat. I took the first pill and I just couldn't live with myself.
The lady from Planned Parenthood repeated again, we can take care of this problem and no one would ever have to know.
The geneticist actually told us that our disabled daughter would ruin our marriage.
There's nothing that quite describes holding the pain that your birth mother didn't want you.
When the procedure ended, my birth mother ran out, abandoning myself and my 2-year-old brother.
Despite initially choosing abortion, my mother went on to carry me to term and placed me with an adoptive family.
Abortion hurts women, hurts babies, and is not healthcare.
The woman from Planned Parenthood left me feeling hopeless, but the woman from the pregnancy center left me feeling hopeful. I chose life that day.
Choice was never an option. Every life is precious. Faith deserved a chance to live and thrive regardless of her disabilities.
This is my story, and I can't change it. I can reach out to women in need and save a life in the womb. I will continue to speak out.
I was almost aborted, but I am worthy, loved, and valuable. And so are you.
Students for Life of America is the heartbeat of our movement. We recruit, train, and mobilize pro-life students across the United States to change minds about abortion by those most targeted by the abortion industry and transform their campuses so no mother ever feels she must choose between her child and her education. If you are a pro-life student looking to get involved, don't wait any longer. Your voice matters. We can help you start a group on campus and then equip you with free trainings, displays, and even pro-life speakers to educate your campus. And when you're ready, you can also take your pro-life leadership a step further and apply to our National Leaders Collective, consisting of 9 different year-long pro-life fellowships. Together, you, me, us, we are the pro-life generation, and we will abolish abortion.
The Heritage Foundation is the most impactful conservative policy organization in the country.
5 years ago, I was a Heritage intern. Today, I work with our lawmakers on Capitol Hill to fight against radical leftism and for what real Americans care about.
We want the best and the brightest, which means we pay competitively, we develop talent, and give our interns access to some of the sharpest political minds in the country.
Interning at Heritage really gave me the foundation to go out into the world, go out into the media, to tell stories that really matter.
Former Heritage interns are currently working for the organizations, lawmakers, and campaigns fighting for America.
If you're looking for your way to get into the fight for America, this is it.
We are going on offense. Join us.
I sat frozen in place as I tried to wrap my head around my parents' words. I was almost aborted. My name is Josiah Presley, and this is my almost aborted story. Until that moment, I thought I knew my story. My parents, they courageously adopted my sister and I from South Korea, knowing I would come with some special needs. But what I learned that day at 13 was there's more to my story. My birth mother had undergone an abortion in her first trimester of pregnancy with me. This possibly caused my right arm to be deformed. And 3 months later, she found out that my abortion had failed and she was still pregnant with me. My birth mother had a decision to make, but miraculously, she chose to give birth. From there, I spent 13 months in a foster home until ultimately I was adopted by my parents from the U.S. My dad was a pastor and my mom volunteered at the pregnancy center. Despite the joy I have in knowing that I was loved enough to be adopted, there's nothing that quite describes holding the pain that your birth mother didn't want you. And this was on top of my already 13-year-old body image issues I had about my deformed arm. My arm, it became a symbol that I was disposable. I began to feel broken. Then I knew I had my own decision to make. I could sit in the pain of the past, wondering what if I didn't exist? Or I could see the miracle of how God intervened for my mother and I. That my identity is not found in how others view me, but in Jesus, who sees me for who I am. I know I am valuable, unrepeatable, and unconditionally loved by the God who created the universe. My body may have been broken, but my heart didn't have to stay that way. So I surrendered. God never abandoned me. He was with me at my mother's abortion appointment, there when I was born with a deformed arm, in the foster home, and with my parents as they adopted me and brought me to my life here in America. In those times of grief and pain, learning the truth of my birth story, some people might say I would have been better off dead, that it would have been better if I were aborted. But today, I wake up grateful. Now, I am able to help other young people find their identity and value in the love of Jesus, affirming the value that every person has because they're created in the image of God. I was almost aborted, but I am worthy, loved, and valuable. And so are you.
I was trafficked from the age of 2 to 29. When I found out I was pregnant at 29, I was at a safe house. They told me about a pregnancy center, and that's when I met Phyllis Phelps. And she explains to me, I can't help you, but I know a man named Jesus. That right there is why I chose life, because she did something that I had never experienced before in my life. And so she told me about a program. I went through the program, and then I went off into Bible college. From there, she gave me an application to be the director at a pregnancy center. November 8th of 2022, the board of branches hired me as the executive director. Since then, I've been running with branches just to be able to help women as I was helped when I walked through the doors 10 years ago.
So Vermont has enacted SB 37 that specifically targets pregnancy care centers and their advertising. It limits what they can say, it limits the information that they can provide to women.
We could be fined $10,000, and it really limits us from advertising truly all of our resources that we can provide to the women and men and families in this community and in this state.
And one really pernicious thing about this law is that it applies only to pregnancy care centers, only those centers who clearly state that they don't provide or refer for abortions.
Vermont's coming after pregnancy centers, especially branches, because we do not fit their pro-abortion agenda. A lot of women here are either being prostituted, living in homeless shelters or on the streets. And so when they become pregnant, they become scared because they feel that there's no one that's going to do life with them. Just like how I was when I first walked through the doors of a pregnancy center. We can help. We're the solution.
He finally texted me. I said, I'm pregnant. His first response was, well, what are you gonna do about it? And I was like, okay, so I'm alone. Being a teenager and being pregnant is kind of seen as like, well, there goes your future. I thought the pregnancy test was wrong. Kind of hoped that it was a burrito. It sounds silly, but I was scared. I thought an abortion was my only option. So I asked my friend Kayleigh, I said, hey, I need you to drive me to Denver on this day. I have a special doctor's appointment. She's like, yeah, sure, whatever. What's wrong with you? So I told her. I didn't want to tell anyone because I didn't want anyone to be like, what? So I told her and she's like, no. She said, Ruth, I know you're trying to rush this because you don't want to think about it, but I'm gonna make you think about it. A lot of my fear stemmed from being alone. I was very alone, very isolated at that time, and all of a sudden I wasn't. It wasn't exactly a book or a film or anything that I had watched or read to really educate me on the process of how to do college when you're pregnant. My teachers, and they even said they had never dealt with a pregnant student before, so they didn't know how to go forward. And therefore, neither did I. I ended up having Eli the week before finals. I wasn't able to take my finals. Because I failed my classes, I lost my financial aid. Legally, according to Title IX, I should have been protected. When I found out that I had lost my financial aid, I had reached out to this lady who my friend Kayleigh had given me her number, and I hoped that I never needed to use it. And her name is Bethany Hamilton, and I reached out to her and she's like, oh no, they're not allowed to do that. She worked with Students for Life, and she was the one who educated me on my Title IX rights, and she helped me to get my financial aid back. And then she got connected with the Students for Life group on campus. They threw me and Eli a baby shower. It was very sweet. They were supportive, and it was nice to kind of like walk around school and not kind of be the single young mom, but to kind of be kind of normal. Right now, I am back in school. I'm working in my career field. I never thought that I would be here with raising a child by myself. I always thought that it would be so hard to raise a child that I'd have to live with my parents for the rest of my life. Having Eli has empowered me in the sense that he makes me feel like I can do things that I was scared to do before. I would say to the young pregnant woman that she is not alone, that there is a community that wants to care for her and love her, and that there is no shame in accepting help that is offered to you. My name is Ruth, and this is my Pregnant on Campus story.
Did you know that every major diaper company supports abortion either vocally or financially? Our purchasing decisions have power. They shape the world that we want to see. And every time we choose Huggies, Pampers, Honest, or others, we are endorsing the very thing that we are working so hard to stop, the devaluing of God's most precious children. Every life from the moment of conception is worthy of love, protection, and celebration. My name is Sarah Gabel Seifert, president and co-founder of Every Life, the hopeful solution. We started Every Life with a mission to provide premium, high-performing products for every miraculous life. Every Life is the first and only pro-life diaper company rooted in the belief that every child is a gift from God. We are unwavering in our faith, and we are deeply committed to championing parenthood and celebrating life in everything that we do. Since our launch in July of 2023, we've become the fastest growing diaper company America has ever seen, and we've already donated millions of diapers to moms in need. We hope and pray that you will join us on our extraordinary mission, where we're not only changing diapers, but truly changing lives.
Hey everybody, we just finished the National Leaders Collective Kickoff Weekend 2024 here in Washington, D.C. We heard a lot of amazing speakers in all of our sessions.
We were able to go to the National Celebrate Life Gala
and the National Celebrate Life Rally.
And we are so excited to show you guys
what we did this weekend.
The pro-life message can win in this country, but only if we have the courage to fight for it. The pro-life message has already won in so many ways on so many battlefields. Everybody in this room can attest to that. Winning is our destiny because truth always prevails in the end. We say what must be said and we do what must be done. And if we continue to do that without fear or compromise, eventually the day will come when every child is free to be born.
Hey guys, we just finished the National Celebrate Life Weekend Gala, and Matt Walsh was here. We had an amazing time celebrating everyday heroes. We tore up the dance floor, and now we're ready to go out to the rally tomorrow and be those everyday heroes.
Students for Life is out here at the National Celebrate Life Weekend, rallying and having so many pro-life speakers come and speak at the Lincoln Memorial, celebrating the end of Roe v. Wade.
Thank you for being here this morning for no greater cause than the cause of life. The number one responsibility of government is the safety and security of its citizens, and that includes the most vulnerable, most precious, most innocent of all, life in the womb. Thank you for standing up for life.
Be bold. Be unashamed. It's not weird to want to protect babies in the womb. That's the most normal thing on the planet. They're the weird ones. They want to kill babies in the womb. That's weird. They're the ones that are extreme.
May we have the fortitude of Mr. Lincoln to remain resolved in our mission and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal.
One of the things I learned at this year's NLC was how to be a great communicator with my team and how to just spread the pro-life message while doing it. And I loved it so much, I did it with all my friends, and I'm gonna go back to my hometown and I'm gonna be able to do that with all of my peers, and I'm gonna be able to teach the pro-life message.
The highlight of the National Leaders Collective Kickoff Weekend was our group, Students for Life at FIU, winning Standing With You Group of the Year. I'm so excited to go back to Miami, Florida, to mobilize our group and energize us to come back here next year and defend our title. I plan to help mobilize our group to fight against the pro-abortion ballot initiative Amendment 4.
Our favorite thing from this weekend was the amazing speakers and talks that we got, the rally at the Lincoln Memorial, and the gala on Friday.
It was all amazing, and now we have so many great tips to take back to our campuses this fall. Woohoo! And that's a wrap on our National Leaders Collective 2024 in Washington, D.C. I want to thank all of our amazing supporters who made this weekend possible. These are the leaders who will abolish abortion in a lifetime. I can't wait to see what they go home, their campuses and communities to do this fall.
something insane is happening. Madness has been unleashed in our culture. How did this happen?
What Christians often don't understand in the culture wars and in the fight for life is that abortion is not just one issue among many. Abortion is almost the linchpin upon which the liberal establishment swings. But what happens when you pull out a linchpin? The door falls off.
Nothing is more racist than the abortion industry.
We're in a day where evil is now being called good.
Let's start putting the puzzle pieces together here to understand the culture of death in America.
It was Francis Galton who took the ideas of Darwin one step further. He's the father of eugenics.
This is the battle for the soul of the world. Satan always goes after the young.
We were created for a purpose. There is a plan, a design.
Study the past, not just to understand what happened then, but to understand what's happening now. If you're going to change the culture, you've got to approach it culturally.
It's a Leviathan.
This is simply the overturning of the standards of an entire civilization.
But she gave a thumbs up, and she kept her baby. They send us pictures, and man, we see toddlers now. They don't even know that they were marked for death.
we started Pro Love Ministries, we didn't know that Roe v. Wade was going to be overturned. I mean, we certainly hoped it would be. But we also thought that if it ever was, our pro-life infrastructure was certainly not ready to fill the gaps for all of the women who would be in need of help. With that in mind, we started our first pro-love ministry project called Loveline. Loveline is here to support pregnant women and moms with infants who need desperate support. We run a national hotline and provide case management for women with complex needs. We have to meet women right where they are so we can serve them well. People are now waking up to the fact that abortion does not empower women. It is hurting them. It is oppressing them. And so the whole goal of this is to say, no, women are strong, women are capable, and we can overcome any challenge that is put in front of us. You are not going to tell me that I have to have an abortion to reach my goals. But in order to do that, it's going to take all of us to step up and help however much we can. One of the things that my boss said to me when I left Planned Parenthood is that I had made an enemy of one of the most powerful organizations on the planet. But that's not true. The most powerful organization on the planet is the church. We can make a difference together. And that's exactly what we're asking people to do. Step up to be a lifeline to someone who may be hanging on by a thread.
Men and women of Students for Life, I believe with all my heart that we will send Roe versus Wade to the ash heap of history, and the day will come when the right to life is the law of the land in every state in these United States, and this pro-life generation will lead us there. So let's get to work.
The anti-abortion movement appears to be on the cusp of a remarkable victory.
If you win at the Supreme Court, what's next for this movement?
What's next for us is returning the fight to the states, protecting women and children as much as we can.
The Constitution does not confer a right to abortion!
Together with our colleagues at the Heritage Foundation, we promote conservative policies on issues like life, immigration, education, China, and many more. We are able to promote all of these amazing policies both by walking hand in hand with state lawmakers across the country and with activists like you. Our Sentinel Network stands guard across the country defending conservatism in their hometowns, states, and nationwide. This army of grassroots advocates is the tip of the spear in the fight to defend conservative values, and we need your help to do it. By joining our Sentinel Network, you are able to get the skills you need to defend and fight for the values you believe in. We have skills to give you all this to be able to talk to you a little bit more about that outside at our table, so please come say hi. But now I am so excited to introduce to you our next panel discussion. It's called Change My Mind, where we'll be looking at 3 difficult questions and how to tackle those. Our first speaker looks at the question, it may be human, but it's not a person until. So we have Stephen Wagner with Justice for All. Next, discussing is overpopulation a myth? We have Sarah Gabel Seifert with Every Life. Finally, is miscarriage and abortion? We have Dr. Susan Bain, Americans Association for Pro-Life OBGYNs. Please join me in welcoming out Stephen Wagner with Justice for All.
San Antonio years ago, and we had a kiosk up that asked the question, when do human rights begin? Or where do you draw the line on human rights? And we had pictures of the unborn at different stages of development. And you can see that kiosk right there on the board, I think. It'll be brought up here soon. And then we also had a free speech board that allowed people to write whatever they wanted, responding to the topic. So I started a conversation with a young man named Jack. And early in the conversation, Jack and I agreed that the unborn is a living human organism from fertilization. So we agreed, they're human beings. Why do you draw the line at 18 weeks? And he said, well, the brain processing is sufficient at that point for the unborn to respond to sound, which happened to be the milestone that we had put on the sign. And so that was Jack's view. But he said there's another reason, because then that's what I mean by viability. So human rights starts at that point. And I said, but wouldn't that mean that as technology progresses, then human rights would change? The line would change depending on the progress of technology. Do you think human rights could change based on technology? And Jack said, oh yeah, that's right. And Jack changed his mind on viability at that point in our conversation, and that was the first of 3 changes of mind that he had in the course of about an hour. I'm just going to highlight the rest of the conversation for you as it happened. So I posed a challenge or a mystery for equal treatment in terms of the basic right to life, and he agreed. And I said, if that's true, isn't it the case that there must be something exactly the same about us that demands? I said, do you mean the brain processing itself? Because it seems like we have different levels of brain processing, better or worse or more or less. I said, but you could adjust what you're saying to sort of fix it. It could ground equal rights if you said that you cross a sort of threshold of brain processing at all, or a certain level of brain processing. And if you cross that threshold, then you have that. It would mean the unborn does not deserve equal treatment early on because they don't have that ability, or they haven't crossed that threshold. So that would make sense. Have exactly to you and me. So Jack made a very predictable move at this point. He said, okay, it's not just brain processing at all, but also being viable and also being human. I said, okay, that would ground our equal rights. We all have that the same, all of us standing around here. That gets the animals out of there, out of the equal rights circle, and it would keep the unborn before 18 weeks out of the equal rights circle. But can you give me an independent reason to believe it's these three things in combination that grounds our equal rights other than it just saves your view on abortion? And he saw the ad hoc nature of his reasoning at that point. But there's a deeper problem than just being ad hoc with his reasoning. There's a deeper problem. And I sought to show it by giving an alternative. And I said, what about human nature? What about human nature? Instead of focusing on a functional ability, that is the basis for all of our functional abilities. We don't have more or less human nature. It doesn't come and go. Either you have it or you don't have it for your whole life. That seems like a more solid ground for equal. Should only be legal when the mother's life is in danger. Wow, that's a big change all of a sudden. But I sensed that there was still some work to be done because I sensed that Jack also, and he said, he wrote on the free speech board, life will force you into situations you don't necessarily want but have to deal with nonetheless. And so in just the span of an hour, Jack had gone to saying abortion should not be legal except in the case of the life of the mother and not even in the case of rape. Big change. Now, I'm not implying to you that if you use these approaches that I'm talking about today, that somehow means that everybody's going to change their mind immediately. And many people don't tell us that their mind is changing. Many people change their minds in the privacy of their own home. Yes, the unborn are different, but look how they're the same. Say that with me. Yes, the unborn are different, but look how they're the same. Now, you're not necessarily going to say that in the conversation exactly that way. This is a framework that you're going to follow. But before I talk more about that, we need to get something out of the way. What if someone says the unborn is human, but she's not a person until... Well, I'm going to say, wait, what do you mean by person? I'm not sure what you mean by that term. We're going to ask the person to define it, and then I would suggest using the definition, not using the term person throughout your conversation, but if what we really mean is basic rights like the right to life, then just use that, basic rights like the right to life, throughout your conversation. And I might ask the person to give me examples of what a person is, right? Am I an example of a person? You? And then we can work from there as well. Greg Kokel at Stand to Reason, str.org, has pointed out that person is legal language that's been used throughout history to divide the human family into those who are in and those who are out, those who are empowered and those who are excluded, marginalized, and oppressed. Now, that history doesn't mean that everyone that uses the term is trying to oppress people, but it should give us pause. That's why I just try to define what the person is using the word to mean. Usually they mean basic rights like the right to life. So, someone might say the unborn are human, but they don't have basic rights until, and then they're just going to give me the laundry list of differences, right? They might talk about some of the differences that Stephen Schwartz identified in 1990. You might have heard the acronym SLED: size, level of development, environment, degree of dependency. Yes, the unborn early in their development are different in all of those ways. But there are even more differences. There are lots of differences. Growth rate, experiences, happiness, awareness of pain, mental calculation, minimal experience of anything at all, experience of self, rationality. There's even more. Consciousness, viability, ability to live outside the womb, self-awareness. People will throw out all these different things about the unborn, the ways the unborn is deficient, and the ways that they will say the unborn are different from us, or the unborn lack these characteristics. But why should I think these lack of functional abilities is significant? Why should I think these differences are significant? It's not even true that all these differences are a less than kind of thing. The unborn are faster at growing than we are. The unborn are better at existing surrounded by water than we are, right? So not all of these differences are even to the unborn's disadvantage. And many of those outside the womb also share these differences. Infants aren't self-aware. Adults have a disorder that keeps them, some adults have a disorder that keeps them from feeling pain. So we can affirm the difference between the unborn and us. We can ask why it matters. And then we can point to those outside the womb who are also different in that way. But there's a more fundamental problem with talking about all these differences, and that is focusing on the differences ignores the glaring, obvious, crazy similarities between the unborn and us. Yes, they are different, but look how they're the same. They have exactly the same human nature. They're the same kind of being we are. That's exactly what we're focused on when we say racism is wrong or sexism is wrong. We're saying, sure, blacks and whites are different, but look how they're the same. They have the same humanness. Sure, women and men are different, but look how they're the same. They have the same human nature. We look at toddlers, infants, the elderly, the disabled, and those who are short, those who are slow. We note how they function differently, but that doesn't cause us to say they're not one of us. Instead, we adjust what being us means, right? It says, Bono, just like Bono of U2 says, there is no them. There is only us. Look how we are the same. We function differently, but we're the same kind of being, a human being. So the unborn differ in form and function, but they share the nature that grounds all of our functions. Let me give you a real simple way to think of this. It's actually not very simple, but let me try to simplify it. All of our abilities and capacities that we currently exercise, you could call these first-order capacities, are grounded in deeper capacities, what we might call second-order capacities, or the capacity to develop the capacity. So another way to put this is that the unborn have a certain kind of nature, the same nature that you and I have that's characterized by these second-order capacities. We have the exact same set of second-order capacities. Sure, we have current first-order capacities that the unborn don't, but before we can develop those capacities, we have to have the capacity to develop those capacities. It's those second-order capacities that get closer to describing what kind of being we are. So before you could exercise any of your first-order capacities, like, for example, you right now trying to understand the abstract categories I'm talking to you about, before you could have that first-order capacity, you'd have to develop the capacity for rational thought. But you had that capacity from the moment you began to exist. So that's a great comfort to any of you who are listening to me and haven't the foggiest notion of what I'm even talking about right now. Even though you can't currently track, you have the capacity to develop the capacity to track with me. Yay! And even if you never track with me, it doesn't matter because you have the same human nature that I have. You have equal value to me, regardless of whether you can even ever understand what I'm talking about. Sure, the unborn are different, but look at how they're the same. They have the same second-order capacities, the same nature as us. They have the same identity that maintains sameness through all the comings and goings of properties, through the changes that take place throughout our whole lives. They're the same type of substance that you and I are. We're the same kind of being, a human being. Now, we can start with common ground on things like women's rights being real and important, but they only make sense if they're based on human rights that are based on a shared human nature. But if that's true, then those women had those rights from the moment they began to exist as one-cell embryos, from the time of fertilization. So the unborn has those same rights. The unborn has the same right to her body that she will have as a teenager and later as an adult, and she has the same right not to be the victim of violence. I'm going to go ahead and just show our website here, jfaweb.org /free. If you'll go to that website, I'd love to share more stories like the one I shared with you today that can illustrate and give word for word how we go about having conversations and putting these ideas, sort of lofty, heady ideas, on the sort of the ground level for people. So if you'll go to that website and give us your email address, we'll send you free resources that can help you to have those conversations to imitate. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. How we doing? Good. So great to be here. What an honor. My name is Gabel Seifert, and I am the president and co-founder of Every Life. Who in the room has heard of Every Life? Yes, I love to see it. We're the first and only pro-life diaper company on the market today. Believe it or not, every major diaper company is supporting abortion, either vocally or financially. Can you believe that? I know, it's heartbreaking. If baby brands can't stand for their own customers, I don't know who will. That's why we felt so obligated to create the solution. We're now the fastest growing diaper company in America today. Thank you. We're only 18 months old, and we've had the opportunity of giving over 3 million diapers out and 2.5 million wipes to moms and dads who have embraced life for their baby, and that is what it is all about. So I'm really excited to be able to talk to you guys about something that's actually near and dear to my heart, and it's an issue that I don't think is being addressed enough. It's declining birth rates. And we're gonna dive into what's going on and maybe some solutions that we can discuss to start to see this cultural shift that I believe we so desperately need to see. But I'm gonna start with a really crazy reality. Did you know that in the 1950s, the average woman had minimum 5 children? Minimum 5. And the average age for a mother having her first child was under the age of 25 years old. How old, is anyone over 25 in the room? Okay, how many are under 25? Okay, we got a lot of under 25. Okay, so in the 1950s, that was really normal to start having children at this age that you're in right now. But let's fast forward to today, and our fertility rate is actually lower than it's really ever been, and it's shocking. 1.6 babies per woman in the United States today. In order for us to have a healthy, lasting, sustaining future, we need our fertility rate to be at minimum at 2.1 babies per woman. Nearly half of the young people today, and I hope and pray you're not a part of this statistic, but 44% are saying that they are considering not having children at all. 44%, let that sink in. 23% are saying that because of their concerns of overpopulation and climate control and change, they do not want to bring a child into the world because they actually see it as harmful and selfish. 23% of the people in your generation and mine. So how did we get here, and why does this matter? Today, I want to explore the reasons behind declining birth rates, and more importantly, the urgent need to prioritize life and family in our society again today. So let's talk about problem number 1. A cultural issue is the core problem here. From a young age, women are taught to prioritize career over family. The message is really clear from the other side of the aisle. Family and children are obstacles from being able to explore all of your dreams and go after your desires, that they get in the way of all the things that you want to achieve for yourself. This mindset has created a cultural shift where the pursuit of personal ambition often comes at the expense of embracing the joy and the purpose of parenthood. And I'm going to be honest, this could have been my trajectory. I totally bought into this lie. I believed that my life was about me and my path and my career and climbing the corporate ladder. I was studying economics and going into real estate. And thank you, God, that he came into my heart at a younger age, and I gave him everything. He transformed my heart and my mind. I got married when I was 22, and now I am a mom, and I hope to have many more children. And being a mom, I'm telling you, there is absolutely nothing more fulfilling. The reality is, and somebody in the room needs to hear this, careers come and go. You can always be replaced. That's the reality. But you know, the one role that can never be replaced is being a mom and being a dad, being a husband, being a wife. It is the most fulfilling thing that you can do in this world. It's your legacy. It's why you're here. Problem number 2 is the pro-choice agenda. We all know this one. But despite the overturning of Roe v. Wade, abortion rates continue to rise. Well, why is this happening? Because we've totally normalized this idea that parenthood is an absolute burden, not a blessing. The cultural narrative often prioritizes what's best for you. Have you heard that before? Like, go take care of yourself, go have your self day, work on you. But at what cost? A society that values personal freedom over the sanctity of life loses sight of its fundamental responsibility, which is nurturing the next generation. Problem number 3, overpopulation, ideology, and climate activism. I'm going to quickly share with you about a UN survey. This is quite alarming. 49% of Americans, including many young people, believe that global population is too high. This is a complete lie. A large portion of the world is actually aging, not growing. Yet the narrative persists that having children is an environmental disaster, some would say. And again, this could not be farther from the truth. During our Make More Babies campaign that Every Life did this time last year, we blew up this sign in Times Square. Did anybody see that? We put a big sign up in New York City, and it was all based off of Elon Musk. How many of you know Elon Musk? Yes. He said, having children is saving the world. How many of you believe that that is true? Awesome, me too. And so we blew it up on a billboard with a simple but powerful statement underneath that said, make more babies. We need more children in this world. And we were on the ground, and we were just talking to different people walking by, doing kind of man-on-the-street interviews. And we got a lot of positive feedback, and some people loved it. But I will never forget talking to this one girl in her childbearing years, and it stuck to me. And it hits me still when I think about it. I was listening to her talk, and we were asking, what do you think of this message? Does it resonate with you? And you could see the spiritual tear in her heart, because you know what? God actually gives women a nurturing heart. It's just in us. We want to take care of others. We want to be a mom. That's normal. That's natural. That's good. And she was suppressing this thing that was inside of her. And she started off saying, you know what? I think children are great, and I love babies. But then she said, but you know what? I don't think I'll have my own. I don't think I'll have my own because they release too many carbon emissions. And it's, no, I know you're laughing, but this is seriously with a straight face. They release too many carbon emissions. They can be a threat to the planet. And it's actually really selfish of me to bring someone into the world. This is your generation. This is our generation. And they're thinking this. So this overpopulation control ideology and this climate control activism actually is sinking into the hearts and minds of people today. And we have to make it stop. Problem number 4, turning away from Christ. Unfortunately, there is a growing number of people that are abandoning their faith. And as faith declines, as we know, so does our understanding of the sanctity, the precious beauty of every miraculous life. Without faith, we lose the moral framework that teaches us the value of life and family as the center of why we're here. A 2020 Pew Research survey actually said that 32% of U.S. teenagers today identified as religious nuns, meaning they don't take affiliation to any sort of religion. And in 2021, a Gallup poll revealed that more than 1/3 of young adults in the U.S. now have no religious affiliation. We need Jesus. We need him back. He's the answer, right? Okay, now here's the fun part. We're going to talk about the solutions. I'm way more of an optimist, so I don't like talking about all the problems. I like to talk about the solutions. So let's move into that. What's the solution? Make more babies. That is the solution. How many of you in this room want to be a mom or a dad one day? I want to see every hand raised. Thank you. That's awesome. This gives me hope. We know that children are actually the very thing that build a strong nation. Strong families build a strong nation. And we need more children in this world, not less. Children are our hope, they're our future, and they're our legacy. And we need a cultural shift that embraces life and views children as a blessing, not an inconvenience or a burden. Thank you. A 2014 Harvard University study said that when they did a survey on parenthood, this is actually really exciting. 80% of parents reported more meaningful lives after having children. Children bring joy, purpose, and fulfillment that goes beyond personal ambition. And I have to tell you, I've talked to so many women, and I've never heard, I used to work at a pregnancy resource center, and I've never heard a woman say that she regrets having a child. But I can tell you story after story after story of a woman saying that she regretted having her abortion. And that's why it's so, so important that we begin to prop up motherhood, prop up fatherhood, and begin to make it cool again, make it great again, because there's nothing better. Number 2, we need to promote the pro-life agenda, which all of you are doing just by being here today. Did you know that 60% of women who had abortions reported that they actually would have chosen life and carried their pregnancy to term if they had received more support and greater financial resources? That's a big percentage. That's why at Every Life, I said it at the beginning, we've already donated so many millions of diapers to pregnancy resource centers so we can help them feel supported and cared for with the practical things they need. Every mom, every dad, they need diapers, they need wipes. And I'm so thankful we get to do that at Every Life. I want to share a story, actually. I mentioned the Pregnancy Resource Center. I got to meet with hundreds of girls, many of which were actually coming in pretty set on having an abortion. And there's one in particular that was probably the most abortion-minded client I'd ever talked to. And I thought, God, there's no way. Like, there's no way I'm going to cut into this girl. She's stone cold. Her boyfriend is out of the picture, wants nothing to do with her, nothing to do with her baby. Her parents aren't in her life. Her dad passed at an early age. Just a really sad situation. And I decided I was just going to keep pressing in and ask her questions and just be there for her. And I started to see God work. And I started to see her heart soften. And when she saw her baby on the ultrasound machine, it really started to move her. By the end of the appointment, she said she wanted to come back. And so she came back. She got to see her baby again. And eventually, she ended up choosing life for her child, which was the best day, honestly, for me to see that mind shift that happened for her. But it gets even better, because then as I'm sitting with her, after she had made that wonderful, life-affirming decision, I said, I can't say her name, but I said, I want you to know that I'm always going to be here for you. But there's going to be moments where you might feel alone. And you might feel like the world is totally against you. And there is one person that will be there for you no matter where you are or what you're going through, and it's Jesus. And he made you, and he created you, and he loves you, he adores you, and his arms are wide open waiting for you to come home to him. He died so you can live and so that baby can live too. Do you want to know him? And she said yes. And she prayed this salvation prayer with conviction and with heart and with tears. And she stepped into a relationship with God that day. So 2 lives were saved. But it gets better. She brought her boyfriend into the center. And he started doing the mentoring classes and got a dad pouring into him. And guess what? He came to know Christ as well. I got invited to their wedding. So they got married. Right? And then the best part, I don't know if this is the best part, but it was something so special for me. I got to hold that little boy. And I have a picture of me and him on my desk, and it's why I get up every day is for that life and all the other lives that are worth fighting for. And it brings me to tears still thinking about it, because that guy, oh, my little boy, he almost wasn't here. He almost wasn't here, but because of love and support and all of these resources, he is here and he gets to live, and I can't wait to see what he's gonna do. So we need people, we need a society standing firmly for life across all sectors. This is what we have to do to support families, because it truly matters. It can save lives. Number 3, the solution number 3 is we have to talk about the lies of overpopulation. Again, Elon Musk said it best. Having children is saving the world. Rather than viewing children as a threat to the planet, a cancer to the world, we should see them as vital contributors to a prosperous future. We must start challenging these dangerous myths of overpopulation and highlight the value of growing families for the health of our society and even our planet. And number 4, we need Jesus. I said this already, but we need Jesus. The best advice I've ever given someone is find God, get married, and make babies. Our country was founded on faith, and it's time we return to our roots. Faith is at the heart of who we are, and when God is at the center, everything falls into balance. When we embrace faith in our society again, I know, without a doubt, we will start to see life supported and protected at the moment of conception. So in closure, I want to end with one of my favorite Mother Teresa quotes. She said, "How can there be too many children? That is like saying there's too many flowers." Is that not amazing? It's so beautiful. It's time we reframe our thinking to see children as a gift and a reward from God. Let's build a society together where children and parenthood is celebrated, not feared, and where every miraculous life is supported and protected. Genesis 1:28 says it best. God blessed them and said to them, "Be fruitful and increase in number," or multiply. "Fill the earth and subdue it. Rule over the fish in the sea and the birds in the sky and over every living creature that moves on the ground." So how do we shift culture? We find God, we get married, and we make babies. Thank you guys so much for having me.
So all pregnancies end. 60 to 70% of them are estimated to end in a live birth. That's lower, actually, in non-Hispanic Black women. Another 20 to 25% are estimated to end in a natural loss. And the two I'm going to talk to you about today are miscarriage and ectopic pregnancies. And then finally, another 20 to 25% end in induced abortion. An intervention using abortion drugs or surgery with the intention of the pregnancy not resulting in a live birth. So my name is Dr. Susan Bain, aka Dr. Pink Glasses. I, like Stephen and Sarah, have been tasked with changing your mind, or perhaps providing confirmation why you don't need your mind changed. I've actually been able to listen to their talks and have loved listening to what they have had for their particular question. Now, the one assigned to me is this one. Is miscarriage care an abortion? So as we start our short time together, I want to first acknowledge that abortion is a hard topic, a really hard topic. I recognize that there are likely some here today who've been deeply touched by abortion, either directly or indirectly. My intention in my words is not to cause harm, though there may be some pain in this topic. Carrying the load of abortion can be heavy, and it's all too common in our country when approximately 1 in 4 women in America have had an abortion by the age 45. Now, on June 23rd, 2022, the Dobbs decision was issued. Roe was gone, but chaos ensued. Now, sadly, this chaos was actually rooted in my own profession of obstetrics and gynecology. As I reflect on what happened the past 2.5 years post-Dobbs, I want to say I'm sorry on behalf of my profession. If any of you are sitting here today and are confused about the question, is miscarriage care an abortion? You know, the purpose of medicine is health, healing, and wholeness. My profession is causing just the opposite. It's causing harm at so many levels. And I am here today to right that wrong. I'm here representing the American Association of Pro-Life Obstetricians and Gynecologists, a medical organization that consists of more than 7,500 members with a mission to equip and encourage our members who want to practice life-affirming medicine to do so. Now, APLOG, we are the second medical voice to an organization called ACOG, the American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology, my own profession's largest medical organization, who has become, sadly, an openly partisan wing of the abortion lobby at the expense of both of my patients, moms and babies. They just put out this ACOG committee statement on increasing the need to access abortion. They contradict themselves repeatedly in defense of pro-abortion policies, and they deny basic scientific truths through linguistic shifts or change in language. These are excerpts, actually, from their guide to language and abortion. Here's one of the things they state. We, as doctors, should not use the term heartbeat. It should be replaced with cardiac activity in all our documentation. They also state we shouldn't use the term baby or unborn child or preborn child. Rather, we should use scientific terms like embryo and fetus. Now, those are correct terms, but most of the patients I see don't have a medical background. So I use lay terms all the time. If I'm prescribing one of you all a medicine that needs to go under your tongue, I'm not saying you take it sublingually. I'm telling you, put it under your tongue. If you have a heart attack, I'm going to tell you, I think you've had a heart attack, not you've had a myocardial infarction, even though that might be the scientific term. And when women call us and say, I'm worried my baby isn't kicking as much, they don't call us and say, my fetus isn't kicking as much. The goal of ACOG is to dehumanize the developing embryo, the developing fetus, the developing baby. And no one in medicine should stand for it, and neither should any of you. Now, here's another statement they have. This is called Understanding ACOG's Policy on Abortion. They released it in September 2023. The purple bullet here says, people should be able to access abortion care where and when they need it, including for such purposes as abortion care, miscarriage management, and perinatal palliative care. Do not fall for their change in language. It is a woeful attempt to imply abortion is health care. I never use the phrase abortion and care next to each other because the direct and intentional killing of an innocent human being is not health care. Second, miscarriage management and perinatal palliative care. Perinatal palliative care happens when a woman is pregnant, her baby is diagnosed with a potentially life-limiting condition, and it's kind of like hospice during pregnancy and after pregnancy. Miscarriage care and perinatal palliative care are not abortions, yet ACOG wants to call them abortions post-Dobbs. Why? because ACOG is trying to broaden the definition of an abortion post-Dobbs so that exemptions in legislation that protect children before birth can include diagnoses that do not and should not ever be treated with abortions. So with that context, let's go back to my first slide and answer this very simple question. Is miscarriage care an abortion? The answer is simply no. It was not pre-Dobbs, the 50 years of Dobbs, or post-Dobbs. This intentional chaos you may be feeling is negligent, and that negligence is sadly leading to real harm. Real harm to women who have names like Amber Thurman and Portia Gumezi. Both women died. Their deaths were likely preventable. And unlike the journalists that reported about them, and ACOG's new campaign they just launched called Blame the Bans, that blame pro-life legislation for their deaths, there are no laws in any of our 50 states that prevented these women from receiving the health care they needed and should have had. Now, last Saturday, I went to the People's March. The Women's March is now the People's March. I went with Dr. Christina Francis, the CEO of APLOG. We went with the Daily Signal. And I had a great conversation with this woman. She actually had a miscarriage over 20 years ago. She had to have a D&C procedure. And she told me that women today post-Dobbs couldn't have the same procedure and would die. The video guys are going to show just a very short snippet of how our conversation went. I'm really sorry you had a miscarriage. Now, so your baby had died?
Yes.
Okay, and so the doctor had to do a D&C?
Correct.
So did you know in Texas that actually could have, you could still have that procedure? So, short snippet, but let's set the record straight and take away any confusion you may have. So in medicine, the term abortion is actually an umbrella term. It's defined as a loss before 20 weeks gestation. So in my practice, if a woman calls and she is bleeding, cramping, I do an ultrasound and everything looks fine, she's actually got what's defined as a threatened miscarriage, or we document actually a threatened abortion. She calls back and says, my bleeding got worse. We do another ultrasound and her uterus is now empty. She's had a miscarriage. She's had a spontaneous abortion. Now, if she's in the middle of that process, it's called an incomplete abortion. She's not finished emptying her uterus, or an incomplete miscarriage. If she's already completed it, we call it a complete miscarriage or complete abortion. That is completely different than the last thing on this slide, an induced abortion, which is what Roe and Dobbs and the law is all about. So how does the Center for Disease Control define induced abortion? I'm just going to highlight a few pieces of this. A legal induced abortion is defined as an intervention performed by a licensed clinician that is intended to terminate a suspected or known ongoing inside the uterus pregnancy, and that does not result in a live birth. So the purpose of that intervention is to produce a dead baby. So the truth is this: miscarriage care is not an abortion. Pro-life legislation in all 50 states allow women with a miscarriage to receive the medical care they need. Now, what also is an abortion, an induced abortion, is a tubal or ectopic pregnancy. So look at the top graphic. Conception occurs in the fallopian tube. A woman has two of them, one on each side of the womb or uterus, and the embryo takes actually about a week to travel to the uterus and implant there. Now, sometimes that process fails and ectopic pregnancy occurs. It's often called a tubal pregnancy because the tube is the most common place it occurs. Now, the bottom picture shows laparoscopic surgery that I might do for an ectopic pregnancy. The blue arrow points to the uterus or the womb. The white structure is an ovary with the fallopian tube on top of it. The red arrow points to an ectopic pregnancy in that fallopian tube. So there's an embryo in there. The dark fluid you see is actually blood. This situation is particularly dangerous. It's the leading cause of death in the first trimester for pregnant women because that tube can actually rupture and fill that entire abdominal cavity with blood. Treatment is not by an induced abortion. Treatment is by medication or surgery. So, the truth is, ectopic pregnancy care is not an induced abortion, and pro-life legislation in all 50 states allow women with an ectopic pregnancy to receive health care. Now, I want to tell you about one other situation that's been in the news a lot lately. And this is when we have to separate our maternal and our fetal patient before we really want to because of a pregnancy complication. It is important for you to know that is also not an induced abortion. There have been many news stories that blame pro-life legislation on denying women care when they have pregnancy complications. One story involved Chrissy Teigen and her husband, John Legend. This is what the headlines read. Chrissy Teigen reveals late son Jack died in life-saving abortion. Let's just call it what it was. The bottom one says, Chrissy Teigen opened up about her devastating pregnancy loss, revealing she needed medical intervention to stay alive. Chrissy did indeed need a medical intervention to stay alive, and it was an induction of labor in which her son Jack was delivered early. It was not an induced abortion. The intention of our intervention in a case like that is not to end Jack's life. Rather, it's to stop her hemorrhaging, which was her situation, by separating her and her baby. If Jack's life could have been saved, it would have been. Sadly, the unintended consequence of inducing labor, separating them early when he was too young, meant he would not survive. However, if he had just been a little bit older, he may have been able to go to the neonatal intensive care unit, the NICU, and receive health care and hopefully survive. So the truth is, the premature separation of maternal and fetal patients is not an induced abortion. All 50 states allow this to happen. Probably the most important slide you'll see is this one. Intention matters. So remember that CDC definition of abortion? What was the purpose of the intervention? To not have a live birth, to produce a dead baby, okay? If we're doing interventions and our goal is not that, but our fetal patient dies unintentionally, that is not an induced abortion. So to summarize that comparison, miscarriage and abortion, they are not the same. A miscarriage is a natural loss. No intervention has occurred. An induced abortion, there is an intervention. A miscarriage, how do we manage it? Well, actually, we can do it in one of three ways. We can do it expectantly. If we do nothing in a woman who's in the middle of a miscarriage, about 80% of women in a 2-week span will actually empty her uterus naturally without us doing anything. If that doesn't happen, we do have medications and D&C surgeries we can do. Look at the other side with abortion. You do not see expectant management because guess what? If we do nothing, remember 60 to 70% chance we've got a live birth. So the only way that you can have an induced abortion is if something's done, abortion drugs or surgery, a D&C. And then finally, I just want you to know that there are emotional consequences that go with all reproductive loss. As I close, I want you to look at this picture. I want you to feel the emotions of this woman. They are real, they are raw, and they are devastating. She suffered a great loss. But what you can't tell by looking at that picture is what type of loss has she experienced? Has she had a miscarriage? Did she have an ectopic pregnancy? Did she have a premature separation where we had to move towards delivery early? Her baby was too young to survive? Or did she have an induced abortion? All reproductive loss comes with emotional consequences, including trauma for many. If her loss was indeed an abortion, she does not need our judgment or shame. She needs our love. You see, while she may say she doesn't regret her abortion because of the circumstance she was in at the time she made that decision, regret and trauma are very different. Think about someone who puts on a uniform to serve in our country. He or she likely doesn't regret that. But then think about what he or she sees or does as part of their job. We all know the term PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. So you can have no regret and still have trauma, particularly when 63% of abortions in 2023 happened using abortion drugs, where women and girls were in their homes, their dorm rooms, their apartments, and their bathrooms became abortion clinics. And every time they go back in there, they're reminded of the trauma they experienced there. So, my challenge to you as the next pro-life generation is, while you fight for babies, please do not forget her. Love her. She has an entire lifetime to heal. Thank you all.
Hello, welcome. I'm so glad y'all are here. My name is Kristan Hughes, and I work for Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. And when you join us, a portion of your bill goes to fund conservative Christian causes. I have the opportunity to work for this amazing organization that gives to the First Amendment, the Second Amendment. We support Right for Life, and military and veterans. And so, does everyone have one of these? Right? We can't live without them. So when you join us, when you switch to Patriot Mobile, we have all US-based customer support. You can have your current coverage that you have today or even better. We have agreements with all the main towers, and with the new cell phones today, you have 2 eSIMs, which means you can have 2 lines on your phone, which is pretty cool. When you're traveling for work or going on vacation, you should never be without your cell phone coverage. So I want to encourage you that you're here on purpose, for a purpose, for such a time as this, and you have a rare opportunity to vote with how you want to spend your money. So I'm so excited you're here. This is the Empowering Life breakout session, and we have 3 speakers today. And the first one is what he's talking about is impacting legislation. His name is John Schweppe, and he's with the American Principles Project. The second one we have is impacting your church, and this is Bishop Garland Hunt with the Douglas Leadership Institute, and impacting your community with Jessica Andre, who's with Pro-Life Ministries. So let's welcome everyone that's coming to the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. It's really awesome being here. What an awesome time to be in the pro-life movement. We have just unbelievable things coming up in the next year. I wanted to go over some of the politics because, as you guys know, the politics have been tough the last couple years, right? We had Dobbs, which was a tremendous victory for the pro-life movement. And then we had some tough times with the Republicans. Let's just be honest about it, right? We lost some ground. The politics were difficult. But as the kids say, new year, new me, new year, new pro-life movement. And I think we're on the cusp of achieving some pretty historic wins. Now, I don't know, do any of you guys post on Twitter? X? Actually, not very many of you. That's pretty good. Well, some people do. And, you know, I've seen some of the most depressing stuff on there from some pro-lifers. And I, frankly, have to be honest, I just don't get it. After yesterday's march, where we had, 200,000 marchers? After the pardon, President Trump's pardon of the 23 pro-life protesters, really political hostages, where we had the president and the vice president once again speaking at the March for Life, where we had an executive order yesterday to reinstate the Mexico City policy and make sure no taxpayer dollars were going to overseas for abortion. And now we have pro-life control of the White House, of the House of Representatives, and of the Senate. All this great stuff is happening, and you're blackpilling? I mean, it actually makes no sense. You're depressed? You're upset? Come on. No, we are happy warriors in the pro-life movement. We are joyful, optimistic, excited, and now we're ready to work our butts off to go accomplish some great things to save the unborn. Now, I just want to emphasize the politics one more time. You know, we're constantly told that the politics of abortion are against us. But that's really not true, right? We just faced an avalanche of pro-abortion advertising in the 2024 elections. It was like, one number was 500 million, 600 million, just an insane number. Republicans won the House, the Senate, and the presidency despite that. Not only did the abortion messaging not work, it's pretty clear it fell on deaf ears. Non-friendlies in the media have pointed out repeatedly that abortion wasn't even the most potent social issue in the election cycle. We all know what that was. That was the transgender issue. right? President Trump's famous ad, Kamala Harris is for they, them, President Trump is for you. And so now I think it's fair to say we won this political battle. We won the legal battle in Dobbs, and now we can move forward on policy. This is the moment we decide, are we as a nation going to be one that fights for life? Are we pro-life? Are we willing to do what it takes to build and maintain a culture of life? Are we? Yes, yes, the answer is yes. We can do it, we must do it, and we will do it. So let's start with what would be, in my opinion, probably the most significant political victory for the pro-life movement ever, besides maybe Dobbs. Defunding the abortion industry. Last year, Planned Parenthood got $700 million. Not only are they performing abortions, but they're also, let's be honest about this, performing sex change procedures for minors. Literally, I think this is fair, the most evil organization, or at least one of them, to ever exist on this planet. Certainly up there with the Ku Klux Klan. No question about it. And we're giving them tax dollars. No, we're done with that. No more funding for Planned Parenthood. That's got to go. So we're going to make sure, we're certainly doing it at American Principles Project. I know a lot of the groups here, Students for Life certainly is doing this. We're going to flag this for Doge, for Elon Musk. All right, we're going to cut spending. Let's start with $700 million for our political opponents. I think that would be great. And we also need to flag this for congressional leadership and for the White House. Now, I think we got some really good signals yesterday and the day before, certainly at the March for Life. We got to cut this out of our funding bills. That starts with the reconciliation package that's coming up. So some of you probably remember in 2017, we nearly defunded Planned Parenthood. We were right there at the end. And then a famous senator, a late senator from Arizona, gave us the thumbs down. And so it was a huge loss for us. I mean, we were all really disappointed. But 8 years later, we're in the exact same situation. We have a trifecta. We have a pro-life president. Let's get it done. We have the opportunity to support life in other ways, too. We all want to prohibit abortion, obviously. But we also want to make it unthinkable. And that's why the American Principles Project and a number of other pro-life groups came together and created what we call the Blueprint for Life. You can check it out online. It's blueprintforlifecoalition.com. And with the debate, I mean, there's going to be quite a few things going on in Congress this year. We have a debate over extending President Trump's Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. All sorts of other economic priorities are being discussed, but we got to make sure that pro-life priorities are in that pro-family priorities are in that, and that we're not just, forgetting about that. These are the folks who got President Trump elected and gave Republicans the majority. Yes. So I wanted to go through this. We have 7 pillars in this, and there's a really great document on the website, again, blueprintforlifecoalition.com. But number 1, providing parents with flexible resources to support birth and early childhood. What is that? That's the child tax credit, that's paid family leave, and baby bonuses. And so this is something that Republicans sometimes struggle with. We're very focused on supply-side economics. We want to make sure that job creators are able to create jobs. I'm with you. I think that's important. But families need some help too. They need some relief too. And so what we're working on, and I hope you guys all join us on this, is we want to not only extend this child tax credit, but we want to expand it. We're at $2,000 a kid. Let's get it to $3,000. Let's do it. Let's make this a really significant accomplishment in the new tax bill. And also, President Trump ran on this, baby bonuses. Okay, so you guys know, a lot of you probably work at these crisis pregnancy centers. You know that when you talk to a young woman who is broke and doesn't know how she's possibly going to be able to provide for this baby, anything you can do to tell her that there's going to be support for her is critical. And it changes decisions, right? And so when we talk about the baby bonus, there's a wonderful bill proposed by, actually, Kirsten Sinema, funny enough. That was a $5,000 baby bonus that you borrowed from your child tax credit, so fiscal conservatives can love it because we're not adding to the debt at all. and it helped new parents in the time of their life when they really needed the money the most. So that's the type of thing we're really looking at, and I know President Trump wants to do as well. Making childcare possible. Folks, this is a really critical component to this too. You hear so often about the same situation where women are trying to, single women especially, are trying to provide, but then they have to figure out how they're going to work and then also pretty much pay their entire salary to childcare at the same time. So we have to work on that. That doesn't mean government programs, but it does mean opportunity. Meeting healthcare needs. You know, our healthcare system it's still kind of broken. We still have a lot of work to do on it. You know, some folks will go in for a C-section and suddenly have a $25,000 bill. Not everyone's insurance covers everything. And so that's something we got to work on. Americans United for Life has a great proposal to make birth free. American Principles Project, we support that. We're not there, I think, politically with the Republicans on that, but that's something we got to aspire to because we want women to be able to have as many children as they can and not have economics be a limiting factor. Supporting adoption. You guys understand this. Adoption is such a gift. It's such a wonderful thing to have available, and it's crazy that it's like $50,000 to do it. Adoption shouldn't be something that's only accessible to rich families, right? And so that's something we really want to work on. Increasing information availability to pregnant and new mothers. We know the Democrats, they have an aversion to crisis pregnancy centers. They don't want new mothers to know they exist, right? We need to make sure that they're aware of everything out there, that there is support, that there are community programs to help you in those first critical years. Ensuring information access and greater partnership between government, faith-based, and nonprofit partners. Similar to what I just said, crisis pregnancy centers are an enormous resource. And then finally, strengthening mentorship opportunities and relational networks. We want to make sure that these young women are partnering with individuals who've gone through this, right? That they can tell them, hey, I did this. You can do it too. So I think there's a lot we can do in this new Congress. And, you know, we've certainly been meeting with all sorts of members on the House and Senate side, and they're very excited about what we have the opportunity to do. I want to close with this. I'm 37 years old. My wife and I have 4 boys, and we have a 5th coming next month. Finally, a girl. Very exciting. Thank you. But we've been in this movement for a long time. And the folks in this room, I know you've been doing it for a long time. And we did not come all this way to squish out and walk away from a fight. Absolutely not. No, we're here because we want to save babies and we want to make abortion unthinkable. And so we have to be smart as a movement. We have to be tough. We have to be fast. We have to be better than our opponents strategically, tactically, morally. Some online would argue physically. The American people are with us when they hear what we actually believe, that you can be both pro-women and pro-babies. They know that we are on the right side of history. And now we just have one thing we got to do, guys. We have to go out there and win. Thank you for all you do. God bless each and every one of you. Let's go get this win.
Hello. It is so awesome to be in company of people that believe the same thing, and we're here for the same purposes. I'm Bishop Garland Hines, and I represent the Douglas Leadership Institute, and I want to just talk to you about the church. Of course, I am a pastor, and we've been in this whole pro-life thing for a long time. But what I'm finding out is that we have started moving away from a biblical standard. And that's what I want to just talk to you about the whole pro-life movement and the church. The church is, it has a responsibility in my mind. And I know that all of us are from different backgrounds and different situations, but the church has a very important responsibility to provide a foundation for our nation. It's a foundation in almost every area. It sets parameters because we have a spiritual and biblical focus to everything that we do. So when we start talking about pro-life, I want to just start off from this to say that the pro-life is not first a political issue. It is first a biblical issue or a biblical mandate. So we have to, I tend to want to do things that relate to passion, things that really mean something to me. I have a calling, we have a background, but all Christians should feel that way, that we have a passion. So the church has to have a strong foundation to everything we do without excuse. So we can't address these issues without a biblical perspective. So I'd like to share, first of all, a couple of scriptures that we use to kind of put things in perspective in terms of ramifications of these issues. Number one, probably the most important scripture, probably all of us know this scripture, is Jeremiah 1:5. And you probably know it. Before I formed thee in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I sanctified you, and I ordained you to be a prophet to the nations. And of course, in that he says, before you were formed. So obviously, we have a calling of God. Even before conception, he already knew that you were going to be born, that he already ordained us to participate. And we're not just here to have a Social Security number and just ease our way through life. All of us, particularly those that understand that we are here with a purpose, we have a call. And then, of course, Genesis chapter 1 and 28, it says, be fruitful and multiply. So we know that we actually also have a command, that he's telling us that we are called to multiply, and that the fruitfulness of our life also is a manifestation of what God's called us to do. And then, of course, one of the other scriptures in Psalm 127, it says, truly children are a gift from the Lord, and the fruit of the womb is a reward. So it's very important to understand that God has given us a blessing. It's a blessing in the womb. He recognized that when a child is there, it's a miracle. My daughter, actually, even as I'm standing here, she just gave birth to a little baby girl, Hopper. And she's, thank you. And so she literally is just about 2 weeks old. But every time that my daughter gets pregnant or my children have babies, I always pray, because every time a child is born is a miracle. It literally is a miracle. Can you make the manifestations of it? So we have to see it that way. Now, as a Bible-believing Christian that also happens to be black, I also especially have to stand flat-footed on a biblical foundation. Because as you know, there has been a whole genocidal attempt to take a whole race out of the world population. And if you have studied this whole thing back with Margaret Sanger and a whole genocidal attack of black babies in the womb, it's interesting to know this too, because some people don't realize it. It says, why is abortion the number one issue in the black community? And they don't think that, frankly, it's not killing black lives. It's not blood pressure. It's not cancer. It's not police brutality or black-on-black crime. The number one killer is abortion. So in that regard, this whole thing began many years ago when the founder, Margaret Sanger, enlisted the help of black pastors. Again, look, the church. So she went to the church and she went to community leaders and politicians, and she started what was called the Negro Project. And the whole idea of this was to destroy black babies, and using family planning, which was later on called Planned Parenthood. So that being the case, of course, Sanger believed in eugenics. And many of you may have studied this, I don't know, but of course eugenics is a whole scientifically inaccurate belief that humans can be improved through selective breeding of the population. So Sanger believed that blacks were a strain on society, and so that she sought to eradicate the black race. Now, that being the case, you would almost expect that everybody, that Hispanic or black, they would understand that this is something that moved against us. But the psychological, sociological impact on our communities are actually done the very opposite. As a matter of fact, right now, it's had a devastating impact on the black community because it's murder in the womb. It's literally pure genocide. And as far as blacks in the country are concerned, we are under depopulation. So what is equally sad is that blacks should be advocating, support, and stand up for babies in the womb, but instead they're using this term of the woman's right to choose or reproductive rights, despite of what God's word says, even in the church. Now, I want to just challenge you. Now, this is not just in the black church. I'm using it as an example because I want you to understand how contrived this whole idea of abortion is. It's not just something reproductive rights. This is something that was planned. It was something that was calculated. And I heard some of the other speakers talking about overpopulation. So she believed that there was a dysgenic stock that had to be decreased out of a result of this. So you again think that people would think that maybe this is a problem. Since 1973, more than 65 million babies have lost their lives to abortion. Over 20 million of those babies came from the wombs of a black woman. In fact, the black population, was 18 million in 1960, which means that more lives have been lost to abortion than the total black population in 1960. And why am I going through this? Because her attempt initially to convince people was what was one of the most influential institutions was the church. And so therefore today abortion is disproportionately higher among blacks than any other ethnic group. Now, we all know about Dobbs' decision. In June 24th, 2022, of course, the Dobbs decision Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, the United States Supreme Court overturned 50 years of a president overruling the 1973 Roe versus Wade attempt, which I want to also tell you that I really believe that 50 years in the scriptures represents a jubilee. I do believe that there has been prophetic praying over those years. People have been marching, we've been doing everything that we could and crying out to God for his mercy, because this is more than just an act. This is potentially opening the door for God's judgment on this nation. So because people have been in their prayer closets praying and crying out to God for his mercy, I believe that the turning and overruling of Roe versus Wade was God's actual intervention of mercy for us. But since that time, the federal government has been working overtime to attempt to codify abortion. The indoctrination of women of childbearing age and to believe that abortion is a right, and forcing citizens to swallow taxpayer-funded abortion, and then they work hand in hand with corporations to convince them to pay for their employees to have abortion. So it's taken out of the church now and into the corporate environment. And many of them have signed on. In fact, did you know that 34 employers pay their employees to have abortions? Amazon, Apple, Bank of America, Citigroup, Comcast, Microsoft, Netflix, Nike, Procter & Gamble, Starbucks, I know that's the Holy Grail, the New York Times, and the list goes on. They pay for medical coverage and travel expenses in order to get abortion. So, and then of course in November, we had 10 U.S. states that had ballot initiatives on abortion rights: Arizona, Colorado, Maryland, Missouri, Montana, and we could go on. And 7 of those states ended up approving the measures to enshrine abortion rights. So now the church, where's the church in all of this? What has happened is we realized that the fight had to continue, but the challenge is here, where do we fight? And we have to fight. They say all politics is local, but we start losing the pastors because the pastors want to be politically expedient and somehow mix into the culture. So if we lose the pastors, you lose the pews. If you lose the pews, you lose the polls. See, abortion is not a political issue, it's a biblical mandate that we have to fight against this thing. So the scourge of society is not going to end until Christians stand up and take a call to a total, listen to this, eradication of abortion. Now, of course, we know that they tell the church, they tell all of us, maybe it's 15 weeks, maybe it's heartbeat, all these, and we supported that. I supported it in Georgia. We supported those things. But the church has to be very clear that abortion itself brings on God's judgment. That we have to stand, even in our own community, for a biblical standard to say that abortion is murder and we're not standing for it. So overall, we need a biblical worldview. We literally will perish if we don't have a biblical worldview. And I don't know if you heard the results of this, but 69% of Americans identify themselves as Christian, but only 4% have a biblical worldview. So literally, it says, when it talks about the people without knowledge and people perish, literally we're perishing. And so it's a matter of personal responsibility, a Christian and the followers of Christ have to align ourselves with the Word of God, stand on the Word of God, do not waver on the Word of God, and we have to love the Lord thy God with all of our heart, our soul, our mind. And it also says that we will not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind, that you may be tested, that you may discern what is the will of God and what is good and acceptable and perfect. So in closing, I just want to say we haven't even scratched the surface yet. We have to go forth and deliver a biblical worldview to your family, to your church, to your community, and say that this is necessary. We're not fighting politics. We're literally fighting for God's word to be preeminent, and we are the ones that set the pace for what the Lord would do and hopefully stay off his judgment so our nation can stand up and literally say, my country, 'tis of thee. We love the Lord. We love him with all of our heart, and we say we're seeking God, we seek country, but most of all, we're seeking the honor of his right in our lives. So I want to just say in closing, stand firm, don't let it go. We have a biblical mandate. With God on our side, we will win. And as the church, pray for the pastors. The pastors are weakening because they feel like they have to conform to the politicians. But the pastors have to have courage in the pulpit. If we're courage in the pulpit, then the pews will be encouraged. And when you encourage the pews, then the polls will change. But it starts right there in the church. God bless you.
I hope you are excited about the topic of empowering life in your community. Thank you for choosing this breakout session, and it's my goal to share ideas that encourage and excite you even more. Each of you is a member of more than one community: your workplace, your hometown, your campus, your church family, your sports team, your friend group. Those are just some examples. And that means each of you today, when you go home, can make an impact in empowering life. Often when someone talks about making an impact, it's easy to think right away about something big, grand, splashy, really eye-catching, those really huge things. But let's turn that upside down, because that's not what the kingdom of God needs. He doesn't need something big and huge and splashy from you. He really can take something that's least expected, not logical, and entirely only possible through what he's able to do in you. One small action, a ripple effect, one life changed, one person loved, that also can have great eternal impact. This is work designed by, sourced and rooted in, the sovereign relational God who created individual life. In the Gospels, Jesus spoke often about caring for the least among us. This was an intentional message that challenged our human nature directly, our desire to seek a platform, to find fame, fortune, and other earthly things. Often those have selfish motives and are just about our own benefit. So if we do something for someone, many times it's with the idea that they will do something for us, either now or in the future. It's a very transactional focus. But as the ruler of the upside-down kingdom, Jesus said that if we serve the least of these, or the little ones, it's as if we're serving him. Many of his miracles helped the poorest, humblest people in his community, the blind, the lame, the sick, the poor, the demon-afflicted, also and including women and children. These were people that could not do anything for him. They would not be able to pay him back. They couldn't contribute financially to his mission. He truly had a transformational focus. Each of the communities you're a part of have people who are struggling, and you have an opportunity to help them, to problem solve with them, to pray for them, to have a conversation with them, to encourage them, to connect them, to see them, and to serve them. That is what Pro-Love Ministries does through our Love Line project. We want pregnant women or women who are mothers of small children that find themselves in an unexpected, complex situation to reach out to us. The Lord is a father to the fatherless and a defender of the husbandless, Psalm 68:5. And we want to serve these children and these women with real love, the love that's flowing from the truth that is Jesus. That doesn't mean we pay all her bills, although we will take care of rent or an electric bill or a car payment if it leads to her ability to see a future as a mother with her baby. It also doesn't mean we preach at her. We don't verbally hit her over the head with scripture, although we will pray with her, encourage her to join a local church, talk openly about our own faith and why it matters. We walk alongside her and encourage her to set goals and reach those goals. We model responsible adulthood. We help her learn how to budget and manage household finances. In many cases, we help her break generational cycles that included none of these things. She is capable of more, and our Lord wants more for her and for her children. He is the God of abundant life and is able to do exceedingly more than we can think or imagine, Ephesians 3:20. Our Love Line case management program is an individualized approach to her unique situation. We have a framework that can be tailored to what her circumstances and timing require. We move her through our program by empowering her to set her own goals and make progress towards those goals. We have a code of ethics and a clear set of expectations that keep us on track and demonstrate that we hold her accountable as well as ourselves. I mentioned the ripple effect. We don't know and cannot know the full eternal or even earthly impact of our work in this lifetime. Each conversation influences our clients, whether they choose to follow our suggestions at the time or not. We do not know how God will use that work. We do not know how he will bring us more lives to impact, but we do know that he brings us the work, and he brings us the lives, and he determines the outcome. He also determines the supply, his work, his people, his plans, his purposes, and his resources. We won't know all the successes until we get to heaven. As we work together as the body of Christ to build a culture of life, the actual core building block of a thriving culture and community is the family. and each family is made up of people, and the kingdom design of a family is one man married to one woman and their children. And while this is sadly now a controversial statement to declare in some spaces, it's still obvious truth to most of us. So let's spend a little time together on why that's a critical component of empowering life in communities and not one to just skip over lightly. For those of us raised in the family of God, which is an incredible blessing and not one to take for granted, we know this. But to many around us who don't know Jesus, who do not know the hope and light of the world, this is not what they know or have lived. And the kingdom design for a family is still a man married to a woman and their children, even though there are many sad and broken circumstances like death, divorce, abuse, and other realities that affect that design for many, even those who love the Lord. Do you want to empower life in your community? Focus on being a strong man or woman of God that seeks his face and his will first and foremost. Hold fast to the word of God. Prioritize getting married and having children. Form a covenant with the Lord and with your eventual spouse. Raise your children to walk with and love the Lord with all their heart, soul, mind, and strength. Be the light. Be the salt. Shine and preserve until he comes. Families that live and work together form a community. The community can only be as healthy as the families that make it up. The community can choose to unite around those that need serving, that need the love and light of Jesus. Do you want to empower life in your community? Look for ways to give back and serving those around you, especially the people that cannot reciprocate. Our team at ProLove Ministries is made up of staff and volunteers, Catholics and Protestants, Gen Z through boomers, mainly women with a couple of awesome men serving as case managers, financial coaches, resume services, licensed counselors, resource finders known as battle buddies, prayer partners, and team leaders. One of our greatest strengths is the variety of backgrounds and perspectives, all unified through the lens of a relationship with Jesus Christ. We are not officially a religious organization, and we are blessed to be a spirit-filled members of a team that strive to model to our clients and those we interact with the kingdom here on earth. Our team is training pregnancy resource centers across the country in our case management program. Our vision is to expand this, to train other organizations, including churches, to equip people in every community to empower women this way. We want to encourage women to move from survival to thriving, which is different than other social services programs. It moves her intentionally into sustainability, focused on what is good, her good, as well as the good of her children, breaking cycles, building families, bringing the kingdom down to earth, one life at a time. If you haven't already, please stop by our booth to learn more about our work and how you can stay connected with us after the summit. Love God, love people, the two greatest commandments. If we work together to prioritize these correctly, everything else will fall into place. Love with truth, love in faith, love because we have stubborn hope, love the fatherless and husbandless around you, the least of these. And with each intentional action, that is how you can also empower life in your communities. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. How are we feeling? My name is Mia Akins. I'm a student spokesperson here at Students for Life of America, and I am excited to welcome you guys to this breakout session, Defeating Planned Parenthood, the Giant. Our presenters are Seth Gruber, the CEO of White Rose Resistance, Myra Rodriguez with And Then There Were None, and Eric Baptist, the Senior Counsel and Director of the Center of Life at Alliance Defending Freedom. Please welcome Seth Gruber to the stage.
Oh, feels so good that Jezebel fell out of her tower a couple months ago. I feel so good. It's like, feels like the world's healing, doesn't it? You see all these like national and international like headlines before the Orange Man even entered the White House. It's like all of his enemies are just becoming his footstool. He's not a savior, he's a tourniquet. He's not a savior, he's a tourniquet. We stopped the bleeding. God has shown us mercy. Amen? Amen. And now we have time to fight. We have time to mobilize. And that's why I'm here today, because I care about the next generation. But guess who else does? All the gay communists and transgender abortionists and the radical left. They understand that the battle for the future is always the battle for the minds of the next generation. I mean, this is about as self-evident to me now as the fact that there's a creator. Going all the way back through the centuries, the revolutionaries who wanted to tear down Christendom always made it a priority to indoctrinate children into their kooky, radical theories. You can go back to Diocletian, shortly after the ascension of Christ, and the apostles who would kidnap the children of Christians, raise them as his own, indoctrinate them, and then when they were teenagers, use them to murder their own Christian parents. We could talk about this for another hour if you'd like, but that's just one example of how old and ancient this strategy is. So it should come as no surprise to you, friends, that Planned Parenthood is not only the largest abortion provider in the world, they're also the largest provider of the pornographic, comprehensive sexuality education in America's public schools. So all the weird pornographic cartoons and drawings and the gender theory and is the gender bread and the transgender unicorn or all these weird things in comprehensive sex ed and tells minors how to get abortions without parental consent. There's stories from my home state of California where public school teachers have actually taken high school students to the local abortion clinic to kill their kid. And in California, if you're over 12, you can get an abortion without parental consent. And you can charge it to your parents' insurance plan. And the insurance company is legally blocked from notifying the parents that their own minor kid killed their kids on their grandkid on their insurance plan. It's like, okay, welcome to Gavin Newsom's California. But guess who's behind all of that radical education and curriculum? Planned Parenthood. Because they understand how important playing the long game is. You know who used to be really good at playing the long game? Christians. But at some point in the early 20th century, we decided that it was better to just preach a cute little gospel and not take that gospel to the ends of the earth, to the uttermost, to disciple the nations. So we kept our gospel in our cute little churches while the left discipled the next generation into radical sexual libertinism. That's the introduction of my talk. My name is Seth Gruber. I'm the CEO and founder of the White Rose Resistance. I made a movie recently. It's called The 1916 Project. I'll tell you a little bit more about that in just one second. Some of you might be too young to remember this because you might have been in high school or junior high. But at the end of 2019, this purple-haired communist Marxist named Nicole Hannah-Jones authored something called the 1619 Project. It's now a docuseries on Hulu. and it was a series of essays in a book, like a few months before the scamdemic. And it said that America is systemically racist. Root and branch, your country sucks. And they said that America's real birthday should not be 1776. It should be 1619, when the first black slaves came to American shores. That so represents our racist heritage that if you really think about it, 1619 should be America's birthday. Okay, anyway, Nicole Hannah-Jones was mentored by Angela Davis, who was like the first critical race theorist of the last few decades, just hates white people, you know what I mean? And Angela Davis was mentored by Herbert Marcuse, who was the father of the free love movement in California. Herbert Marcuse, who said the way back into the garden is to take another bite of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. That's right, guess what? All of the culture war, it's all spiritual. Why should you believe me? Because the weirdo leftist pagans use biblical theological language to try to make sense of their paganism. Oh, dang it, I'm giving another talk already. I'm getting on fun. So that's the secular discipleship that leads to the woman Nicole Hannah-Jones, who publishes this very stupid thing called the 1619 Project. 9 months later, George Floyd. So what is every American liberal leftist in the media waiting to scream as the only explanation to that incident? Racism. And if you said that maybe there was something else to talk about there, that's proof that you're a racist. And so then we enter the mostly peaceful, somewhat fiery BLM arsonry riot summer of 2020. And as they're burning down every major Democrat-run city in the country, they came up with a name to describe that summer. Not the conservative side of the aisle, the liberal mainstream publications. Guess what they called that summer? The 1619 riots. So they're connecting it to the 1619, that everything's racist, and so you got to burn it all down, because if something starts in racism, like if the roots and the trunk are racist, which is what they believe about our country, then you can't just like you can't trim racist twigs and expect to save the tree. You got to burn the whole thing to the ground and rebuild it from the ashes. Okay, now do Planned Parenthood. If the premise is that whatever is founded and based on overt racism and bigotry has to be burned to the ground, then why don't you apply that premise to the best funded 501c3 in human history, Planned Parenthood? Oh, wait, they don't do that. Have you ever heard the phrase, the revolution always eats its own? Maybe it's in my fallen flesh, but I get a huge kick out of when the revolution starts to eat its own. It's probably not very Christian to me, but like when they all start attacking each other, like the L's and the G's and the B's and the T's are just like whining and moaning and cursing at each other. I'm like, this is so funny. Like you should have listened to G.K. Chesterton and C.S. Lewis and Francis Schaeffer and Rush Limbaugh, you idiots, and this wouldn't have happened. Anyways, so that summer, as the disciples of BLM in 1619 are all attacking each other, right after we canceled Aunt Jemima racist pancake syrup, the next person they put in their crosshairs, not conservatives, the next person the left put in their crosshairs was Planned Parenthood. And the 1619 BLM people, they said, hey, Planned Parenthood, your founder was a racist. And I'm like, front row seats, extra large popcorn, lots of butter, extra large Dr. Pepper, like, you know, and I'm like a homeschool weirdo kid. I'm like, let's go, this is so funny. Because I'm smart enough to understand why it's funny, just like you know what I'm saying? Unlike the rest of your college students at whatever college you go to who can't define what marriage is, a woman, or a baby is. By the way, which means the next thing they won't be able to define is a Christian, and then they'll put you in a re-education camp, AOC, Bernie Sanders gulag, but that's also a conversation for another time. I've done a lot of speaking this week, apologize. So then the director of Planned Parenthood of Greater New York comes out. Guess what her name was? Karen Seltzer. Can I just say, I think sometimes God lets people be named things that are really, like Karen? And seltzer, a light alcoholic drink? Like that. Anyway, okay. So, thank you. Some people think it's fun. So, she led the Planned Parenthood of Greater New York chapter, and that's who BLM 1619 racist was attacking. And she came out and she said, "You're right. We're not going to make excuses for our founder anymore and the damage that she did to communities of color." Did you just admit that Margaret Sanger was a racist and a eugenicist? Yep. And then New York City took the Sanger Square sign down. Planned Parenthood renamed the building that was called the Sanger Center in Manhattan, New York, and they stopped giving out the Margaret Sanger Award. Remember, Hillary Clinton got it, Nancy Pelosi got it, and Kamala Harris was trying really hard to get the Margaret Sanger Award. But then they stopped giving it out, right before she definitely would. By the way, Kamala Harris was really the first Margaret Sanger. She, too, slept her way up the levers of political power. And so then they cancel Margaret Sanger, and I'm just like, this is so fun. So I guess it sort of raises this question, like, who the hell is this woman? H.G. Wells called her the founder of civilizations. They were having sex at the time, so I don't know if he was saying that to try to get her in bed again, or if H.G. Wells actually believed that. That's right, the author who wrote War of the Worlds. Everyone's like, did he just say that? I'm a Students for Life chapter leader, okay, when I was a young person. It's okay. And this woman is also the product of secular pagan discipleship, just like Nicole Hannah-Jones. Why do I tell you this? To remind you of the importance of planting good seeds to grow trees, the shade of which you might never sit under. A long obedience in the right direction to rebuild a culture of life whose final fruits might only be enjoyed by your grandchildren. But the labor is worth it. And the left has taken our strategy and they've used it better for wickedness than we have for righteousness. Just a couple vignettes as my time dwindles away. In the late 1700s, when America was about 20 years old, we saw the rise of the first Anthony Fauci, who was just trying to follow the science. And his name was Thomas Malthus. Have you ever heard of neo-Malthusianism? We got any based Catholics or Protestants who know who Thomas Malthus is? He was the first person to say, we have too many people on planet Earth. And if you don't follow my very clear policy solutions for how we're going to get rid of the population bomb, then in 40 or 50 years, we're going to have international population collapse and everyone's going to die. Okay. Well, he said that we have to put like a sterilizing agent in like people's water in poor neighborhoods. So we sterilize those moms so they can't have babies. Why? Because there's too many people on planet Earth. Well, guess who read Malthus and whose life was changed by reading Thomas Malthus? Charles Darwin, who continues those same ideas, of course, survival of the fittest, origin of species, the descent of man. Well, a guy is reading Darwin, and it's revolutionized by these continued ideas, and his name is Francis Galton, who coins a term, he invents a word, eugenics, and says that it was Darwin's writings that inspired him to become the modern father of the eugenics movement. If you're thinking of Pol Pot, Mussolini, Mao Zedong, and Adolf Hitler, good job. That's all eugenics. Some people are good, some people are bad, so the good people should have more kids, and the bad people should not be allowed to have kids, or they should be murdered. That's eugenics. Guess who Francis Galton was? Charles Darwin's half-cousin. Anyone concerned yet? Anyone seeing that ideas have consequences? So then another kooky weirdo, few decades later, is reading Francis Galton, and they become pen pals towards the end of Galton's life. Galton begins to disciple this person. His name is Havelock Ellis. He was the Alfred Kinsey of England. I have a minute and 20 seconds. I don't have time to get into Kinsey. If you don't know who Kinsey is, go pick up my book, The 1916 Project. Havelock Ellis was a sexual weirdo who hosted orgies in his home, forced his wife to watch him while he participated in these entanglements. And one day, under threat from being arrested by New York City authorities for breaking the obscenity laws at the time, a young woman ships her kids off to be raised by her socialist friends in the New York labor movement, has them forge her a passport, and she flees to England, where she meets the Neo-Malthusians, and she meets a man named Havelock Ellis, and begins a raging affair with Havelock Ellis. That woman's name is Margaret Sanger. We went awfully quickly from the premise, there's too many people on planet Earth, to survival of the fittest, you come from a monkey, to obliterate the weak and the unfit, eugenics, to sexual chaos orgy hosting weirdos in the UK, to the patron saint of feminism and the founder of the best funded 501c3 in human history, the largest abortion provider in the world, the largest provider of the pornographic comprehensive sexuality education in America's public schools, and the second largest provider of puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones for America's gender-confused youth. Planned Parenthood. That is the seed, that is the origin of the organization that we are up against today. And under the first 2 years of the Trump administration, when we had all three branches of government, they did not defund Planned Parenthood. You need to demand that they are defunded. You need to pray that they are defunded. You need to raise your voice that they are defunded. And you need it to be a pain in the butt, a stick in the eye, and a fly in the ointment. You need to become the enemy of evil by being stalwart defenders of life and righteousness. If you don't get the right to life right, you won't get any other rights right? It's the foundation upon which all of our other rights are based. And liberty and the pursuit of happiness don't mean much. In fact, they mean nothing at all if you can be slaughtered in the name of radical feminism. I didn't even get into the KKK and Nazi stuff. And Sanger's like KKK Nazi friends. So bring me to speak at your campus, I don't know. The 1916project.com, the 1916project.com, the 1916project.com. You can host a screening at your university. That'll be fun. And invite them out, and maybe I'll come out, or we'll send someone from my team. Hey, will you go out there and give them heaven?
That's hard to follow. Because now I have to tell you that I was inside Planned Parenthood for 17 years. But he was supposed to warm the room for me. My name is Mayra Rodriguez. A lot of you have heard my story, but a lot of you have not. How did I get here? Where? First, I'm going to tell you where I am now. I live in rural Arizona. I have goats, I have pigs, I have chickens, I have birds, I have a husband. And I'm living the farm life dream, especially now when eggs are so expensive, right? Like, I get a kick every time I post something on Facebook about having 25 fresh eggs a day. So, but how did I get here? Well, like many people, I started on this movement of reproductive rights, wanted to help women. I grew up in Mexico City. My mother was a social worker. In Mexico City, one of the biggest hospitals in Mexico City, really close to the Basilica of Guadalupe, if any of you have been there. So I heard horrible stories about the suffering of women. When I came to this beautiful country by plane, just putting it out there, I know there's questions about it. By plane. When I got here, and I went to high school in Scottsdale, Arizona, a lot of friends here that know that area very well. Woo-hoo! And then I went to Scottsdale Community College, and then my friend worked for Planned Parenthood, and she said, hey, why don't you come work for them? They need people who speak Spanish. Because I am trilingual, English, Spanish, and Spanglish. So I said, yeah. And I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't ask much about them, and I didn't know much about them, but you say they help people, and they help women, and they need Spanish speakers to help my people, right? Who doesn't want to do that? And so I remember that when I first went over there, there was this lady on the sidewalk, and she says, don't go in there, and I just thought that was crazy, so I went in there. And when I asked, what is she doing there? She said, oh, she doesn't agree with some stuff we do. Don't mind her. And then quickly asked me, what do you think about abortion? I said, well, I wouldn't have one. But if someone else does, that's her body and that's her choice. A phrase I learned during my American history class while I was in Horizon High School, right? I didn't know that in Mexico. I was taught that here, right? So with that said, she said, you're hired. I was like, great. And I started working on the preventive side of Planned Parenthood. What I mean is that my clinics were birth control, STDs, well woman exams. I was sent to schools, to youth groups to talk to the kids about sex education and STDs and all that. What most people think is the good side of Planned Parenthood. Because believe it or not, even some conservatives say there's a good side to Planned Parenthood, right? And for many years, I told people I was in the good side of Planned Parenthood. I was trained to discourage women from continuing the pregnancy. And how was that? When they showed up for a pregnancy test, I quickly was trained to never say congratulations so I wouldn't harm her feelings. Because we don't know if she wants to be a mom. So always walk into the room with a worry face because this is nothing positive for her, maybe. So quickly, what happens to that young woman who's already feeling lost? She sees me walking there, so your pregnancy test came back positive. Immediately sees my face and goes, oh, that's bad. I'm in trouble, right? And then quickly upsell abortion. But you know what? We can actually help you. You can actually have an abortion pill. It's just like having a period. You'll take a pill, and then tomorrow, you'll take another pill, and then in 3 days, you have some bleeding like a period, and you'll go back to normal. How about the surgical? That's a very quick procedure that we will do with a professional, very safe, right? Nothing happens to you. And even if she had questions of, well, I heard that this could happen. Well, you know, we have to tell you that could happen, but it rarely happens. Here, it has never happened, right? That's how I was trained to tell them. But could I die from it? No, no one has died from an abortion. Not here, right? Probably in those back alley places in Mexico or in another country. But here, no one has died from an abortion. And then tell them that all they had to do was go to the center, 15 minutes of quick aspiration, and you'll go back to normal the next day. And your problems will be solved, right? And for many years, I was so good at my job of selling abortions that I kept getting promoted, living the American dream, right? Because when you come from another country and then you come to this country and you're able to do what you want, which was me helping women, and work in the medical field because that was my dream as a child, then it is the American dream. And helping my own people, yes. I was trained to go into the Latino communities, the Hispanic communities, and tell women, you know, God did not bring you into this world to just give birth to children. Your husband cannot pressure on that. You can hide birth control from your husband. You can come and have an abortion and hide it from your husband. I will help you to do that. If you don't have money, don't worry about it. We will find you the funding so you won't even have to ask him for money. Because we can do that for you because we care no matter what, right? And with that in mind, I kept working for them, and I became the director of the first facility in North Phoenix, and then I became their training coordinator for the entire state. Now, this Mexican, by the way, I'm an American citizen now, huh? Yeah. I voted for the first time, guys. Can you all guess who I voted for? So, I'm promoting, I'm the training coordinator, I'm training other women, other staff members to do ultrasounds. Yeah, with no other medical training, but just a medical lab technician diploma from Mexico and some college credits from Arizona. I was training other women or other staff members on how to do ultrasounds. And then I became the director of the Flagstaff. Who has been to Flagstaff? Oh, wow, nice, lucky. It is the nice part of Arizona where no one complains about the heat. So I became the director of Flagstaff, Arizona, and North Phoenix, Arizona. Both sides, they're doing birth control, fully funded by the Title X. And I started calling some things out, like Flagstaff, Arizona was doing pills once a week, which is abortion pills. And I questioned, how do you separate Title X funding from abortion if it's in the same building? It is impossible. But no one asks questions to Planned Parenthood. We just give them all this money. They get to do whatever they want and move on. And no one is giving us an explanation why our tax money is being used to provide abortions, right? So with that, obviously now I'm getting the Employee of the Year award. And I know you have heard that from my good friend Abby Johnson. We actually have a joke. We are assured they no longer give the Employee of the Year award. It has not worked out great for them. We both became for life. It must be something on that award, you know, like a blessing. Because when I got my Employee of the Year award, it came with a promotion. Myra, we need you to be the director of the biggest abortion facility in Arizona. And I'm going to tell you that moment I said, like, no, thank you. But not because I was being a good Catholic person or a good human being that didn't want to go into the fully killing babies. Mostly because I have heard horrible stories about those centers. I heard that the doctors were narcissists, that they thought they were God because they choose and pick who dies and leaves, that the staff never wants to work there. There's like zero retention of staff, that the women that come there, the patients, are hard to deal with. Well, of course, they don't want to be there, right? So I was like, no, thank you, I pass. And they were like, well, you know, Trump will defund us. We will close down clinics. And I agree with my friend Seth. We need to fully defund them this time. It is not enough just to go halfsies or a quarter. We need to take away every single dollar away from Planned Parenthood or any affiliate globally. So I start directing the abortion facility, and I start calling out the deficiencies and the harm doing to women. And remember, I told you that for many years, when women came to my center, I offered them an abortion that was safe. You will be okay. It's really quick. You'll go home like nothing. The pill, just like a period. As a director, I had to take the phone calls overnight of the women calling the after-hours hotline. And I had to hear the excruciating pain of saying, I'm going to die tonight. I'm bleeding. And no one is here to help me. And I just can't bear the pain. I had to take the phone calls of, I think I had a baby because I can see it. I can see the hands and feet. What do I do with it? And I have to be the one to tell her, flush it down the toilet. Don't worry about it. And that's when you realize that the cartel was this low compared to what I was doing. I compared the cartel because I'm Mexican. Just goes along with that line. And it's like being bigger than the cartel. These innocent babies are being piled up and used. Women are getting hurt. I call out the deficiencies. I call out all the wrongdoings of the abortionists. They're breaking the rules and regulations. They're not charting the irregular things happening in the center. How women were getting hurt and they weren't even told they were getting hurt. Falsifying a patient charts. No reporting minors that were impregnated by adults. Statutory rape. And honestly, I thought that cared no matter what meant something for them. And when Myra came out and said all those wrong things, I was going to get another Employee of the Year award. You will think that if someone cared, they will care that you bring out all those wrongdoings in your center. But they didn't. What happened next is that I was fired, right? And when I came out, not knowing what to do, I turned out to the pro-life movement in Arizona. My ladies right here. And with the help of them, I found my lawyer, and we started a wrongful termination lawsuit, being the only wrongful termination lawsuit against Planned Parenthood to make it to trial. And I did that because enough is enough. We need to go after them legally. We need to have every single case go after them in the courts, because that's the only way we're gonna shut down Planned Parenthood. There is a reason of why every legislation that passed in our home states, Arizona was one of them, protects the abortion industry more than it does the patient. It has never been about women. It has never been about healthcare. It is the most corrupted industry globally. Our money, it is not enough only to stop the or apply the Mexico City policy. We need to make sure that $0 go out internationally to provide to Planned Parenthood affiliates to kill babies. We need to go after them on every single case and make sure that women have a voice when they get harmed by abortions. Make sure that every employee that walks out of there is able to put a complaint against their former employer, which is Planned Parenthood. The only way we will defeat Planned Parenthood, it is through the legal channels and hurting them financially as much as we can to take away every single dollar, but especially defunding them. We must take away every dollar. They want to do a business, then they should be like any other business. And that's what we need to push for. Because our money deserves to go to every pregnancy center that it's helping women. Deserves to go to every pro-life organization working for women. Deserves to go to make sure that every foster child gets taken care of before Planned Parenthood gets a single dollar of our money, because Planned Parenthood only uses it so the abortionist can drive a Corvette. So the abortionist can drive a Bentley. So the abortionist can have mansions. So the abortion industry can keep giving those babies to be trafficked for their bodies and their cells. So who's with me defunding Planned Parenthood? Thank you so much for being here. They always think the Mexican is the one that is going to go over the clock, but I'm going to prove them wrong today. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Now comes the fun part. My name is Eric Baptist. I'm a lawyer for Alliance Defending Freedom. And I'd like to welcome our friends from Planned Parenthood, probably watching this live stream right now, and their friends at the ACLU as well. Because like, wait, bankrupting Planned Parenthood? What's this all about? Let's talk about that. Well, you may already know, well, from the past speakers, like Planned Parenthood deserves to be defunded, bankrupted, and put out of business forever. But how do we do that, right? Like that's something we've been trying to achieve for a very long time. And so this might be a little dry of a presentation even, because like it's gonna, let's break down the numbers. I wanna talk about that a little bit, because how much money does Planned Parenthood take in on an annual basis, or at least what they've disclosed? They take almost $2 billion. Last time I saw a number that was publicly disclosed through their tax forms, it's $1.9 billion they get in revenue every year. And how much does it come from you, the taxpayer, from the federal government? And the state government? Well, they say upwards of $670 million, again, as of 2022. But again, out of 1.9, only 670 million come from the taxpayer. So 1.2 billion is actually coming from other sources. One from the patients directly, and two from private contributions. And so people are donating to them as well. So I want to talk about that because they have increased the number of donors, and especially in light of the Dobbs decision in 2022. In 2022, it jumped up from 590,000, so 590,000, to 727,000 people donating privately to Planned Parenthood. So they do have some private supporters as well that comprise that $1.9 billion. So what do we do about that? Well, First of all, I would say help is on the way, or help has come. This last week brought a change in the federal government with the new administration entering, and good things have already occurred. And I think you already know about it, but I think even before then, there was an Elon Musk tweet back in November. It was great, where he was talking about Doge, and he said, Doge will help end federal overspending by taking aim at the $500 billion plus in annual federal expenditures that are unauthorized by Congress or being used in ways that Congress never intended, including nearly $300 million to progressive groups like Planned Parenthood. Lily doesn't know, it's actually a lot more. But that was a good sign. And then this past week, what did President Trump do through executive action? He issued an executive order last night saying that it is now the policy of the United States, consistent with the Hyde Amendment, to end the forced use of federal taxpayer dollars to fund or promote elective abortion. That's amazing. That's great work, and we had 4 years of not that policy, and he should be commended for it. The good news is that was for domestic funding. The even better news is he issued a memorandum directing Secretary of State Marco Rubio to ensure that U.S. taxpayer dollars do not fund organizations or programs that support or participate in the management of a program of coercive abortion or involuntary sterilization. He's also restored the Mexico City policy, which is huge. Taxpayer money should not go to fund the ending of the lives of people abroad as well. Like foreign lives matters too, and so having us not fund abortions abroad is huge. And again, that's a policy that President Trump enacted. He brought back. Every Republican administration in recent years have done that, so I'm glad he did that, and he should be commended for it. That's a great start to this administration, and I'm very excited for that. But then you're asked, well, it sounds like the federal government's out of the business of abortion. Well, no, unfortunately it's not, because Planned Parenthood, purports to do other things outside of and unborn lives, right? They get money for other services as well, and those are going to be through two different buckets, Medicaid and also grants from the federal government. And so Medicaid is something that you've probably heard about. In 1965, Congress enacted Medicaid to help poor or low-income families afford medical expenses, and that's a noble effort. And what has been done, though, is it's a joint program between the federal government and states, so both fund into it, mainly from states. And some states now, in the light of the Dobbs decision, have decided not to fund Planned Parenthood, even if these funds are technically designated for non-abortive purposes. Money is fungible. If you give Planned Parenthood, $500,000, and that's going to be $500,000 that could be used for other things besides abortion, but now you're making their abortions more lucrative as well, and it's helping aid and abet their bottom line. And we don't want to do that. So some states have stood up and said, we're not going to give you any money. One, you're also a purveyor of death. Why should we give you any money just because you're doing some health service or a health checkup of a woman who comes in your door? And so the state of South Carolina tried to do that. Planned Parenthood sued them, took them to court, and won at the district court, won at the Court of Appeals. And I'm happy to say that ADF represents the state of South Carolina in a case that's now being taken up by the Supreme Court to review whether South Carolina can have its right to deny these funds of Medicaid to Planned Parenthood. Does Planned Parenthood even have a right? Planned Parenthood is suing because they think they're entitled to these funds, like taxpayer money. That's not right, and they don't deserve it because, as you just heard, Planned Parenthood is evil. They do bad things to babies. They do bad things to children. They do bad things to their own people. So why should they be getting the money? And so that case is going to be litigated. And there's an oral argument in March. The case is called Medina versus Planned Parenthood. Please look out for that. It's a very important case, and it will allow states to now defund Planned Parenthood and other abortion facilities who get their Medicaid funds. And I think that's truly an important way to take away. Thank you. And there's something called Title X too. These are grants given by the federal government to reproductive health care facilities to help, to help family planning programs throughout the country, targeting lower income and adolescent patients. But again, who can get that money? What can the states do with it? Can they give the money to Planned Parenthood? Can they give it to non-abortive services? And this has been a debate among the states and the federal government what they can or cannot do. And again, the good news is Joe Biden is no longer president. His Title X rules were actually mandating pro-life states to refer for abortion, to talk about abortion, the option, and they didn't want to do that. So his administration cut off the funds for those folks, and I fully expect the Trump administration to roll back that Biden-era regulation because that's another way Planned Parenthood gets money that they shouldn't be getting. but they think they're entitled to, and states are trying to, again, assert their privilege and prerogative to protect taxpayer money and prevent them from funding entities such as Planned Parenthood. Again, this is systematic in how we're trying to chip away. We're going to go after Medicaid, we're going to go after Title X. But it doesn't end there, unfortunately, because, again, we have to do something bigger. And it's kind of talking about what Seth talked about. We have to kind of change the hearts and minds. We have to win in the courts of public opinion, too. I'm a lawyer, but I know we can win in the court. But if we don't win in the court of public opinion, we can undo the victories we achieve in court because the people might revolt. They might get a new law that undermines our victory. So we always want to make sure we're trying to win the culture. And with Planned Parenthood, it's just like, this is Planned Parenthood. They're evil. You know, we've talked about their racist, eugenic past. We talk about what they're trying to do to children. But really making sure we highlight that so people don't really, sometimes I take a step back. I guess anecdotally, I've talked to some people who say, oh yeah, my family, like, you know, we're just having like a barbecue last summer, and they're like, oh, we think Planned Parenthood's good, you know, they provide services. And they're like, what are you talking about? They do these abortions, this is their business, and they didn't realize that Planned Parenthood is actually this evil entity. So part of it's an education campaign. Still, even to this day, I know we kind of are in the life movement, we're really entrenched, but your average person out there, I'm not going to name the state where this person was, I'm going to do my home state of Illinois. You know, someone's in Illinois, just not really, you know, thinking about it, but they're just thinking, I thought they're just there to help, you know, people with, you know, modest incomes who need free reproductive services. And that's not the case. And so I think educating people about Planned Parenthood is important because I think I just want to emphasize, no matter what you want for healthcare services, people need to stop going to Planned Parenthood. If you're on Medicaid, you can go to other places outside of Planned Parenthood. Don't give your money to Planned Parenthood. And we need to make sure people understand why that's important because, again, it's a purveyor of death and destruction along the ways. And that's kind of where I want to kind of focus at my last part of today's talk because they are merchants of death. We know that. But they're also becoming merchants of damage in terms of in the name of gender ideology. And again, you know about this, but I want to focus on this because it's so important. Because after the Dobbs decision, when states can now have pro-life laws, we have seen tangible victories. I know sometimes people say, oh, the Dobbs decision is like, you know, it's a step back for the life movement. No, not at all. It's a great first step in the life movement. It's the next chapter because states now have pro-life laws. Planned Parenthood is laying off their staff across the country. They're closing up shop in various locations. That is awesome. That is a victory. We should celebrate it. Absolutely. And how do we know we're succeeding? Not just by the layoffs, not just by the closures of their facilities. It's because they're changing their business model. They have gone from just killing babies to now if the kid's alive, they're going to come after our children, right? Like they are trying to, in the name of gender ideology, send puberty blockers, send cross-sex hormones to children. That is dangerous. But that is also, in my mind, as a lawyer, playing with fire. You know why? Because none of those drugs have ever been approved by the FDA for these uses, right? This is all off-label use. And that is dangerous because, as we have seen, now even in Europe, they're coming away from that model, saying maybe we shouldn't send these life-altering drugs to children who are like, literally children, not even teenagers, experiencing what they call gender dysphoria. And they're giving them, and you start with puberty blockers, go to cross-sex hormones, and then go to surgeries. And Planned Parenthood is now very complicit in the doling out of these drugs to kids, sometimes not with the parents' consent. And these are life-changing results. You can see testimony after testimony from detransitioners to understand the lifelong impact and physical, emotional, psychological harm that Planned Parenthood is inflicting on these children. And then now as adults, there's a lot of regret. Well, malpractice lawsuits are a thing, and they're not minor by any means. And what this is all screaming, and we've seen this now in the gender ideology space, where a lot of these purveyors of these drugs are now being sued. And these are not minor lawsuits. Malpractice lawsuits are pretty big. And I'm going to just break down some highlights of some of the biggest ones in U.S. history, just so you can understand why I'm talking about this. Is one jury awarded a gentleman $216 million following his medical malpractice case against a university hospital. They just misdiagnosed him. They misdiagnosed terribly, which caused irreparable harm to him, but it was a misdiagnosis. Another Bronx-based jury awarded a woman $172 million after a medical malpractice lawsuit against New York City. Again, the details are terrible, but you read any or hear about any detransitioner story, that is also terrible, what they have been experimented on by the provider of these drugs and these surgeries. Finally, I'll give you one example. Another woman was awarded $135 million following her medical malpractice case. So even one person can get these hundreds of million dollars of liability or claims and damages for these malpractice claims. Well, if you add up what I just gave you, it's upwards of $500 to $600 million. So we're closing that delta. You have $700 million in federal government funds. You have 1.2 to close that delta. I've just erased another $500,000 to $600,000 from 3 lawsuits alone. You tell me we can't bankrupt Planned Parenthood with that model? I don't know what we can't do, but I think that's a recipe for success. And so if you're watching at home, be careful, Planned Parenthood. We're coming after you. Thank you.
Behind every precious life, there was a choice. Behind every family moment, behind every special memory, there was a choice. A life of joy, a life that is beautifully and wonderfully made. At 7 Weeks Coffee, we are funding the pro-life movement, one cup at a time. Will you let your coffee serve a greater purpose?
In a world gone crazy, where right is wrong and wrong is right.
My name's Kitty. I'm an abortion provider and my work saves lives.
People are searching for the truth. It seems America has lost her way. Is it too late for this great country to get back to one nation under God? In the midst of this chaos, Patriot Mobile stands strong, supporting the people and the causes you care about.
We support giving women housing, education, meals. We support reaching out to universities and talking to young ladies and letting them know they're not alone when they're faced with an unexpected crisis pregnancy, that they have support for their education and for their work, and whether they want to keep the baby or adopt it out with the most loving option, there's support in both of those, and we call that the pro-love movement, and that's something conservatives have been doing for a long time.
Something insane is happening. Madness has been unleashed in our culture. How did this happen?
What Christians often don't understand in the culture wars and in the fight for life is that abortion is not just one issue among many. Abortion is almost the linchpin upon which the liberal establishment swings. But what happens when you pull out a linchpin? The door falls off.
Nothing is more racist than the abortion industry.
We're in a day where evil is now being called good.
Let's start putting the puzzle pieces together here to understand the culture of death in America.
It was Francis Galton who took the ideas of Darwin one step further. He's the father of eugenics.
This is the battle for the soul of the world. Satan always goes after the young.
We were created for a purpose. There is a plan, a design.
Study the past, not just to understand what happened then, but to understand what's happening now. If you're going to change the culture, you've got to approach it culturally.
It's a Leviathan.
This is simply the overturning of the standards of an entire civilization.
But she gave a thumbs up and she kept her baby. They send us pictures. And man, we see toddlers now. They don't even know that they were marked for death.
Did you know that every major diaper company supports abortion either vocally or financially? Our purchasing decisions have power. They shape the world that we want to see. And every time we choose Huggies, Pampers, Honest, or others, we are endorsing the very thing that we are working so hard to stop, the devaluing of God's most precious children. Every life from the moment of conception is worthy of love, protection, and celebration. My name is Sarah Gabel Seifert, president and co-founder of Every Life, the hopeful solution. We started Every Life with a mission to provide premium, high-performing products for every miraculous life. Every Life is the first and only pro-life diaper company rooted in the belief that every child is a gift from God. We are unwavering in our faith and we are deeply committed to championing parenthood and celebrating life in everything that we do. Since our launch in July of 2023, we've become the fastest growing diaper company America has ever seen, and we've already donated millions of diapers to moms in need. We hope and pray that you will join us on our extraordinary mission, where we're not only changing diapers, but truly changing lives.
Marriage, family, work, church, school. These institutions are the building blocks of a healthy society. Today, they are crumbling. Marriage rates are at an all-time low. Family no longer looks like a married mom and dad and their children. 40% of babies are born to an unwed mother, including more than 70% of Black children. 1 in 4 kids grow up without a father figure in the home. Statistics show these kids are more likely to experience poverty, abuse drugs, or commit crimes. Instead of helping struggling families, government programs attack marriage and work. Why bother to get a job when the taxpayers can just take care of you? Church attendance is at a record low, and the left is targeting churches and charities that reject woke progressive ideology. Instead of focusing on education, schools are pushing critical race theory and championing LGBTQ lifestyles. American kids fall far below their international peers in reading and math scores. But what do the progressive elites care about? Pronouns and pride flags. None of this is okay. If current trends continue, we are heading towards social implosion. We must restore the family as the centerpiece of American life and protect our children. We know what we are fighting for. We are fighting for America's future.
I was trafficked from the age of 2 to 29. When I found out I was pregnant at 29, I was at a safe house. They told me about a pregnancy center, and that's when I met Phyllis Phelps. And she explains to me, I can't help you, but I know a man named Jesus. That right there is why I chose life, because she did something that I had never experienced before in my life. And so she told me about a program. I went through the program, and then I went off into Bible college. From there, she gave me an application to be the director at a pregnancy center. November 8th of 2022, the board of branches hired me as the executive director. Since then, I've been running with branches just to be able to help women as I was helped when I walked through the doors 10 years ago.
So Vermont has enacted SB 37 that specifically targets pregnancy care centers and their advertising. It limits what they can say, it limits the information that they can provide to women.
We could be fined $10,000, and it really limits us from advertising truly all of our resources that we can provide to the women and men and families in this community and in this state.
And one really pernicious thing about this law is that it applies only to pregnancy care centers, only those centers who clearly state that they don't provide or refer for abortions.
Vermont's coming after pregnancy centers, especially branches, because we do not fit their pro-abortion agenda. A lot of women here are either being prostituted, living in homeless shelters or on the streets. And so when they become pregnant, they become scared because they feel that there's no one that's going to do life with them. Just like how I was when I first walked through the doors of a pregnancy center. We can help, we're the solution.
When we started Pro-Love Ministries, we didn't know that Roe v. Wade was going to be overturned. I mean, we certainly hoped it would be. But we also thought that if it ever was, our pro-life infrastructure was certainly not ready to fill the gaps for all of the women who would be in need of help. With that in mind, we started our first pro-love ministry project called Loveline. Loveline is here to support pregnant women and moms with infants who need desperate support. We run a national hotline and provide case management for women with complex needs. We have to meet women right where they are so we can serve them well. People are now waking up to the fact that abortion does not empower women. It is hurting them. It is oppressing them. And so the whole goal of this is to say no. Women are strong. Women are capable. And we can overcome any challenge that is put in front of us. You are not going to tell me that I have to have an abortion to reach my goals. But in order to do that, it's going to take all of us to step up and help however much we can. One of the things that my boss said to me when I left Planned Parenthood is that I had made an enemy of one of the most powerful organizations on the planet. But that's not true. The most powerful organization on the planet is the church. We can make a difference together. And that's exactly what we're asking people to do. Step up to be a lifeline to someone who may be hanging on by a thread.
It is a blessing to know the truth, and the truth is that unborn life is worthy of protection.
Since the reversal of Roe v. Wade, our fight for life is far from over. Today we march, not just to celebrate the progress we've made, but to remind our nation that every life matters, and our mission is far from over. Every day, over 2,000 innocent preborn lives are violently ended by abortion. We will continue to march until every baby is protected from the violence of abortion, and the value of every person, both born and preborn, is recognized by the law.
This march has united tens of thousands of Americans from all walks of life to rally for the cause of life.
Let their hearts beat! Let their hearts beat!
I am here because the preborn babies are still dying.
I'm here because the pro-life movement is needed more than ever, advocating for life in our churches, our communities, and on our campuses.
We march to protect the unborn. We march to proclaim and live out the sacred truth that every single child is a miracle and a gift from God.
I'm here because women deserve better.
I'm here to empower women to choose life. I want them to know that there are options for them and that they can love their babies.
I'm here because women deserve better.
The pro-life generation is ready to stand for life like never before, and we will be bold, persistent, and fearless.
Not on. Oh, my mic's on. How's everyone doing? Good evening, pro-life generation. I'm so excited for our evening session. Who enjoyed the breakout sessions today? Awesome. Who's feeling like they're ready to go end abortion in their communities? Amazing. Well, I have some good news. The summit is not over yet. We have another amazing speaker right now. We have Sarah Gabel Seifert with Every Life Diaper. Give it up.
Hello, how are we doing, everybody?
It's so wonderful to be here with you. I actually want to open with something really encouraging. Did you know that 80% of millennials care very deeply about shopping their values and supporting brands that align with their core convictions? 80%. That's awesome. This shows me that the next generation deeply cares about using their dollars wisely, because how you spend your money actually really matters. My husband and I have a deep conviction to make sure that we're always evaluating where our money is going. But we didn't want to just live this out in our own life. We wanted to create something bigger, a community of pro-life, pro-family, pro-freedom businesses, so that way consumers and small businesses of America that I believe are the backbone of our country that we need to be supporting can come together in the same platform and transact and build a very unique economy that's different than what the rest of the world looks like. So that's what we did. We launched Public Square. Has anyone heard of Public Square? Yes, a few of you. Wonderful. If you don't, you should go download the app, because we have made it so simple now for you to go shop your pro-life, pro-family, pro-freedom values. We now have 85,000 plus small businesses on our platform, with millions of consumers now shopping every single day and knowing with a blessed assurance that the money that they're making is going into the hands of the small businesses that care about you and your families. Now, I want to tell you something else. Public Square was actually the very thing that helped my husband and I realize that our consumers were actually searching for diaper companies that were pro-life. And you would think, of course, every diaper company is going to stand for their own customer. Well, I hate to tell you if you're not aware of this, but every major diaper company on the market today is supporting abortion, either vocally or financially. This should absolutely sicken us. I know. If baby brands cannot stand for their own customers, I don't know who will. It's shocking, it's heartbreaking, and that's why we decided to come up with the hopeful solution. Now, I do want to share some examples of these brands so you can really understand the weight of what's happening in this pro-abortion diaper industry. Huggies matches employee contributions to Planned Parenthood. Pampers expanded medical coverage to include travel for abortion after Roe v. Wade was overturned. Honest Company pledged to continue abortion care for their employees. Coterie, which is the luxurious diaper brand on the market, literally all over their social media after Roe v. Wade was overturned, said that they felt lost without abortion. Hello Bello vowed to cover abortion costs and provide paid time off for their employees to go travel and abort their babies. Every time that we support Huggies, Pampers, Coterie, and others, we're actually endorsing the very thing that you and I are working so hard to stop, which is abortion and the devaluing of God's most precious children. It has to stop. Where we spend our money, like I said, it matters, and it shapes the world that you and I want to see. You can vote with your dollars every single day. This is why Every Life is here. We are the first and only pro-life diaper company on the market today. Thank you. And in just 18 months, we are now the fastest growing diaper company in America today. And you guys, our mission is so simple. We just love babies and we support them. We believe every child is a gift from God, deserving of love, protection, and celebration. We provide high-performing, clean, premium products for every miraculous life because babies and mothers deserve the best. We've already had the opportunity, this is really fun to announce. We don't just say we're pro-life, we put action behind it. We've given out 3 million diapers and over 2.5 million wipes to pregnancy resource centers that are in urgent need of these supplies so they can bless them to the moms that have embraced life for their babies. And I know firsthand, I used to direct a pregnancy resource center in California, and I met with hundreds of vulnerable girls considering abortion. And I know that a box of diapers It might seem small, but it actually can be the difference between life or death for that unborn baby. Just knowing they have love and support and the essential things that they need to be set up for success can save a life. And as you can see, we are so much more than just a diapers company. We are about building a movement of parents that are passionate about shopping their pro-life values because they understand that their purchasing decisions have power. It carries weight. And we're also working very hard at Every Life to send a countercultural message to the world that I think so desperately needs to be heard, which is make more babies. We need more babies in this world, not less, because children are a gift, they're a blessing, they're our legacy, they're our hope, they're our future. And we need to be singing this louder than ever for such a time as this, because we have almost half of the young population today, 44%, are considering not having children at all. 23% of them are saying that due to their concerns of climate change and overpopulation, which totally does not exist, they don't want to bring a child into the world because they think it's selfish. They see a child as a cancer or a threat to the planet. That's why we need to send another message, and we're so proud to be doing that every day at Every Life. Elon Musk said it best: having children is saving the world. We would love for you to join us on our mission. We can talk to you if you scan the QR code. We'd love to connect with you. But I want to end with this verse from Mother Teresa. She said, "If you want to change the world, go home and love your family." It all begins in your home. And this is how we win. Find God, get married, spend your money wisely, and make more babies. Thank you so much for having me, and God bless.
All right, thank you so much, Sarah. And for our next speaker, I'm so excited because speaking of changing the culture to life, our next speaker is an expert in that. I am so excited to welcome to the stage Tyson Langhofer with Alliance Defending Freedom. Give it up for Tyson.
How y'all doing? All right, it's great to see a great crowd out here. So before I begin, I have a confession to make. My name's Tyson Langhofer, and I'm a lawyer. I've been a lawyer for a long time, so I've heard all the lawyer jokes. When he was alive, my grandpa loved telling me every new lawyer joke he heard. So here's a few of my favorites. What's the difference between God and a lawyer? God doesn't think he's a lawyer. How does an attorney sleep? First, he lies on one side, then he lies on the other. What's the difference between an accountant and a lawyer? Accountants know they're boring. So as a lawyer, you may be expecting that I would talk about the importance of enacting and defending good pro-life laws. I have many colleagues at Alliance Defending Freedom who do amazing work drafting model legislation, testifying in front of state legislatures, and defending these laws in court. At ADF, one of our 5 generational wins is to guarantee the right to life from conception to natural death. To accomplish that, most of our work takes place in the courtroom, in Congress, and state legislatures. That's vitally important work, and we definitely must continue to do it until every state has laws that protect life from conception to natural death. But tonight, in the few minutes that I have, I want to talk about the importance of culture. You see, our goal is not just to make abortion illegal. Our goal is to make abortion unthinkable. If we want to make abortion unthinkable, then we not only must change the laws, we have to change the culture. We must create a culture that values life in every way, shape, and form. Many times we don't focus on changing the culture as much because changing culture is hard. It takes a long time, and it's much more difficult to measure results than tallying up how many good laws we've passed. But it's just as important. Pastor Rick Warren said that law is downstream from culture. By the time you make a law about something, you're reacting, not acting. I'd rather shape the culture. Now, the pro-abortion movement understands this. That's why they created the Shout Your Abortion organization. Shout Your Abortion's mission is to normalize abortion and elevate safe paths to access regardless of legality. Their website says since 2015, countless people have shared their abortion stories. Together, we've transformed the culture. You see, they recognize the value of culture. They recognize that if the culture values and approves of abortion, then abortions will continue even if the law prohibits it. But that also means that they recognize that if we create a culture where abortion is unthinkable, then abortion will stop even if it's legal. When I look at our current culture today, I see a culture that in many ways is moving towards valuing death more than it values life. Let's just look at a few recent examples. In December, Brian Thompson, CEO of the United Healthcare, was gunned down in cold blood on the streets of Manhattan. Brian was 50 years old and had a wife and 2 kids. A normal, healthy culture, one that values life, would mourn and decry this violent, senseless act. Yet, instead of mourning, many in our culture celebrated his killing and valorized the murder. United Health Group posted a statement on Facebook regarding Thompson's death. Within just a few days, the statement received more than 46,000 reactions. 41,000 reacted with the laughing emoji. 41,000. Almost 90% of the responses. That's astonishing. Approximately 1 year before, on October 7, 2023, Hamas terrorists perpetrated the worst terrorist attack in Israel's history when it massacred more than 1,200 Israeli civilians. As with the murder of Brian Thompson, this atrocity should be universally denounced and the death should be mourned by everyone on every side of the political spectrum. Instead, we saw celebrations in the streets of New York and at many of our most prestigious universities throughout the country. These celebrations justified and encouraged the violence by chanting, "From the river to the sea," calling for global intifada by any means necessary. College administrators essentially did nothing and many times even encouraged or condoned the calls for violence. Again, this is astonishing. Another example are the recent studies analyzing the results of Canada's increasing liberalization and expansion of its assisted suicide law. Originally, the law specified that to be eligible, a person's natural death had to be, quote, reasonably foreseeable. Over time, through various court decisions and amendments, the law now allows persons whose sole medical condition is mental illness to be eligible for assisted suicide. Now, a recent study compared the number of people in Canada choosing assisted suicide to those in California. Both Canada and California granted access to assisted suicide in 2016. Both have similarly sized populations, similar demographics, and no real difference in the leading cause of death or overall death rates. Yet the difference in the number of assisted suicides is shocking. In 2022, 853 Californians died by assisted suicide. In Canada, on the other hand, 13,241 people died by assisted suicide. That's 4.1% of all deaths in Canada. Now, one of the stories in the study vividly illustrates why there's such a vast difference in outcomes. A Canadian military veteran and former Paralympian who had been trying to get a wheelchair ramp installed at her home for 5 years testified that she was offered the option of assisted suicide by her caseworker. Yeah, you heard that right. This caseworker was like, "Sorry, we can't get you a wheelchair ramp, but hey, I've got some good news. I see that you're eligible to kill yourself." Yeah, the study confirmed that at least 4 other veterans were also offered the option of assisted suicide when trying to access resources and care. Now, the final example I want to highlight happened earlier this week when the Senate considered passage of the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. This is a bill that would require healthcare providers to provide the same degree of care for a child born alive during an attempted abortion procedure as they would for a child during normal childbirth. Finally, something we can all agree on, right? Doctors must care for a baby born alive under their care regardless of their circumstances. Surely a society as advanced and as enlightened as we are can agree that at the very least, a doctor has a duty to provide basic health care for a baby born under his care. Right? Apparently not. Every single Democratic senator voted against this bill. Every single one. Not a single Democratic senator thought that it was a good idea to ensure that the law requires a doctor to provide basic care for a baby born alive under his care. So these stories paint a pretty bleak picture of our culture and how it views life and death. So how do we change culture? Well, the first step is to define and understand what culture is. Culture is defined as the sum total of ways of living built up by a group of human beings and transmitted from one generation to another. More specifically, a culture is made up of a shared set of beliefs, values, customs, traditions, social norms, language, art, and behaviors that are passed down through generations within a group of people, essentially defining their way of life and shaping how they interact with each other and the world around them. So a culture is defined by how we live our lives. What do we prioritize? What do we value? I've thought a lot about why our culture in many ways has come to prioritize or value death more than life. In my estimation, the primary reason is that for much of our mainstream culture, it's constantly sending the message that death is to be preferred over any impediment or burden to what we view as our happiness or our ability to, quote, live our best life. That death may be your own, or it may be the death of someone else who you believe is an impediment to living your best life. Let me illustrate by using one of the stories from the Shout Your Abortion website. This was written by a 19-year-old college student. She said, quote, I was able to combat the sadness of experiencing an abortion with the knowledge and empowerment that I have fully chosen my own future. I chose myself. The fetus was unwanted. It felt like I had a tumor growing inside of me, and I felt so claustrophobic. I feel deeply sad for the women in America who will now have to put the future of a fetus before their own hopes and dreams. I would be nearly fully term by now, but if I had not had that abortion, and I'm so unbelievably grateful that I did, because I'm not ready to give my life and my future career up yet. My future was worth it, and I'm more than just a vessel to produce new life. I'm strong, intelligent, caring young woman. I'm not a murderer. I'm so proud of myself for choosing me. This incredibly sad perspective reflects a young woman who has grown up in a culture that has told her that a child is going to be an impediment to her hopes and dreams rather than a fulfillment of her hopes and dreams. For most of human history, little girls have grown up hoping and dreaming of the day they can become a mother. Now, many see a baby growing inside as a tumor to be removed rather than a miracle to be cherished and nurtured. When confronted with a cultural crisis this large and consequential, it's tempting to just throw up your hands and say it's hopeless. What can I possibly do to change an entire culture on this issue? But on further reflection, each of us has a far greater ability to impact culture than what we think. If culture is just the sum total of how we as a society live our lives, then each one of us impacts and shapes the culture by the decisions we make and how we live our lives. Whether we intend to or not, we do impact the culture every day simply through the decisions we make. When we impact the culture, we impact the way others view the world and the decisions they make. Let me give you a simple illustration from my life. About 15 years ago, I was working in private practice at a large law firm in Kansas. My wife and I had built a house in an upscale neighborhood. We just had our 5th child, so we had 5 kids under the age of 10. Needless to say, we were an anomaly in the neighborhood. Through various comments and reactions, I could see that many of our neighbors were skeptical and bemused about our life choices. They were also concerned about how this gaggle of kids was going to disrupt their way of life. Our next door neighbor was a successful dentist and his wife. They had 1 child, several years older than our oldest. Over time, we developed a good relationship. 4 years after we moved in, their only son graduated high school. At the graduation party, the wife said to me, you know, you guys did it right. I said, what do you mean? She said, having all those kids. After we had our son, I thought this is just too much work, so we decided not to have any more. Now he's graduating. I'm still so young. I don't know what I'm going to do with the rest of my life. I was really surprised. Jamie and I weren't trying to influence anyone's opinions about the importance of children and family. We're just living our lives. But the private choices we made had influenced others' opinions and changed the way they viewed the world, what should be prioritized and cherished. So as I close, I just want to remind and encourage you that each decision you make contributes to shaping culture. Collectively, we have the power to shape and define our culture through the way we live our lives. The decisions we make reflect our priorities. We can create a culture that values life more than it values death through the individual decisions we make. Now let's go out and create that culture together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tyson. All right, who's ready for our next speaker? I am so excited to introduce Kayleigh McEnany, who is the former White House press secretary and current host of Outnumbered on the Fox News channel. Anyone watch Fox News? Amazing. Prior to serving in the White House, Kayleigh worked as the national press secretary for the Trump campaign and formerly joined the Formerly was the national spokesperson for the Republican National Committee. Before joining the RNC, Kayleigh worked as a political commentator at CNN. Kayleigh graduated from Harvard Law School with a Juris Doctor and Georgetown University School of Foreign Sciences with a degree in international politics. She also studied politics and international relations at Oxford University, St. Edmund Hall. Kayleigh is the recipient of the Department of Defense Medal for Distinguished Public Service and the Department of Homeland Security Secretary's Public Service Award. She is the author of the New York Times bestseller, For Such a Time as This, My Faith Journey Through the White House and Beyond, and author of the upcoming book, Serenity in the Storm, Living Through Chaos and Leaning on Christ. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Kayleigh McEnany.
Thank you. Hi, what an honor to be here with all of you. It really and truly is. I'm so passionate about the issue of life, and I was very excited to come to this event in particular because you all remind me of myself. I was a young girl in high school with a passion for life, went on to college, continued with that passion that I had, and somehow made it to the White House podium. So all of you in this room, I'm sure in here we will have a future White House press secretary. Heck, we may even have a future president in this room, and because that would be a pro-life president. So I'm going to get to the issue that we're all here for in just a moment. But first, let me just tell you a little bit about myself and my journey. My life really changed in 2020. I was the campaign press secretary. And at the time, I thought to myself, what better time to get pregnant than when you're the national press secretary of a presidential campaign? So my husband and I tried, and I got pregnant with my daughter, Blake, who's now 5 years old. And we traveled the country, my mom and I did, and my husband at the time was playing baseball. He played for the Mets and some other teams. So go Mets, let's go Mets. He played in the World Series, the one they lost in. But he did great. So I'm traveling the country, and my daughter's with me, and we're washing her little onesies in the hotel bathtub, and she stays with my mom, and I'd go out and do a rally and then come back and get to see her. And we traveled everywhere that you would for a campaign, New Hampshire, South Carolina, all over the country. And then I got this call. COVID-19 happened, everyone went into lockdown. I'm back in Florida, and I'm crossing this bridge. My mom's in the front seat, I'm in the back seat, my daughter's beside me. And this call was this odd series of numbers. And when you get a call, it's weird, it looks strange, the digits are off. You often know it's the White House switchboard. I'd gotten 2 calls before, and they looked very similar. So I said, this may be the President of the United States, Mom. She's like, well, answer your phone. I answer my phone. They say, this is the White House switchboard. We have President Trump here for you. Can you take his call? Well, of course I'm going to take his call. So I say, yes, ma'am. And I take the pink pacifier I have, I put it to Blake's lips, I pray for the best, and he says, Kayleigh, this is President Trump, I have a question for you. And I thought he would ask me, just about a news article I'd written or an appearance I had done in the day, and instead he shocked me by saying, would you like to be my White House press secretary? To which I said, Mr. President, that would be the honor of my lifetime. To which he said, Mark, get it done. I think that was meaning to his chief of staff, and Mark did end up getting it done. And I take this enormous job, and we decided to ride up the Eastern Corridor in my husband's truck because I didn't want to be on a plane. It was during COVID, and I thought, if Jim Acosta or someone saw me on the plane, they'd write a headline like, Kayleigh endangering the life of the president, flying up on a plane during COVID. So I didn't want to do that. So we were riding up, and I became really apprehensive. How am I going to do this job? This is my first time working in the White House. I had been an intern there, but how am I going to be the press secretary? So I'm calling people in the White House. I'm calling former press secretaries. I'm trying to find academic peer-reviewed journal articles about how to be a good press secretary. There's like one that exists, and I read it. So I'm doing all this, and then my dad texted me, and he said, Kayleigh, maybe you're here in this moment for such a time as this, which is a reference to the book of Esther. And a few weeks into the job, from a very unlikely source, from someone totally opposite ideologically from my dad, who's a right-wing conservative, Van Jones, who worked for Obama, from the left, texted me, Kayleigh, maybe you're here for such a time as this. And I know it was a message that God intended for me to hear, and it's a message for everyone here in this room. So I take this job, I go into the White House, I have no clue if I'm going to be asked to give a briefing. In fact, it had been 400 days since any press secretary had given a briefing. So I don't know if I'll be asked to. Sarah Sanders had given the last one. And the president one day looked at me, I think it was like on a Wednesday, and he said, Kayleigh, I want you to give a briefing. And I go, okay. I'm thinking to myself, I got to get a binder together. And my binder became a subject of interest to reporters. It was pretty funny. We would sit in my office, and there's this wood-burning fireplace in the press secretary's office, and we would sit there for hours and hours until like 10 p.m. at night. Think of every possible question we could be asked. We'd put together the most beautiful binder with tabs, and the press corps, they had this camera behind me, and they would take a picture of the tabs. And CNN put out this article, Decoding the Mysteries of Kayleigh's Briefing Binder. And I mean, there was no mystery to it because the tabs were like COVID, therapeutics, whatever the topic was of the day. But one day we thought we'd change it and put the tabs as like John Carl, Caitlin Collins, Jim Acosta to show we were keeping tabs on them. We never did it. That was a regret. So the president says this on a Wednesday, Kayleigh, I want you to do a briefing. And then he says it again on a Thursday, the next day. And then he says it on Thursday afternoon. I'm like, ooh, he's saying this a lot. And then he says, I want you to do it before Monday. So I'm like, I got to get this together. I need to do it Friday. So get everything together. I prepared from an academic perspective, but more important than that, I had prepared from a spiritual perspective. I watched a Joyce Meyer sermon about faith over fear. I tweeted out Philippians 4:13, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. And listen to Christian music, and I get into the office, and the hours are ticking down in my briefing, getting a little more nervous as each hour passes, and people are reaching out to me, members of faith across the country, Christians across the country, saying, we're praying for you. And one such person who reached out to me was Sarah Sanders, my predecessor, who's now the great governor of Arkansas. And Sarah gave me pieces of advice, and her last piece of advice was this: most importantly, pray, let God carry you through the tough times, give you strength when you don't have any wisdom. And then she shared with me that she read her Jesus Calling devotional every single time before she walked to the podium. And that's a tradition that I carried on. My team, the last thing we did was we said a prayer together, and then we walked to the White House podium. And her Jesus Calling devotional she sent me was from exactly 2 years prior, and here's what it said. You are on the path of my choosing. There is no randomness about your life. As you give yourself more and more to a life of constant communion with me, you will find that you simply have no time to worry. But I worried a lot. I'm a human. And my assistant comes in and says, you got to get it together. It's time to go. And she put my parents on speakerphone. We prayed together. I went back to the president's private dining room off the Oval Office. And he looked at me and said, you got this. Jared Kushner was there. Vice President was there. He motioned towards me with praying hands, said he'd been praying for me. And then I went to this private bathroom in the West Wing, and I got on my knees, said a prayer, walked to the podium, and when I stood there, I kid you not, I had this total and complete serenity, like I had been standing there my entire life. And it is not because of anything that I did. It was because there were thousands, millions of people in this country who prayed for our administration. So if you were among them, I want to thank you because your prayers certainly made a difference, and I'm a testament to that. So thank you very much if you prayed for us. And as I think about getting to the podium, the issue that comes to mind, as I mentioned, is the issue of life. My dad used to say growing up, what's your worldview, Kayleigh? And he would say it over and over again, what's your worldview? And I'm like, Dad, what's this crazy worldview thing you keep saying? As a kid, it just seemed strange because I grew up in this small little strawberry town in Plant City, Florida. It's strawberry capital of the world, right there. There you go. Oh, wow. We've got some Floridians over there. So it was there that I really developed my worldview, which crystallized pretty clearly when I went off to these really liberal institutions. And I knew where I stood politically from listening to the late, great Rush Limbaugh. I used to listen to him with my dad. But more important than any political ideology was my faith, going to my Southern Baptist church and coming to know Jesus Christ. And when I looked at the landscape of political and cultural issues, to me, both politics and faith intersected very clearly, most clearly, on the issue of life. So this was something I was very passionate about. And, Kristan Hawkins, who I know has just been instrumental to Students for Life, I was intrigued to find that, she came on board in 2006, because that's the year that I graduated from high school. And you may not remember this because you all are so young, but during that time period, there was an argument playing out over partial birth abortion. Partial birth abortion is the literal killing of a child who is not even entirely in the mother's womb, a full-term child. This is happening during my high school years. And believe it or not, the Supreme Court, 9 justices on the Supreme Court, all standing there in their black robes. They're supposed to be the wisest people among us, right? Different walks of life, different backgrounds, the wisest among us. Well, yet in a 5-4 opinion called Stenberg, the Supreme Court upheld the practice of partial birth abortion. This was less than 20 years ago. Think about that, 5 justices of the Supreme Court saying it's okay to kill a full-term child halfway out of the womb. It is a stunning thing to think about. And when I used to read part of that opinion to people, but I don't do that because it's very jarring, it's hard to hear. So instead, I read the dissent from the late, great Justice Antonin Scalia. He's awesome. So here's what Justice Scalia wrote. I am optimistic enough to believe that one day Stenberg v. Carhart, that was that decision I mentioned, will be assigned to its rightful place in the history of this court's jurisprudence beside Korematsu and Dred Scott. The method of killing a human child, one cannot even accurately say an entirely unborn human child proscribed by this statute, is so horrible that the most clinical description of it evokes a shudder of revulsion. Listen to what he's saying. One day, as a country, as a society, we will look back on our abortion laws in this country, and it will be next to Korematsu, which upheld Japanese internment camps, and Dred Scott, which upheld slavery. So 2 of the worst moments in American history, he is analogizing to our abortion laws. And he's exactly right. When you look at what happened between Roe and Dobbs, 63 million children were killed. 63 million. That is nearly 1/5 of the current population of this country. So imagine 1 in 5, every 5th person in this row, wiped away. That is what abortion has done to this country. People with potential, souls, spirits created by God, gone. And when you think about the Biden administration, I'll never forget, and it was grotesque to even see, when my successor, Jen Psaki, was standing at that same podium as me, she was asked, is a baby at 15 weeks? Okay, a baby at 15 weeks, I'm a mother of 2. A baby at 15 weeks has a heartbeat. A baby, that happens at 6 weeks. A baby is moving rapidly at that point, has arms and legs. Its eyes are closed. He or she's eyes are closed, but it can still sense light. A separate DNA code, that happens from the moment of conception. This is a 15-week baby. I've seen an ultrasound with one of my children at 10 weeks, and they're jumping up and down at 10 weeks. And at 15 weeks, the White House would not say if a baby was a baby. What an appalling, appalling thing to say. And then when you look at the Dobbs arguments that happened, so fast forwarding to when the Supreme Court is arguing over Dobbs, which of course was a victorious day, Justice Roberts said something that I felt I needed to fact check because I couldn't believe it. Like, who thinks they need to fact check a Supreme Court justice? Especially Justice Roberts. But Justice Roberts said that we were one of 7 countries in the world that allows elective abortion after 20 weeks. One of 7. And he noted that that puts us in the good company of China and North Korea. Do we intend to emulate China and North Korea? Well, those are our abortion laws in this country in a Roe world, and they are still that way in several states, especially blue states, of course. But at the time, that was the law of the land, China and North Korea. And when Senator Graham, in the wake of the Dobbs decision, he proposed a 15-week federal ban on abortion. Not too controversial when you look at AP polling. When people are truly asked to think about abortion in terms of trimesters, 65% of Americans told the AP that it should almost be illegal in the second trimester. So what Senator Graham was saying is not totally out of step with public opinion when the question is asked in a certain way. But yet, here's what Joe Biden said. He said, I happen to be a practicing Roman Catholic. My church doesn't even make that argument now. Excuse me, what? I mean, I'm a Southern Baptist girl, but my husband is Catholic. I went to Catholic school my whole life. We go to Catholic church every other week, Mass rather. And I guess I know Catholic catechism better than our former president who is Catholic. Catholic catechism says, since the first century, the church has affirmed the moral evil of every procured abortion. This teaching has not changed, remains unchangeable. But yet our Catholic president told us his church doesn't believe it. Can you believe it? And then the Biden DOJ decided to target the pro-life community, decided to actively target Christians like Mark Houck, a father of 7. The FBI shows up at his door with weaponry, and thankfully we still have juries in this country because the jury acquitted Mark Houck for his peaceful protests. But when Mike Lee asked Attorney General Merrick Garland why he can find these pro-life activists he wants to lock up so badly, these peaceful protesters, but he can't manage to find anyone targeting pro-life groups, here's what Merrick Garland said. Those who are attacking the pregnancy resource centers, which is a horrid thing to do, are doing this at night in the dark. As if you can't find people at night in the dark. That is what the former Attorney General said. And he said it with a straight face. But then came, I mentioned Mark Houck, who a jury acquitted. Then came the 24 activists they managed to get in prison, including grandmothers with health issues. That's what the Biden administration did. But then came along President Donald J. Trump. And President Trump said, not on my watch, issued a pardon for all 24 of them. It was a great day. I'll be traveling right after this in about 2 days to Boston, Massachusetts. They're outside. There you go. I love it. I'll be interviewing Paulette Harlow. She's 76 years old. She was a grandmother who the Biden DOJ prosecuted, tried to send to prison. Her sister did go to prison. Her friend also was in prison, busted his head open in prison. I will be interviewing all of them, and so that will air on Fox News at noon on Friday. So tune in as we celebrate a great day, these pro-life Christians who are finally free and with their families. Grandmothers, a mother of 6, finally back home with their families. But despite the great work that's been done with those pardons, with the Mexico City policy, with the Hyde Amendment, the executive orders that have just been passed, or signed into law, in the last few days, there's still a lot of work to be done because we are up against science deniers, like the twice-failed gubernatorial candidate down in Georgia whose name is Stacey Abrams. Many of you have probably heard of her. So Stacey Abrams said, there's no such thing as a heartbeat at 6 weeks. It is a manufactured sound designed to convince people that men have the right to take control of a woman's body. I heard this when I was pregnant with my son, and it was galling because I had just been to a 6-week appointment at my OBGYN, and I saw my son's heartbeat, and I heard my son's heartbeat, and my husband was beside me, and I can tell you there was not a cabal of doctors pumping a heartbeat sound into the room to convince Sean that he controlled my body. But that's what Stacey Abrams said. But here's the thing, she's just a politician, right? What's scary is that what she said stood in contravention of all of the science. March of Dimes, National Library of Medicine, Mayo Clinic, all of the science says there's a heartbeat at 5 weeks, 6 weeks. Planned Parenthood, interestingly, right around that time, decided to change the language on their website to deny science. They once said that there's a very basic beating heart and circulatory that has developed. They then changed their website to say it sounds like a heartbeat, but it's not a fully formed heart. So, you'd expect that from Planned Parenthood, right? But here's what you wouldn't expect. All of media to come together to stand behind Stacey Abrams and change the science. So this was on Twitter. You guys in this room are savvy with social media. This was before Elon Musk took over. And it used to be in the trending section where everything's trending, what people are tweeting about most. There used to be a description underneath that described why that item, topic, person is listed. Well, underneath Stacey Abrams' name, here's what it said. Georgia gubernatorial candidate Stacey Abrams said there's no such thing as a fetal heartbeat at 6 weeks of pregnancy, and doctors agree one doesn't exist during this early stage of pregnancy. Reports from NBC News and NPR confirm. Listen to what's happening there. Social media and the media and science all converging to change the science that I thought we hailed during COVID-19. Let's follow the science, but not when it comes to the issue of life. That is what we're up against, people who are willing to change the facts of science. But as dim as it can be to think about what we're up against, I think it's important as a pro-life movement that we stop and that we reflect on the beauty of life, and I want to do that here for a moment. With my daughter, I got pregnant, I mentioned very easily. It was like the snap of a finger. With my son, Nash, it took a little while longer, and so I started to get, a little anxious. Why am I not getting pregnant? It had been several months. I was just, nervous about it. And one of my good friends, Abigail Robertson, whose father was Pat Robertson, who recently passed away, the founder of Christian Broadcasting Network, she had no clue I was trying to get pregnant, but gave me a devotional. And in the devotional, I decided to open it up when I was struggling with this. And it talked about living in holy anticipation, knowing that God is orchestrating supernatural synchronicities. It's a devotional called Draw the Circle. And it specifically talked about trying to conceive a child. And it said, there comes a moment when you must quit talking to God about the mountain in your life and start talking to the mountain about your God. So that's what I resolved to do. So I went out to speak at a pregnancy center in Collinsville, Illinois, and there was this lovely lady just filled with the Holy Spirit. And she came up to me and said, can I pray for you? And I said, sure. And she said, what can I pray for? And I said, well, I would love to have a second child. And she said, let me pray over you, but let me tell you, the last time I did this, the lady had twins. I said, well, that'd be okay. I'll take the twins. Then I returned home from that trip, and then I'm with my dad, and my dad said that his whole men's group had been praying for me, and they say, where two or more are gathered in my name, there I am with them. And I ended up getting pregnant that month, and I can track the timing of it right around to that day or that time period when my father's prayer group was praying for me and when that lovely woman from Collinsville, Illinois, prayed over me. But what was crazy about it is the voice text message I got after. And look, I'm a millennial. I know a lot of you in here are Gen Z. I'd never done the voice text thing. But someone sends me a voice text, and I'd never received one. And so I click on it, and it's my friend Abigail's voice. That was my friend of mine I mentioned. She didn't know I was trying to get pregnant. But here's what her voice text said. This might sound really random, but I feel like the Lord was giving me a word of knowledge for you. I felt like the Holy Spirit was telling me that you might be pregnant or you want to be pregnant and to be praying over that. And I just feel like the Lord was saying, boy. And then I also feel like God was saying, it's going to work out. Invite the Lord into all of it. Believe in miracles. Hosanna in the highest. I couldn't know the gender at that point, but I'll tell you this. I went out and started buying boy clothes. Even picked out boy furniture, and she was exactly right. I was pregnant with a boy, and it was an incredible, incredible moment. And I'll never forget that first Monday in May of 2022. I was pregnant with my son, and I descend down. I'm about to go join Sean Hannity's show, and I have a little studio in my basement, like the former president, Joe Biden. I would go down into my basement, have this tiny studio. And I was sitting there, and it's nighttime. There's hardly ever breaking news at night. And so I'm sitting there just ready to go talk about whatever the topic is. And then a producer gets in my ear, and they go, Kayleigh, change of plans. They said a Politico headline just came out, read Justice Alito's initial draft abortion opinion, which would overturn Roe v. Wade. I saw this. I couldn't believe it. I mean, how horrible that this opinion was leaked, clearly in an effort to intimidate the justices, clearly. But if this was going to be the law of the land, what a moment that would be. But it still was uncertain. They were trying to intimidate the justices, as we all saw. And then June 23rd, 2022 happened. And I was standing in my bathroom, and I said, Sean, come here, come here. I felt a little rumble in my stomach, and I felt my son move for the first time. And I think little Nash was doing a celebratory dance because of what was going to happen the very next day. And we all know what happened on June 24th, 2022. And someone asked me this question, and that's what made me think about the series of events I just shared with you. Where were you on June 24th, 2022, when the Dobbs opinion became the law of the land? We hold that Roe and Casey must be overruled. It's time to heed the Constitution and return the issue of abortion to the people's elected representatives. What a day that was when that became the law of the land. But that day was only possible because of you. It truly was, because of Students for Life, because of the March for Life, because in 2016, as D.C. shuts down, read the Washington Post, as D.C. shuts down from a blizzard, a small, faithful crowd still joins the March for Life. Because of National Right to Life and the work of everyone in this room, that day was made possible. It wasn't made possible without you. But look, the work has just begun. We have an entire new terrain ahead of us as a movement. And, when you look, people say, oh, this is a politically, tough issue. It's caustic. We can't win on the issue of life. I disagree entirely. It's been tough. There were several state ballot initiatives that were lost. But this last election, look at what happened. We won in my great home state of Florida. We won in Nebraska. We also won in South Dakota. And when you look at people like Governor Kemp, who signed a heartbeat law and went on to win his reelection by 7.5%. And when you look at Governor DeWine, who passed a 6-week heartbeat law and went on to win by 25 points. We can win, but we must speak about the issue. That is lesson number 1. We have to own the issue of life, not run away from it. Number 2, we need to expose the extremity of the left. If you notice something, you will not be able to find a clip of a Democrat listing a point at which they would like to cut off abortion. You cannot find a clip from Kamala Harris. You cannot find a clip from Joe Biden. That clip is not there. When they are pressed on this issue, most of the American public wants there to be a cutoff, not among elected Democrats. If you push them, they will not answer the question. We need to rephrase how we talk about this issue. Do you support cutting off abortion when a baby feels pain? And if they can't answer that question, say, well, let me ask you, when exactly does a baby feel pain? Do you think Joe Biden would have been able to answer that question? Do you think Kamala Harris would have been able to answer that question? We need to challenge them with the science. But the most important tenet I think we should take forward as a movement, the most important thing, and I know everyone in this room knows this, but I think this needs to be imbued to our elected officials. We must love the mother as much as we love the baby. We must love the mother as much as we love the baby. I speak, as I mentioned, at a lot of pregnancy care centers, and they know this all too well. You don't need to tell them you need to love the mother, because they do it every day. Like a group down in Texas who told me they had a mother come in, pregnant, and they said, when's the last time you ate? And she said, I haven't eaten in days. Last time I ate was when I went to the Pizza Hut that I worked at. They said another woman came in and said, I can't have my baby. Why not? Because I don't have enough seats in my car. I only have 4 seats. They said, what if we get you a minivan? Yes, I'll have my baby. They got her a minivan within 24 hours, and she had her baby. This is the circumstances these women are in, some of the most vulnerable, horrible, unimaginable circumstances, some of them homeless, and we have to love them. And I think the statue I wish every elected official had in their mind when they talk about this issue is a statue that I encountered in Grand Rapids, Michigan. There's a great group called Life International, and they're devoted to spreading the issue of life on the world stage. And in front of their building is a statue of a woman who had just had an abortion, and Jesus is holding her hand, holding her baby, and looking down at this woman with grace. And underneath the statue, it says this: Jesus loves people who have made decisions they regret. He forgives completely, even things for which we cannot easily forgive ourselves. Jesus gives life, preserves life, heals life. Children who pass away before birth are not lost. They are known, loved, and safe in his presence. If your heart has been broken, come. If your heart has grown hard, come. All the wrong you have done, all the wrong that has been done to you, bring this to Jesus and find peace. Marco Rubio has put forward a 10-part plan to help women, vulnerable women in pregnancy, a great conservative-minded plan that embraces these women. And we as a movement have to rally around that and help people to make the choice of life. And ultimately, we have to reorient our culture to see these beautiful babies the way that our Creator sees them. Gavin Newsom, he decided to put up billboards around the country advocating for abortion, basically. And he put up these billboards, I was reading them, and one of them used scripture to justify abortion. The scripture was this, Mark 12:31. Jesus says, love your neighbor as yourself. There's no greater commandment than these. Well, as someone who's been pregnant, I can tell you there's no closer neighbor than the child within your belly. So Gavin Newsom, I think you got that wrong. Because scripture is very clear. Luke 12:7, indeed, the very hairs of your head are all numbered. Do not be afraid. You are worth more than many sparrows. He knows the number of hairs on those little babies' heads. It's incredible. Jeremiah 1:5, before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to the nations. We are created by God. We are made in his image, and we are to respect his creation. And look, let me finally end with this. Just a story of the animating reason why I love life and I love babies from the moment of conception so much is because of my faith. And I mentioned walking down the aisle and giving my life to Christ, but my faith became real to me at a very different time in life. I just left Georgetown University. I moved to New York City. I'm working for Governor Mike Huckabee. He has a show on Fox at the time. Yeah, it's crazy. I was in the green room with Sarah Huckabee Sanders, and she's running around, I'm running around. We're young girls. Like, who would have thought we would both go on to work for someone named Donald Trump, who would go on to be president? It's crazy to think about in hindsight. But I'm working in this job, loving my job, but nevertheless feeling very lonely. And at the time, I'm living in this windowless apartment. There was like one window that faced a brick wall in the middle of Manhattan. It was very depressing. And I remember going to the Journey Church, and at the Journey Church, they said, you can live in Manhattan and be surrounded by millions of people, but it can be the loneliest place on earth sometimes. And I definitely felt that way. At the time I was going through a breakup, which felt like the biggest thing in life. In hindsight, it's so stupid because my husband's amazing. But at the time, it felt huge. And I'm trying to call my parents, trying to call my family. No one's answering. And I'm back at my apartment. I left work early. And I said, God, if you are out there, I need to hear from you right now. Well, my phone lit up with a number, didn't know it, answered the phone. It wasn't Donald Trump this time. No, the first words I heard were, this is the Journey Church. How can we pray for you? We feel like we need to pray for you. And I'll tell you, it is an incredible thing to get a call from President Trump saying, will you be my press secretary? But there's no greater call I've gotten in life than an emissary from Jesus Christ directly to my phone. My faith went from my head to my heart, and it's there, and it will never leave because of that moment and that day. But look, I wanted to share that message with you just to say, I wasn't just put here for such a time as this moment. All of you in this room were as well. This movement, Students for Life, Heritage Foundation, all of you in this room who are working so hard, and courageous young people who are going to go on to do amazing things because of the passion you have in your heart. All of you, if you have a high in life, a low in life, a mountain, a peak, a valley, whatever it is, God can use you for such a time as this. So thank you so much for being here. I'm humbled that you invited me. Have a great, great weekend. Thank you.
For an end to the National Pro-Life Summit. Did you all have a great day? Is the pro-life generation ready to lead the pro-life revolution? Well, I want to invite up our co-sponsors and thank our co-sponsors for making today happen. In case you couldn't have guessed, having an event on Pennsylvania Avenue, Washington, D.C. is a tad expensive. So we could not do this without our co-hosts, without all of our sponsors, without all of our exhibitors. So I'm going to invite up Tyson Langhofer from Alliance Defending Freedom. They are the group you call when you get in trouble. Abby Johnson from And Then the Renan and Pro-Love Ministries. The Heritage Foundation, Heritage Action is being represented by Alex Halton. We're going to come up, take a photo, and we're going to take a photo with all of you. So if you haven't got your photo with Abby, here is your chance. And then, just stay in your seats. After we take a selfie with you all, I will invite you all up here for a group photo on stage like we normally do. Please be careful with all the touching. It's been a lot of hugging today. My arms are getting sore. Okay, so how do you want to do the picture? Oh, and then we're going to do a Trump dance on TikTok, too, so get ready. Forgot to say that.